Yo, 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 what's up? Good morning, everybody.
Well,
Welcome to the Thursday stream for the Fivers. What's up, Will?
what is good, Rich?
I'm all gravy, baby. I'm still a little bit under the weather. Getting there. I've got a metric ton of like vitamins and minerals and all kinds of lovely
Nice.
things that I am just
Awesome.
injecting into my body to try and heal up. But yeah, still getting there.
Nice.
We'll see what the weekend
Awesome stuff.
brings.
Dude, I'm feeling a little bit better today. My stomach feels a little bit off still, but after what happened to me the other night, I'm not surprised my stomach's still a bit sore. So, trying to still recover. I had a coffee today, went out, had some lunch, only something small, not too big. Went for a nice walk as well, as you guys would have seen on my Instagram if you do follow me. So yeah, it was pretty chill, pretty cool. And now I'm just consuming water for the rest of the day now. So I've had my coffee consumption, trying to keep my coffee consumption low with a sensitive stomach, food consumption low, and water consumption high. So we're starting to get there now. We're starting to feel a little bit better. I'm feeling a bit more perky, and apparently my colour has come back, according to my partner. So I don't look like Casper the Ghost anymore.
Jim Donnelly is saying, "Oh man, the two of you are always dying, dude. Everyone's always dying, but we're all
It's because
living as well."
yeah, it's because I'm always somewhere new where there's some new type of germs and bacteria, so I'm always getting ill.
Yeah, it's just this week. It's the changing of the season, and changing of the season. I always get like a little, you know, little
Yeah.
nasally. So we'll sort it out.
Dude,
We'll sort it out.
dude. Speaking of nasally, so I don't know how you guys were brought up in like different cultures and all, but as a young Brit, I was like, I was made sure to have appropriate table manners. And I'm not going to go into the long list of table manners. However, in Hong Kong, some of these table manners are completely different. And I'm not saying they're rude. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're different. I was at at this table today, and I'll be honest, it's the closest I've ever come into punching someone in my entire life. It made me feel ill. I was eating my food, and this guy was snorting away through his nose. And I thought, bro, like if you got a stuffy nose or if you got something there that needs to come out, go blow it. Stop snorting in front of me. It's put me off my food. And I actually looked at him and tutted. And in Asia, if you tut at someone, that's worse than like calling them out on their shit. That's worse than going out to them and actually full on like having a go at them. Like people tut at each other, and it's like like tutting is a big thing apparently out here. And I just looked at him, tutted, and shook my head. This guy was disgusting. And but again, changing the seasons, and everybody's got some form of illness. So yeah, I think this week was just our turn. But I am feeling a lot better, and I was very well rested today. I slept like a baby last night.
Dude, that's awesome. I slept a little bit better as well. A little bit cooler. So if things are a little bit cooler, I tend to sleep a little bit better.
Yeah.
Still a bit nasally, but getting there. So enough of us complaining about bodily
Yeah.
fluids. Let's get straight into what is going on. Let's share some screens, y'all.
Dude,
Do that.
first things first. About I don't know if you've got the news up. I haven't got, but I will get it up. Is forex factory. I just had a quick check, and we have got a lot of news out today.
That we do. That
We
we
have
do.
got a lot.
So let's first talk about last night's information. So yesterday we obviously had the federal funds rate from the US as well as the FOMC statement and projections. As expected, we did not really have a change whatsoever. And then if you go and have a look at how the reactions were across the board, they were net positive for the dollar last night. So if we just go to
Rich, hang on, Rich. I'm not getting much feedback from you right now. I'm getting a little bit. It sounds like you're underwater.
Ah,
Oh no, you're back. No, you're good. You're gravy. No, you're all good.
okay, cool. So the news came out here on these two candles, and as the FOMC meeting carried on and the statements carried on, it ended up being quite a net positive for the dollar. So pushing lower on Euro USD, and then on USD JPY, you can see that we had just after the news and the FOMC statements, price started pushing up on UJ as well. So overall, a net positive for the dollar. If you go to the DXY, same idea as well as UJ. Prior to news, waiting for news, we have this little bit of sideways action over here, making equal lows or semi-equal lows, basically. And then as the news came out, it started pushing up for the DXY. So net positive the whole of today as well, so far, on the DXY dollar index. Was a bit flat, starting to gain a little bit of traction now to try and push up as we're getting more participants into the day as well. US 30 dropped. NASDAQ yesterday dropped on the news as well. So just overall looking like a potential more bearish day on the indices. You can also see on the VIX as well. The VIX was picking up yesterday as well. And if the VIX is bullish, US 30 NASDAQ seems to be pushing bearish. So overall, it does seem as though we're going to have a little bit more of a bearish indices day. I'm not in any trades as yet. I've been busy with a few other things, so I haven't been entering. I would have loved to have been in already, but unfortunately just hadn't had an opportunity to trade just yet. What are you looking
I was going
at?
to say, mate, honestly, after everything that's happening with EU, GU, NASDAQ, US 30, the Dixie plummeting up or like pushing
Gold.
up so heavily, gold just absolutely tanking. So, honestly,
Do you want to see something interesting as well?
go on.
Look what oil's doing.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Yeah, not a lot.
Not a lot. So gold selling off, silver selling off, indices selling off, euro selling off, AUD, well, from yesterday was selling off, today not so much. Pound selling off, NZD, it's the same as the AUD, USD CAD climbing, USD CHF, it seems like it wants to start climbing. UJ was tanking. So very, very, very interesting to see. This was more to do with this morning's news on, where is it? On the policy rate. They've decided to keep it the same. They're waiting for prices to potentially pick up again above this 160 mark. Maybe even higher, maybe 161-ish. Somewhere, it should be up over here. Yeah. Before they will potentially consider cutting rates again. So, interesting. Where we're currently stuck with the yen as well. So if you have a look at the yen pairs as well, all of them are currently selling off. EJ selling off. Swissy, JPY selling off. NZD JPY was selling off as well. So, but more of a reaction based on the idea that they've decided to keep the rate the same for now, at least.
Yeah. So we're in a very, very bearish market pretty much across the board at the moment. So I'm not really too interested in trading at all today, especially with the news that we've got to come out. We've had we've had probably close to half of it out already with the Aussie and the yen, as well as we've had the pound news out at 7 a.m. So that was an hour and 45 ago. 8:30 Swiss we've had come out. So what we've got to come out now is in 14 minutes time we've got another Swiss news, the S&B press conference, We've got 12 p.m. So in a couple of hours' time, we have got more pound news. We've got the policy summary, the MPC official bank rate votes as well, so that's going to be an interesting one, and the official bank rate coming out as well. So a lot of high impact news around midday today, which is going to be really interesting if you guys are trading the pound. And then again, straight into the dollar news at 12:30, which is 30 minutes later, half hour later, unemployment claims. Unemployment claims isn't a massive one. However, the Fed manufacturing index is a little bit unpredictable, being an orange folder. Sometimes it can come out as a red folder, but it's one of those sort of like ambiguous ones there. 115 euro and 145, some more euro, so about half an hour later, and then US dollar at 2 p.m. new home sales. Not a massive one, but definitely one to watch. So yeah, huge amount of news today for London and early New York traders.
Swiss pound euro.
Yeah, so a lot of news for those London and beginner like New York open traders. Once you get into the depths of New York, so from like 4 p.m. onwards UK time, it should be pretty much plain sailing. But I won't be a New York trader. So for me, being Asia London time zone, I'm not going to be trading my accounts today.
Well, I'm still going to be jumping in. I don't expect something like the CHF news to impact the NASDAQ all that much, so I'm still going to be trying to trade the NASDAQ. Pound, I don't expect to have any impact on the NASDAQ either, or at least if there is an impact, it is going to be absolutely minimal. I'm going to be careful around unemployment claims as well as the Fed manufacturing index. I'm just going to take a minute, walk away, do some other stuff, and then come back for that one. And then the same with the euro as well. Not really expecting that to impact the NASDAQ all that much.
I've just seen as well, by the way, if I just bring my screen up real quick, look what has popped up as an advert. Look at that. Who are these sexy geezers?
Jeez,
who's
look at
this?
that.
Who's that?
Oh, dude, I have an ad blocker on my browser, so I wouldn't have seen that. But that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? I literally just noticed. I finished looking at the news, and I thought, I'm just gonna. My eyes like sort of browsed the page. And I saw that, and I was like, "Huh, would you look at that?"
Yeah, don't know anything about this company. Do you mind telling me a bit more about it?
Yeah, so basically, I hear that it's the highest rated prop firm. So I don't know too much about it either, but I'm definitely gonna go check it out. I hear that they've got some of the best looking live streamers and highly profitable traders as well.
Yes, they do.
That's just a rumor. That's just what's
But I also hear that.
on.
Yeah, I also hear that their live traders, or in this case, their live hosts, are a little bit sickly, and but they are dastardly attractive.
Yeah, I have heard something along those lines. Just social media sort of hearsay.
Don't trust it. Don't trust it.
I'm sure it's true.
It has to be, mate. It has to be.
Yeah.
How about we go ahead and say hello to everybody in chatsies?
That's a good idea, my friend.
Davids is asking us to please activate subtitles on the videos. I'll go and have a look for that one. It really depends on which subtitles you require. Is it, from which languages? We can then select all of them. Let's say Portuguese, Japanese, like all of them. We can select them, and we'll have a look. Maybe from next week we should be able to have them up for you, my friend. Stash in saying, morning shorting Euro USD on the 1 hour. We've got a level from last Friday and Monday that I think might get filled to grab liquidity before pushing up. And again, thanks for the lives. First of all, mate, thank you very much for the kind words. We appreciate them. Secondly, do be careful because it is a high impact Euro news day today with the bank refinancing rate decision that will happen today, or at least the press release for that. So do be careful. Do expect some volatility in the euro. I think the euro will be a little bit more affected in comparison to, for argument's sake, how the dollar was impacted by its rate decision. Because the US is currently participating in some skirmishes and some war stuffs where the euro isn't. So we'll see. Daily Facts. Good morning, love from the Netherlands. Well, goeiemorgen. Good morning. How are you? We've got a friend from the Netherlands, but he's been AWOL for a little while. His name is Jurgen. We haven't spoken to him in a while. I hope he's good.
That's true. Yeah, I'm sure he is. I was gonna say we haven't heard much from him, but hope if you are watching or if you are out there, Jurgen, hopefully you are all gravy, baby.
Yes. Israel has hit Iran's gas field, according to Trump. Nor more attacks are allowed by Israel, stated Trump. How do you guys think this unfolds further? Not being an expert, I would say it's probably not going to unfold the way that Trump believes it's going to unfold. There's a lot of stuff that's happening in the background. There's a lot of news. There's a lot of hearsay. And then there's a lot of people claiming a lot of stuff. I have no idea whether or not this is the reality at the moment. So I would rather not pass comment on war. Let's put it like that. We've got Ty Keith saying good morning, guys. Good morning to you, my friend. Louis coming in as well. Good morning, team. We've got Henry all the way from Australia saying good evening. Good evening to you. Selfie saying, lol, first time I'm early. I'm too early. No, dude, you're good. You're on time. Good morning, y'all. Hope you slept well and you are well rested. I'm doing good on the first one. The second one is decent. The third one is okay. My body battery is at 50%, and it's just before 11 in the morning. So, ooh. Emmanuel saying good morning, everyone. Good to be back. Good to have you back as well. We've got Vinny. Hello, people. Selfie asking how we are. We're doing great, man. Daily Fact saying a lot of red folders came out past. Yes, that is true. Imram Belinda saying, hey, what's up? How are you guys? We're doing gravy, baby. I want more coffee. I would like some more coffee. Green coffee. Ew. Dude. Coffee's supposed to be black. And as black as this t-shirt. That's how black your coffee should be. And then you become a human by adding a little bit of milk to it, or creamer, or whatever you want to add to it.
Dude, I don't.
I don't know if it's me or if it's Will, but there's like a bit of a delay from you, mate.
It's been mentioned to me once already. Yeah, it's already been mentioned, green coffee. I still don't know what green coffee is.
Oh, I think there's a problem with Will's internet at the moment. Oh no, Louis saying, I'm dying. I pulled an LJ and traded the Asia session with no sleep. Dude, why? Okay, I can see, on certain assets why. Like, for argument's sake, UJ, maybe with this attempt to try and catch this falling knife, and with GU potentially trying to buy up. I get it, but why? You're doomed now, mate. Yeah, you're doomed. Kawabunga dudes. Sigma, what's up, mate? Oh, by the way, I only found out today, when I went to the gym this morning with my brother, that you guys are doing a challenge, yourself and Ghetto and Cal, 50 Cal. Dude, I had a look at it this morning. It looks pretty groovy. Dude, Cal is kicking you guys' butts, it would seem. He's doing pretty interestingly good. But I saw some of your screenshots. It looks fun. Maybe I should also have joined that. Bit late, but yeah. What about gold? I know USD positive, but war and other fundamentals should still push gold up. You know what's the operative word there? Should. As of right now, we're seeing quite a bit of a sell-off. If you go over to the daily on gold, you will notice that we had a really strong sell-off yesterday. So on yesterday's candle. And today we're continuing that trend. The question is, however, where's the turning point? So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7th day. Let's assume today is going to end bearish. This is the 7th day of bearish price action after a high that was established quite a fair bit lower than the all-time highs, and then a volumetric sell-off, a little bit of sideways action, and then a recontinuation of a downward push. The question is, where are we going to tap? Where is our testing area? First and foremost, we do have the low of the 6th of Feb that we are going to potentially come and test. We can see whether or not there's any orders sitting here, any liquidity to try and push price up. We'll have to wait and see. We also have a massive wick below what was this, the 2nd of February as well. So assuming that this area over here does not get respected and we break through and continue lower, there is a potential chance to come and test for the second's low as well. However, we do have some price action and some testable areas just to the left of this whole segment here to try and test. So let's go have a look at that right now. First and foremost, we do have the low of the 6th. I'm going to go and have a look and see if there is anything on, let's say, the 4-hourly for us to potentially come and test. We do have a little bit of consolidation over here, which was disrespected in its entirety. Pushed through, closed through, but then completely pushed up. This wick down here basically came into this area over here. So not really much in terms of a test area, in my opinion. I think this was more of a volatile move and then an attempt to try and buy up without really reacting on an area of interest all that much. At least not on the 4-hourly. So if you just look at that, okay, I'll just delete that first. If you just look at the last time price tried to push down volumetrically, tried to push up and then re-establish a downward push before going bullishly again, it is this area over here, this whole segment. That was the last area, basically. We wicked into it once. Obviously, if I go down to the hourly, we can refine that range a little bit. But we've pretty much come back to that whole area now and volumetrically tanked lower into it. Yesterday, we closed just at that level and then started to push up. And now we're failing to push higher. We're continuing lower. So let's have a look on the hourly, whether or not there is an area here to be tested apart from this low point that we have. So last attempt to try and push price lower before volumetrically pushing up was that last candle over there. Then we had nice bullish movement breaking. So you have the low down here, you have a high, you have a higher low, you have a higher high. What created this new higher high was this attempt down here. So this whole segment there caused that new higher high on the hourly between this point and the point down there. So this makes sense from this point over here, this reaction that we've had. We are currently just above it. As you can see, we've just wicked into it with a bearish hourly candle, and it does feel like a bit of a rejection. However, that could be just it. It could just be a bit of a rejection to try and push lower. We'll see. We'll see whether or not that actually comes into play. So on the hourly, this does look like a nice area. However, should it fail, we can go to a lower hourly area, which was the last attempt to try and push price lower, which is down there. Let's have a look on the 15 if there is a more precise zone. Technically, that was the push that created the new high, which had a singular reaction and then no real follow through until the next day. I'm going to leave this hourly one as is, just this whole bottom section. Is there anything on the left of this? Consolidation. Yeah. As a wick, I think this area potentially... So 4574 to about 4400 is a potential test area. Should we break through 4700 to 4650-ish, if we should break through, we'll try to come back down here. And then this is a lot. My apologies. This is a large area to test. So we could theoretically have quite a long-winded play in this area before we eventually go lower to try and push up. So this area might be a longer term area of consolidation before potentially pushing up or continuing pushing lower. Gold is interesting at this point in time. That's why I said it's supposed to. Fundamentally, gold is supposed to pick up. Should there be like times of unrest or geopolitical concerns, generally. However, this reaction that we've had on gold is not typical to a unrest, geopolitical unrest time frame or event. So gold overall very bearish today. Probably going to wait for a bit of a retracement. So on the 15-minute, that's busy with a secondary candle. On the 5-minute, we have slowed down a little bit around this area, which happened to be, like I said, the area around the second. Was it the second? There we go. 6th and 2nd of Feb. So establishment on the 2nd, reaction on the 6th. And we're back now to this area. So let's see how it reacts.
Am I back now, by the way?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, a lot better. Like you were robotic, and there was like a massive delay between what you were saying and what your camera was doing, and then you just disappeared.
Yeah,
but you're good now.
Awesome.
Yeah, all's good.
Sweet. What have I missed, by the way? I saw some of the guys in chat. One of the guys was saying he puts grass-fed butter in coffee. And then we had Scott talking about how how Ghetto Dragon is taking a more relaxed approach and his EA is kicking butt. What have I missed?
I actually haven't gone to have a look at the.
Okay, fair. I thought maybe
I was busy looking at gold because let me just go up here. CSA asked, what about gold? I know USD is positive, but war and other fundamentals should still push gold up. And
fair.
Going through we're very bearish. It's weird. But we've, they should be pushing up. Gold looks like it doesn't care at all about the uncertainty now. Yeah, that's pretty much like where we are at the moment. It's just like what should be happening and what is happening is like not aligned, So it's a little bit.
Yeah, fair.
We were discussing this with LJ, I think, on Tuesday, where it's like it's almost as if the market has gotten used to the uncertainty. So instead of the uncertainty causing like crazy volatility and fear and a fear response, right now it's just like, well, it's uncertain, we'll just carry on doing what we were doing, kind of like thing,
Yeah, no, fair. To be fair, I was chatting with my dad about this, and yeah, I don't know what this war is going to hold when it comes to the future of what it is. And when it comes to the stock market as well, like you said, it's not quite doing what it potentially should be doing, which is a bit of an odd one. But we'll see. Time will tell. I think the best thing you could do right now to play through and survive, ironically, so financially survive the war, would be to do exactly what you've just done on UJ, and is to move up a time frame. To go to the higher time frames. I think either go up a time frame or really go lower. Like go onto like the 1 minute or the 5 minute, or go onto like the 1 hour, the 4 hour. Like scalp a couple of pips, or look for that fundamental swings. Because at the moment, I think the markets are just going to be super unpredictable for the next. I want to say, I want to say like 3 to 6 months, like for the next 3 to 6 months. I want to say that, it's going to be survival mode when it comes to the market trading, not necessarily, trying to steal money out of it. So that's what I'm going to be doing, is just trading as little as often and as optimal as possible, and just seeing what we can do.
So on UJ, as we're looking right now, so this high point that we had here, I'm taking that last high swing, and I'm also taking this whole area before we had the volumetric sell-off. So 1, 2, 3, these last attempts to try and push price higher and then failing catastrophically, and then price absolutely tanking from here. I'm taking these two areas basically. So you'll notice that the low of these three candles and the wick here is identical. So I'm just going to do that to make it easy for myself. This is the breakpoint. This to me is, once again, it is a higher area of confluence. It's a higher area of interest. It's a higher area of reactionary points. If price were to come back to this area, we want to see how it's going to react. Is it going to be the same reaction as what we had here, which was all the way back on the 11th of July, 2024? So that's years ago. That was the last time that we were at this area. And when we did reach it, we had a serious sell-off. A attempt to try and get back to it later in the year, January 2025, months later, 6 months later. So 6 months between these 2 points was the last time we tried to get back to it. And then that followed up by yet again another sell-off period. We did not sweep these lows. We basically reached that last daily area before. Oh, that's not the right tool. There we go. We reached the last area that price was at. This was 16 September 2024. We just reacted into it, and then from there on started pushing up again. So these are effectively the two areas you can say right now on the higher time frame where there was solid, strong reactions after long periods of directional movement. So long bias, not long as in going long, as in a long period, extended period. So this was the low after an extended move and then a reversal off of that. Price did not even come close to this area above. We reached there, started pushing low, and then we had a singular reaction. So already it feels as though we have a very strong resistance point up here and a strong area of support down here. Okay, so now that we have these two areas on the higher time frame, let's go and have a look. Ever since, what was this? The 22nd of April 2025, so almost a year ago. Ever since then, we have been in this, although initially slow, but a decent push bullishly. So a very long, like months and months long bullish push on UJ. Okay, so now we're coming very close to this area where previously we had a catastrophic sell-off. Now, if we assume that if price were to reach this point up over here, that the Bank of Japan is then going to decide to have a change in their rates, we can definitely see price go into a new bearish structure to try and potentially come all the way back down here to 140. I mean, they will have to intervene if price gets above this point. And this is that 160 to 161 level that I was talking about a little bit earlier. So just on a technical level, you can see that price has reacted off of that area previously, and that indeed, if it were to come back now, it will fall in line with the fundamental as well, where we're talking about potentially that 160, 161. Now, if we just go on the daily to, let's say, the last few weeks, we've had more of a narrowed channel pushing price up. And this is one of the first times where we've actually really attempted to push lower out of that channel. So this could hypothetically mean that we might have a bit of a low. Wait, let me just go on to a lower time frame because the drawing itself is, there we go. So we've had areas where we've pushed a little bit lower. This was a strong push lower, a retest into that area, and then another attempt to push lower. So what we could be seeing now is potentially price could want to try and sweep these lows of yesterday and then potentially try to come back again to try and either test this channel, so almost a complete retracement on the highs of today so far, and then completely tank off, or what we can see is price from where we are right now, we miss this area down here, and then we try to push back up again, come and test both the channel as well as this area of resistance, and then look for a potential reaction from there. So I think this sell-off that we're seeing right now is due to obviously the news that they've decided not to cut rates. Also with the fact that the US dollar had like a strong bullish push, and then this could be just a after effect of all of the news that's currently happening right now, and then we can potentially see a retest of this area up over here before pushing lower. So we've got two areas of real interest. We have a slight little area of consolidation. We also have the lows of yesterday like right now. This is the testing areas right now, today, I think.
Are we at that area? It looks like we're going into that area.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're at it right now. So we have on the lower time frame, we have a little bit of consolidation. Yeah, we're at it right now. We've already had a singular reaction, tried to push up. We are making lower highs and lower lows, except we've just made an equal low. So we'll wait to see whether or not there's going to be an attempt to try and push higher and then another sell-off. But like I said, on the higher time frame, we do have two areas right now to test. So we do have the highs of Tokyo session. So you can basically push it all the way back, this area of consolidation here, which we already had one reaction. We can try and see if we can get back to it over here, which is right there. Strong reaction pushing lower, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Again, I'm swapping them around. Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. And then we're currently making either an equal high or slightly higher low, which could potentially mean something like this. Or it could just be a consolidative before picking up to try and push lower. Interesting area right now on UJ, I would say. Are you currently in a trade, mate?
I'm not in a I've marked a trade out, a trade idea. I'm not currently in it due to the fact that obviously, like I said, I'm not interested in trading right now. Plus, obviously, with all the high impact news that's going to be coming through. However, I have got a really nice trade idea on the euro. That's the only thing I'm looking at right now that I can see.
Show us. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Okay, cool. Can you see this okay?
Yeah, I can. I can see it. It's a little bit fuzzy, but we'll give it a moment.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm having a bit of trouble with my data today for some reason. I don't know why. So, when it comes to the 5 to 15, the 1 hourly, we can see that we've had this major pullback area here. There we go. If I just get so we can see that we had this nice sort of uptrend, and we've had this really deep major pullback down into this zone here. Now, what I'd like to see is a break and close above this, which will come into this area here. If we can come up into this, react, and then this will be a deciding point from here, whether we want to go up and continue an uptrend, or whether we want to come up to this area again, or maybe if we want to come up to these highs and then start continuing lower before testing and changing into a downtrend. So this area right now for me on the euro is a really important area. Let me just delete all this, and then we'll head down onto the 15 minutes. The 15 minute is looking really nice. We've come down, we have actually broken and closed and created a new lower low, as you can see here. However, we're still with it. Like the 15 minute isn't that clear for me. We've not quite come up into this area that I wanted to see.
Oh no! Oh what? No! No! Your thing just reset. It looks better now again. It's almost as if your reset has improved your internet.
Sweet. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Can hear you
awesome.
fine, mate.
Yeah. Yeah,
Your
finally.
chart
Awesome.
is also clearer, mate. Your chart is also a lot
Okay,
clearer.
awesome. That's yeah, sick. That's all right then. So going down onto the 5 minute, we can see that we've put in this pre-session high, pre-session low. So Asia high, Asia low. What I wanted to see was, I wanted to see price hold at this level here, ideally, but it didn't. So, unfortunately, we didn't see that, which puts a higher confluence to potential bearish continuation price when we do get to that higher zone. Which, it's not a shame. It's just, how we got to read price. However, what we have got is these two highs of interest. In fact, you know what? I'm going to draw it properly. We've got these two highs of interest here. Bosh.
This is on
And
the
then
5. Okay.
this is on the 5
No,
minute.
no.
Yeah, this is on
Yeah.
5.
I'm trying to
We've
follow
put
along just in case your internet drops out so I can take over.
Oh, okay, fair. So we have got these two lows here. We've put a 2-wick rejection in. We've wicked down, tried to push up, wicked down again, failed to break and close below a new low, and then we've had this extremely bullish reaction to the upside. Now that we've had that extremely bullish reaction to the upside, we've broken and closed, creating that structural shift to the upside, suggesting that price may want to start heading, even if it's temporarily, to the upside, on the bull side. Now I've marked out an area of interest, which is this consolidation zone here. Now what do I want to see is a potential pullback into this zone here. If we can pull back into this zone, which is an imbalance zone, as well as break and retest of the previous high, as well as a fib retracement level by the looks of it. So there's 3 confluence stacks here. If we can pull back and continue higher up into this zone, I'm going to call it 3. I'm not going to use this high because it's bang on in the middle. So I'm going to use TP1 here. So this is TP1. We've got TP2 at Asia high, and then we've got TP3 at the 1 hour high. 1 hour consolidation, which I mentioned earlier about being that point of interest on whether we continue or whether we drop. So for me, Euro must come into this area here for us to now then decide whether we want to go up or down. So that's what I want to see. So moving back down to the 5 minute, I want to see a pullback, continuation, TP1, 2, or 3.
Okay, so so you're wanting it to go to 114.59 as an entry point. You'll have your stop loss below the 114.43. TP1, if entered, would then be 114.75. TP2 is 114.91, and then TP3 would be 115.
Yes.
Interesting. I don't know whether or not we're going to reach 115, because the 114.91, your TP2, that move, that slowed down, which was the top of Tokyo, that slowed momentum and then turnaround created the new low. So I feel like it's less likely, though not unlikely, less likely for us to go and push the 115 off of this move without news. So I think maybe if the news is positive today for the ECB, we can potentially see it try and retest that area. Without the news, or with the news being negative, I don't see it happening.
Fair.
Yeah, we're already basically at your TP1 zone.
I was literally about to say, unfortunately, we've kind of already seen oh, there you go. TP1 has just been hit. So
yeah,
it doesn't make it an invalid idea. It doesn't make it an invalid idea. However, depending on the strategy that you're using, if you're using my break and retest strategy, which has a 3 confluence stack on this trade, then you wouldn't be in it. If you were using my gold break and close strategy, then you would actually be in this trade right now, and you'd be heading up to TP2, which would be really nice. So it depends what strategy you're going to be using, but to me...
And if you were in my rally-based rally, you would also have been in on this one as well.
Oh, there you go, bang. Happy days. So there's three different strategies promoting the same idea here.
Yeah, so the closure of the, in your case, it would be the 9:15 candle after the 9:10 base candle. That would be the entry point for a potential long.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Who is this handsome gentleman?
Pooley! Good morning, fellas. Good morning, Pooley. How you doing?
Good morrow to the pools. What's up, Pooley? I just saw this as well. Akram, mate, took humble a pie and lost an account in the Asia session. Yep, better go to bed. Akram, go and sleep, mate. Go and sleep. A tired mind is not a good mind.
No,
So,
no. Go rest, my friend. Go chill and relax and recover and, you know, recuperate yourself.
recover and recoup.
Absolutely.
All right. I'm looking at NASDAQ now. NASDAQ is starting to look like a potential want to push bullishly, even though we're still in a little bit of a channel. So I'm not too willing right now to just jump in, you know, just waiting for it to. This is the kind of price action, if you have a look at NAS on the 5-minute, you'll see that's the kind of price action that I'm not a fan of. It's not clear. Yes, it's creating lower lows and lower highs, but it is doing so in a more volatile manner. Every time there's an attempt to push lower, we have quite a bullish candle. Then a few bearish candles to try and push it lower, then a strong bullish candle up, and then so on and so forth. So not the biggest fan of that kind of price action. I want a more clear, concise movement. But this is pretty much the same as what we had yesterday, around about the same time as well. We only really started getting like real volumetric movements around just past 11 GMT, 1 o'clock my time. So we might even only see that, but maybe by that point we'd already... The only thing would be the unemployment claims, which would be 2:30 my time, so an hour and a half after that. We'll really start seeing something move. Gold is still slowly reacting off of that area that we marked out earlier. Gold was quite bearish. This is the 5-minute chart. Was very bearish, trying to push price lower. We've come into this area of interest. If I just go over to the hourly, you'll see it a little bit better. So there is a base here on the left-hand side, which was created on the 2nd of February. And then on the 6th of February, we had a singular reaction already. So price has come into this area right now and has slowed down significantly. You don't see it on the hourly. You see it on the 5-minute. Quite slowed already. So volumetric push down. A little bit of sideways action right now. We'll see whether or not this is going to garner any sort of reaction trying to push it higher. If it pushes higher, we do have on the 15-minute... Why is this now? We have on the 15-minute a base area, which is over here. I'll just mark that. That is 147.62, 140... Oh, not 4.762 to 4.784. So if we do start reacting a little bit more bullish here, this is our first port of call, first area that we need to come and test. Should this fail, then we do have the lows of Tokyo, which also happen to be rollover this morning, this area over here to potentially test. That's if we start pushing bullishly from this zone that we are at right now. We'll see whether or not that happens. I mean, very bullish yesterday, went into a bit of a consolidation. We broke that consolidation, retested the consolidation, and started pushing lower again. So waiting for more consolidation to be created, and then either a continuation of the original trend, which is bearish, or a change to try and push bullish after reacting off of an established area that was created a long time ago. So that's what I'm seeing on gold. I don't know, Will, if you agree, or what do you see on gold right now?
I like, as of right now, how price is reacting. I'd like to see a pullback. I like your base in the middle. I don't think we're going to respect that. I think it's going to be a bit deeper than that. I think it's going to be more, more closer to that base, just below the Asia session, like between the Asia and the sort of that middle base that you've just marked out there. I think that's going to be a nice little sweet spot that we can come to. If we can come to there and then start heading down, I think that could be a highly probable area. But again, I'm just going to wait to see how it goes. If I'd like, ideally, to be able to catch some buys up to that area, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, especially with news coming out. Like I said, I'm just going to stick to my rules, not going to trade it. I'm going to forward test it instead, because I do still want to participate in the market, but I'm not actually going to be, I'm not going to be putting money on the line, should we call it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, mate. I see Shane is asking, just curious why you guys don't show volume on your charts. Do you see it as noise?
Interesting question.
I think there's two ways for you to look at volume. You kind of like look at the volume that like is down here, where you have like all of these bigger bars and smaller bars at the bottom here. And the general gist around that is just it's volumetric movement that you can visually see on chart, you see down here. So if I had it switched on, you would see that this area over here was going to have quite a bit of volume. You're going to see that the New York session was going to have quite a bit of volume, and then you're going to see that coming out of Asia now is going to have quite a bit of volume as well. And then you'll just see a little bit of less volume at rollover, and then maybe a little bit less volume during the Tokyo session. The reason why I don't put it on is because I expect those areas to not have a lot of volume, and I expect areas like, for argument's sake, this area over here to have more volume. But the way that I trade, I don't need to have a look at the volume. So for me, it's a distraction having it on the screen, because I don't incorporate volume. I know that there's going to be areas with more volume. But for me, it's not just the volume, it's how volumetric the movement is. You can have a lot of volume, like for argument's sake over here. So on your chart, it will show a lot of volume, and there's no movement. There's a lot of participation, yes, but no volumetric movements. So for me, the volume is just an annoyance, to be dead honest. Whereas
I fully agree with that.
You could also have, for argument's sake, an anchored one that gives you like all of the volume here based on how much price has acted in a specific area. This is more towards the way that Anastasia trades, where it's more not a time factor, but a price factor that's taken into consideration. So if price seems to have moved, or price was drawn, let's rather say, towards a specific area, then it will create more bars in that area on your volume profile. And then based on that, you can then say, okay, if price were to come back to it after breaking it, that could be a potential area of interest to trade pushing lower. But the one that's stuck here at the bottom, I have zero use for. I just don't use it at all.
Yeah, I think I know two people that use, they go out their way to use a volume indicator. But I don't like it. I don't use it. Okay, that's actually really interesting. We've had the retest now on Euro, by the way, after hitting that TP1, which is really interesting. Have to keep an eye on now. It's technically a 1 to 2 hour. Yeah. That looks nice.
So a strong wick above and then a sell-off. Obviously, if I had taken this would have been a lost trade, but it doesn't matter. I'm not trading Euro USD at the moment. Question here from the Tin Pot Trader. Question, guys, on the bootcamp program, once funded, do you have to make a minimum of 0.5% over 3 days to get a payout, or does that rule no longer apply once funded? So on the bootcamp, we don't have the 0.5% profitable day requirement. That's on the high stakes. So if you have a high stakes account, if you want to have a payout, then yes, you need 3 profitable days across your across that stage. Let's put it like that. So if you are on a 10K account and you are now funded, from that first 8% that you have to make, you have 3 days in which you must at least make 0.5% in profit. That's only for the high stakes. It doesn't count for the bootcamp. So no profitable days requirement for the bootcamp.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yo, what's good?
Yo.
Oh, Joe. How you doing, man?
Going well? Doing alright. Doing alright.
Cool.
Getting by. Getting by. I missed a lot of... I missed the Fed last night. I didn't stay out for it. Had other stuff going on, but roughly caught up. I mean, pretty sure it was basically what everyone expected. You know, talking about the war, inflation inputs. We've pretty much priced out all Fed cuts now. So, yeah, that's about it. There's like some small probability into the back end of the year, but that's sort of it now. So
yeah,
yes,
a very very unapologetically flat experience when the news came out, and then just oh, okay, so we're not gonna have rate cuts. Okay, cool, that's good, and then you just see the price on NASDAQ fall, and the Dixie picks up, and the UJ picks up, and it's just like, oh, okay, cool, happy, let's carry on.
Yeah, so much the same. We saw PPI came out higher, I believe, as well yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
So yeah, definitely starting to see some of those input prices starting to come through. Oil right the way back up. Gold down, as it should be.
As it should be. But I mean, even oil now is having a reaction, but the whole of this morning so far, it's been very...
nothingness.
Unapologetically flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we had the Iranian Qatar fields get hit, right? So that's the next big piece. Obviously, Iran now is calling for all the Gulf infrastructure as fair game. So that could start to get nasty. There's also the potential now that I'm looking at of the US basically blocking energy exports to Europe as well, to sort of try to pressure them. There were a bunch of people in the US administration when they were talking about the Greenland thing that were in favor of doing something like that. Yeah, so that would be where this gets pretty bad if Trump tries to pressure everyone else with that kind of aggression. Because, I mean, US share of European energy exports, so crude oil about 14%, natural gas 27%. So if you start to knock out some of this, Europe is done, and we'd see euro dollar pretty quick down towards like 105 with that. So yeah, keep an eye on it. And these are the strikes as well. So we had that sort of low point where things calmed down, and now everything's escalating once again. So yeah. You guys trading much amongst it all, or not really? I think I had.
I'm in like almost survival mode when it comes to the markets now. I'm just in that sort of. I'm just gonna try and not so much. I don't know. I want to say I'm gonna try and just break even all the way through, but that gives me some form of expectation or their lack of. So I'm just gonna see what happens and take the most risk calculated trades possible, and I'm just gonna see how it goes, you know, and hopefully not take too much of a loss. Hopefully, if I can take some more money out of it, but I think I'm going to be a lot more like focused on risk management now over the course of the escalation or potential escalation.
Yeah, I mean, definitely escalating right now. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Things are moving. Things are moving. So be careful.
Eurodollar's actually been pretty calm, all things considered.
Considering, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's sort of, you know how I was talking about this. This is sort of the line in the sand, that 114.20 type area, and then the same deal on dollar yen, coming up towards that 160 area, and you know we were marking out some of these potential trades on both ends if we cracked through here. We can get rid of all that now. It's a bit old. But yeah, no one quite wants to push 160. So that mark on the dollar is definitely my barometer for this going, you know, nuclear. So
Pear-shaped.
not actually
Absolutely
nuclear.
pear-shaped.
Just
I was going to say, yeah, but maybe not like actually nuclear.
Quite pear-shaped, mate. Quite pear-shaped. I have the same area, the 160 zone, but it's like, let's say 160 to about 161-ish. Just basically the last attempt that we had to try and push price. Yeah, there. Just tried to push above, failed, and then volumetrically pushed down. But then I've taken into consideration the 30th of April, that candle just to the left of that, more left. The last...
through here, yeah.
That one, yeah. So just the top of that one and the one that we had now. It just seemed like a nice little area to maybe, you know, potentially react off of.
Yeah, because this is back then we had the initial stuff with the jawboning and talking about currency intervention back then last year as well. So
yeah,
that 160 area is definitely the.
It was 2024.
Yeah, sorry, 2024. Yeah,
like crazy long ago. Like it.
Yeah.
We've had like 6 to 7 months of just bullish action since May, and since May we've just been bullish. So
so the 2024 was where they started talking about that currency intervention.
Yeah,
and they did have some small interventions like that big wick candle. Yeah, but then they gave up because it just kept getting bid. You know, so.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you. I do like this area. I don't know if we're going to see that today. I thought maybe with the decision rate from the Japanese yen to kind of like just stay where they are right now, just waiting. I thought maybe we were going to, okay, cool, let's just carry on pushing up. And then it just didn't. It was a little bit more bearish.
Yeah, it's just those key levels. And obviously like Eurodollar, you can see this higher trading range is very much like, that's a pretty hard floor around 114 for now.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we get a break, it's a very swift run to 112, you know, easily. Yeah. So I did hear you guys talking about volume before. So yeah, that is the thing. Yeah. So volume on particularly like TradingView and stuff as well. Yeah, it's not real volume. It's like tick data volume. So like there's no level 2 pricing and all that kind of thing. And plus FX as well. Yeah, it's a big black box. So the best way, if you want to get volume, is going over to something like futures, which actually goes through an exchange, and then using that to imply onto, say, the spot price in the spot market, sort of where people are positioning. So.
Yeah, I don't use it. Not the tick volume, but the price volume, like the volume profile. That is just how often price was at a price point. That's it. And then the more often that happens, it gives you like more candles to present it. So
yeah, there's definitely like you can get like time spent in a certain area.
Yes.
And translate that to volume, because that's clearly like a bit of a, you know, neutral sort of contention point, equal buyers and sellers around that area. But yeah, you won't get real volume coming through.
No. That's why I just don't use it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not too sure trades wise. I haven't really had a chance to look at the market today at all. So I'm just getting in with things and seeing where we are.
Gold had a bit of a sell-off.
Yeah, so
gold off. came into an area around about 4,700 and then has been slowing there since. Don't know if it's don't know if it is potentially going to retrace from here and start pushing up a little bit, or whether or not it's just waiting for more influx of either information from the war or geopolitical information, or if there's like bank rate decision information that is going to potentially push it, or unemployment claims or something like that. Just that uncertainty that the dollar strength will hold right now.
Yeah, so it's that, and you can see like this is gold and oil overlaid, right? Very much inversely correlated at the moment.
Yes.
Right, so oil up, gold down, simple as that. Reason being, people look at gold as being like a defensive, like a safe haven, but it always depends on the context of the current, crises that's going on. So right now, because of the inflation input pieces, we potentially have rates going up, so the bond market goes up, so therefore the cost to hold gold increases.
Yeah.
So therefore gold
makes
has
more
to come
sense
down.
to get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it has to come down commensurately when you price against like the risk-free rate with the 10-year, that kind of thing. So if you guys are wondering why gold's coming off, that's why. And obviously in the initial days of escalation, let's put it that way, or the conflict or whatever, you also get the other effects like we've talked about with margin calls and people having to increase their total capital base, plus rebalance portfolio overall.
Yeah.
So, yo, Primal, how we doing, man?
What's up, mate?
Yo,
What's
yo,
up?
yo.
Good to see you.
Offie saying, why tick volume doesn't matter? I understand it's not real volume, but it's still transactions in the broker itself, right? I mean, to me, it doesn't. I don't use it. To me, it doesn't matter to my trading style. That's what I mean when I say, to me, it doesn't matter. That's what I meant by that. Sorry, I just need to clarify that. Yeah.
Yeah, not that it actually doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just saying, to me in my trading, I don't use it at all. It's not something that matters to me.
Yeah. There's some people out there that it only matters to,
Yeah. I look at the candle characteristics. I look at how volumetric a candle is. I look at how momentous a movement is, how slowed it is, the ratio between the candle wicks and the candle body, how convictive is a move. That's what I kind of like look at. And you can potentially use the volume profile for that as well. I just don't use it.
Yeah, tick volumes. It's not too bad to look at. You just can't. It's very rusty data. Put it that way. It's kind of like looking through like an opaque shower screen. Like you can kind of see the image there, but it's not going to be clarity. It's not going to have fidelity. And yeah, like Rich said, you can already see like some of the larger candle moves, and like surprise, the tick volume is higher. Now the thing with the tick volume is that's when the price is actually ticking around. So if there's equal volume at two levels though, it's not going to tick, right? Because that volume was matched equally. So therefore it's missing a huge portion of that data, which if you're trying to trade off it, that's relevant because it just won't show up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Sayapol, hi, I'm facing a serious issue with my account due to a technical glitch. I already contacted support, but no proper response yet. Please check my case urgently. Okay, so Paul, I'm just going to say this. First of all, please stop spamming. One message is fine enough. I can see your message. I will read it out. I'm just not going to interject these guys while they're talking. So just a little bit of patience on your side. First and foremost. Second thing is, if you've already contacted support, please understand that there's thousands of technical tickets from Monday's technical issue that we've had. They are working on it diligently. I have the numbers in the background. I'm not going to give you the numbers though. But I know for a fact that they are working on it. They're working through every single ticket by ticket basis. There's a queue, and whomever was first to log their ticket, they're going to work through that ticket first and carry on like that until we eventually sort out all of the technical issues. If you've already logged, just be patient. That's all we're asking of you, is just to be patient. It's going to get sorted.
Yeah, so
yes, sorry, LJ. Sorry, one last thing,
problem.
sorry. And if guys, if you're going to carry on spamming the same question over and over and over again, you're going to get a timeout. Please keep the chat clean so that we can see everybody's comments and bring up any questions that they have. But if you're gonna, like now, Saya Paul, I've already told you to stop spamming. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a timeout for this. So Remy, if you can just give Saya Paul a timeout. Guys, please, if you've already contacted support, just be patient. Understand that there's a handful of people actively working on thousands of tickets from Monday. It's going to take time to resolve. So just some patience on your part, please. Okay, sorry, LJ, you can carry on.
No, it's all. I was just going to say, because it's, I mean, you guys can read, like, it's not just like UBS and stuff they've had problems with trading being down. Like, so you guys, the Bloomberg put out a report with this, so you guys can go and read that as well. So if you got major banks and stuff trying to work through this as well, right? They've had the same problems. So yeah,
I mean that's why I've been saying this whole week. It's not a Fivers issue. It was an external issue, and the Fivers can only
a global
do so
issue
much.
amongst.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can only do so much. So you guys need
not
to. Not
only that, guys. In chat as well. Just remember, you are not the most important thing in the world. You know, it's you. All of every single person's account is as important as each other. You know, so the Fivers aren't going to look at you and think, oh my God, Paul needs his urgently. Everyone needs this urgently. You are going to get treated as fairly and equally as every single other person who's going through these technical issues. So when you come on thinking that you're God's gift, just remember everyone is also in a very similar situation. So just be patient and think, you know what, I'm also going to get my fair share of attention to this issue.
Yeah, so it's the same thing like when we had the CME go down a while ago. If you guys remember, that's it's on the back end. It's other stuff. It's not related to the Fivers, right? So yeah, they have to go through everything now and go through it all manually and look at every single little bit for each of you guys. So it does take some time to actually comb through and make sure that everyone actually gets what they're meant to. And someone's not given the wrong thing or this or that, or because then that creates more problems. So. Yeah.
Yes, you are, Abradolf Linkler. Yes, you are. You are a VIP. We 100% agree to that.
100%. Yeah, I will admit, for Abradolf Linkler, you are indeed a very important person.
Such a funny name, dude.
I know.
I laughed so much for that episode.
In all fairness, I said the Fivers didn't have favorites. Not we don't have favorites. We can treat people unfairly. The Fivers as a company treat people fairly. Us, however...
No.
Shut down the live.
No.
Shut down the live. No. I'm not going to do that.
But yeah, Johnny, so yeah, tick volume is OTC data. And then that's going to depend on what broker you're connected to, what volume they're pushing through, and what like their prime brokers and where their data feed sort of comes through. So yeah, you'll get different bits depending what broker you're with and who their primes are.
So my 4, it's a Fivers issue, Richard. So as I've already explained, the Fivers was impacted by an external issue, an external problem. Yes, you're talking about other prop firms are working without issues. You must understand that every prop firm receives its information, its data from different sources. So just because, for argument's sake, the futures platform relies on CME data, if the CME data is down, the futures platforms will be completely screwed. But as well as other platforms like our own, ones would also be impacted. However, most of the futures platforms was unaffected by this issue. So you're turning around saying it's a Fivers issue is incorrect. It's your understanding of where the information is coming from is skewed. So it was an external issue. Amazon Web Services had issues. The BNE had issues. There was a bunch of places that had issues due to disruptions in data flow. The Fivers is one of them that got disrupted. The difference between the Fivers and most other prop firms is that we are diligently working on the issue and we're just asking for your patience. But you're being impatient and you're coming onto the live stream and trying to make it difficult for everybody, when all I was asking you to do is just be patient. So that's it. We're not going to cut the live stream short because there's still trading to be done.
Yeah.
It's easy as that. Done.
Dude, I love some of the guys in chat as well. Pooley, I swear, Pooley just sniffs gossip out. You know, Pooley, bro, I love you, man, but whenever someone says, like, he's like a guard dog. Like, the minute he senses that a little bit of, like, crap has been spoken and thrown at the fivers, Pooley's, like, right in there being like, bro, jog on.
No, I mean,
Absolute.
like, obviously, we would love to have everybody have a great experience with the fivers. However, this is being unfair towards the fivers. This is not fivers' fault that this experience is happening right now. And we're doing diligently what we can to try and fix and who was impacted, you know, fix their accounts. I mean, other prop firms would just say, well, technical problem, not our problem, and then your account is gone. The fivers are saying you'll be compensated for any impacts on your account due to the technical difficulties that we experienced on Monday. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough for you guys. So,
Go find that.
Yeah.
I've had these issues with other prop
Straight
firms. You know,
simple.
I've had all sorts of issues with other prop firms in the past. I've also had issues with prop firms who have tried their hardest to gain me as a partner with that prop, and they've still had a very similar response to what Richard has just demonstrated. However, you guys, you know, are just clients of, you know, you're just retail clients of the fivers, and you're still being treated with all this, you know, sort of accountability, and they're like, yeah, look, we'll replace this, we're trying to reimburse you, we're trying to work on it. None of these are, well, I don't want to say none of these other props, because, you know, the other props that I've experienced haven't had the sort of respect for their clients and their customers to say stuff like that and hold the accountability on their own back. Usually they'll just brush it under the carpet and say, not our problem, accountability issues, go buy
another account. It's not fair
account.
to the fivers. I'm saying that straight up. It's not fair to the fivers the way that a lot of people are treating the fivers for this. I saw a guy yesterday complaining and saying the fivers is a scam, the fivers is a scam, only for his account to be reimbursed to him, for him to follow up with a message saying the fivers is the best.
It's just
Like-
emotions. Like, I will say, look, we can understand emotions. You know, we can understand frustration. We're all human. Just, you know, take into consideration. Just relax. We're here for you guys. We're also in the same boat as you guys. You know.
This is exactly it. It's I've mentioned it every single day, multiple times a day, and people are just not listening to me. They're just not listening. So it's as simple as that. So here's the warning, guys. I'm gonna have to be that guy. If you're gonna continue on spamming, I'm gonna continue giving you timeouts. It's as simple as that. We've been more than fair about this, trying to be like diplomatic about it and just saying, guys, just, you know, have patience. Just understand they're busy working on it. You'll get there. Nope. Guys don't want to. Anyway. Over the rant. LJ, you're muted, mate.
Sorry, I am. Yeah, it's the same if your bank has some background tech. You know, your bank might be down, the other banks in the country are still up. You know, it's a background thing. Like, what can you do? You know, some are going to be affected, some aren't. Now it's all getting worked out. So,
Yeah.
like, just be patient. That's it.
Yeah.
We did just have a headline that Saudi port of Yanbu has stopped oil loadings as well. Not seeing
Louis
too much
is
stuff.
just as riled up right now as well. Anyway. Thanks, Louis. Thanks everybody in chat that's got our back, that's here for the right reasons.
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway.
Zar, yo, what's up, guys? Long time no see. Dax is fun today. What's good, Zar? Bro, long time no see. You haven't been in quite some time.
I had a look at the DAX this morning. I was like, oh, this looks nice. Had a look at it yesterday. I was like, oh, this looks nice. Had a look at it on Tuesday. This looks nice. Have a look at it on Monday. This looks nice. It seems as though DAX has returned to its like, oh, this is nice. This is nice price action.
Where is the DAX?
DAX is just DAXing, if you ask me.
If only Dirk was here now, we could have asked him to give us his thought patterns on the DAX.
Well, he will be.
He never trades it. I always say this.
He never does. He's the most unpatriotic German person ever. He doesn't like German cars. He doesn't like German beer. Well, he does like German beer. He doesn't like anything about German. He doesn't like the Autobahn. He doesn't like DAX.
The worst German ever. Wow, okay. Never mind.
I mean, popularity competition. Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, moving on. Guys,
thanks. We appreciate this. We appreciate this. Thank you very much. And this is why the YouTube stream is here. It's for entertainment purposes first and foremost, and it's trying to be a point for community to get together to discuss and talk about things, and that's what this is only ever going to be about. He hasn't even got a German wife. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, fair. No, he hasn't actually. So, yeah.
Yeah. Options price.
Yeah, we're pretty much sitting on that level just now. It's just a touch above.
Yeah.
So it's
31, I think.
Yeah. Because we're getting some of the we're getting rallies. So we've seen, this is NASDAQ. We've seen the DAX start to pull up as well.
US 30 as well.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a pause before maybe going lower. So like the S&P, the major one is this 200 moving average. We're now trading under. So I think if we start to get closes below the 200, that's going to be pretty negative as far as a sign. So I think it's literally just from oil pulling back just here recently that we're getting a bit of a slight, more like a dead cat bounce type thing. Bit of a retracement. So I think I'd be looking for sells ultimately on the majors here. I don't mind this as a long, so some of these slight higher points to come up to, say that's the Aussie. Euro dollar's not in as great a position. Like ideally I'd like to sell 115.08. But I mean, this is looking like a bit of a cap through here already.
I mean, this could just be a short form reaction off of taking a little bit of liquidity from yesterday's lows.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
That, and of course, dollar yen coming off. We're now back into the support. The tops of these candles have now become support. And the base through there. This is the neutral kind of area. Let's get rid of all this junk.
Our resident Van Gogh.
Yeah.
Salvador Dali or...
There we go.
Here's an interesting question here, asking, good day experts. Whew, high praise. What is your recommended challenge type for a newcomer in the fivers? Highly appreciate your advice.
Depends if we say newcomer to the fivers or newcomer to sort of trading in general. Because there's benefits to each. I would say the hypergrowth is definitely a bit more advanced per se. Much tighter daily drawdown, overall drawdown, starts at a lower base, definitely higher cost, does scale. So if you got your system sort of really locked down, it can be quite beneficial, but you'll just have to take the time to actually build it before you're seeing some of the commensurate profits. So I mean, high stake is obviously, I think it's probably the favorite for most people to go to. It's very familiar.
I would say it's our flagship.
Yeah, setup and structure. The boot camp is also quite good. I think it's definitely much better now with the 1 to 30 leverage. I think the 1 to 10 was a bit tight just with the sort of 18% total that you have to make to go through the challenge phases. 1 to 10 makes that a little bit difficult, because you pretty much, you got to be very selective in what trades you make, which that's part of the idea, that it's meant to drive that very intentional trade activity rather than just sort of jumping around the place. But it was maybe a little bit too restrictive. So yeah.
I agree. The 1 to 30 is great. And on top of that, the bootcamp also provides you with the most or the highest initial capital availability, which is a $250 account. However, it is the one that takes the longest in order to pass, because it's a 3-phase account. And each phase you need to make 6% for a total of 18% from getting the account to passing the account's 18%. Whereas the high stakes, there's 2 variants for the high stakes right now. We have the 8% the first phase, 5% the second phase, and then we have a 10% the first phase and a 5% the second phase. But even that sits at 13% and 15% respectively. And then you have the hypergrowth, which is just 10%. And it's a 1 phase. So hypergrowth costs the most, then it's the high stakes, the higher equity amount, equity allotted accounts, and then the bootcamp is the cheapest. But the bootcamp is unique in the sense that you have a much smaller capital investment from the beginning, and you only pay the dividend should you pass. So I would say it's technically the more difficult one to pass out of all of them, because you have multiple stages, and each stage is going to provide you with opportunity for you to feel like, oh, I'm struggling, or oh, it's so far away, that kind of like thing. But it doesn't have the let's call it restrictive days, the profitable days in order to pass. That's only on the high stakes. So personally, I love the high stakes. I love the high stakes accounts.
Always will be. I like the hyper growth. I will be honest. I do like the hyper growth, but high stakes all day long. You know, I think it's a 40k hyper growth that I use on the funded freedoms that we get allocated. It's like 40k hyper growth. That's the only experience I've had with the hyper growth. Other than that, I love the high stakes, man. The high stakes accounts are the best in my opinion. I'm one who isn't afraid of drawdown. I'm also one that acknowledges that I can go into drawdown, and quite deeply sometimes as well. For me, the high stakes works a little bit better that way. And truth be told, okay, yes, the hyper growth may be the best for scaling. The scaling on the high stakes may not be as good, but honestly, that doesn't bother me too much. It's a very good happy medium account. It's not, you haven't got to look too much into it. You haven't got to, overthink, over plan, over strategize. You just trade what you can trade and stick to what the general consensus is when it comes to prop trading, and you should be successful.
Yeah, another thing to mention about the differences between the accounts is the high stakes and the hyper growth has more drawdown available to the trader, 10%. Whereas with the bootcamp, you have less. So from phase 1 through to phase 3, you have 5% of drawdown available to you, and you need to make 6% in profit. So versus when you've passed the account, when you are now in funded phase, you only get 4% of drawdown, but then you only need to make 5% profit in order to scale. So that's also another consideration. The idea of the bootcamp is exactly that. It's a bootcamp. You want, let's say, newer traders to really dial in. You have less risk available to you. That was the 1 to 10 risk leverage that we had, or the leverage that we had is now 1 to 30. So you can leverage up a little bit more. It's now the same as, for argument's sake, the high stakes account. Was it the hyper growth is 1 to 30. High stakes is 1 to 100. So with that being said, the idea is to make sure that you really dial in your processes, risk management, choosing exactly which trades you take and how you're going to take them. I do like the bootcamp. I think it's a great program. If you have the capital, you can go for a 250, but you don't have to. You can go for 100, or you can go for a 20. But also understand this: if you're going to get a 20k or 100k or 250k, it's not going to start on 20k, 100k, and 250k. The 20k, your first phase is going to be 5% or 5,000, and then you need to make 6% of 5,000, which is $300. Then you have a 10k on phase 2, which is going to be a $600 that you need to make. Then a 15k, and so on and so forth, until you get funded phase, which is then going to be the 20k. So if you're going to get it and it's going to show 5k, please don't be alarmed. Every phase has its own capital allocation up until you get into funded phase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was also a question here from Sahil saying, I saw the Fiverr's review on Trustpilot. The guy's account was suspended due to prop firms. Risk team called him for an interview and asked him to explain his strategy. Why so? Okay, I'm just going to take a quick moment just to explain this for you guys if you were unaware. When the risk group gives you a phone call, it is usually to just determine that you are who you say you are, first and foremost. Secondly, it is to ensure that you can explain your strategy. What happens sometimes is, and it's not everybody, but what has happened in the past is, for argument's sake, someone has had someone else trade the account on their behalf, and then when it came to doing the risk interview, they realized that the person had no idea what they were talking about. They didn't understand their own strategy, which kind of like gives you idea that they are either not the one trading their account, first and foremost, or that they are busy copying from other people, so they don't actually know why they're entering, which is a risk issue for the Fivers, because if once you're funded, you're trading with actual funds. So this is just a way to ensure that the contract that the Fivers have with you as a trader is indeed you knowing exactly how you're trading, and you can prove visually and verbally that you know how you're trading, and that you can prove it to the Fivers. So in that person's case, most likely that person could not prove that they understood their own strategy, and that would maybe allude more to the fact that they were either copy trading or that they were not the one trading their account, it was someone else. So let's just put it like this: don't try and cheat the Fivers, because they'll see through it.
Yeah, I like this comment as well. Had experience with the risk team, no problem at all, and got my payout afterwards. It's really nothing to worry about if you were trading yourself.
Exactly. So
yeah,
that is most likely what happened to that person.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be like just because there's 100-to-1 leverage, say on the high stakes, it doesn't mean you should be pumping 100-to-1 leverage.
Yeah, right? It doesn't mean you have to use all 100 of that leverage. You know.
No. It's there for people that want to. Can be helpful for scalping. It can also be helpful when you're entering. Some people want to enter. They design like sometimes even a bot or an algo that will trade multiple assets all at once, but they're all inversely correlated. It's not like outright one directional risk. They've actually got a balance of risk across the board from a bunch of different assets. So in order to do that, you have to have the leverage. Now, that's most people aren't doing that, obviously. But yeah, so it can sometimes just be that you're using up too much of the leverage on sort of very one-way directional bets, and at sort of risky times or around news or something like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to shoot off, so I'm going to love you and leave you. I'll see you in about 2 hours' time, and I'll speak to you guys in a bit. I'm going to continue to leave this drawing up on Euro to see what's going on. It seems to be doing pretty well. It nearly hit TP2 after having that entry on that break and retest, so that was quite interesting to see. Like I said, it's not a live trade. It's just, like I said, I'm not trading today. I just wanted to see what would happen and whether or not it would hit TP according to my actual strategy if I was to enter. So I'm just going to leave this drawer in here. I'll come back to it a little bit later on when I come back. So guys, for now, I'm going to love you and leave you, and peace.
Peace, man.
I'm just drawing this one out. I'm not actually taking this trade. I'm just marking it out just for clarity's sake. Yeah, I'm just marking it there, just kind of like see what's what is what later on. Yeah. Primal light, yeah, the high stakes is 1 to 100, but the boot camp is 1 to 30. So the boot camp and the hypergrowth is the same leverage allocation now. So not 1 to 50.
Yeah. I did see something else before with where were we? Oh yeah, so the oil gold graph I was going to bring up. So you can see they're trading pretty inversely correlated at the moment. So it's not quite -1 beta. Yeah, sorry, thank you. So it's not quite -1 beta because there are some other effects with like the dollar and that kind of thing. But a good way to, you can bring up like a correlation matrix. So if you guys are wondering, you can do it for FX, for commodities, just search FX correlation matrix or like commodity correlation matrix. So you can go here, look at crude oil, and then come across to where gold is, right? And it's about 0.6. So that's pretty much where we're trading at. So it's not 100, it's not quite 1 to 1, but there's about a 0.6 right now. And then that is shifting around. At certain times, it will go closer to 1 to 1, depending on what the headline reason is or something else. Otherwise, Brent can be moving itself, and then something else will be going on with the dollar, which might be related to rates itself outside of the commodity aspect, and it will shift a little bit differently. But yeah, that is the right way to be thinking about it. However.
LJ, do you mind giving me just 2 minutes? I just quickly want to make myself a cup of coffee, and then I'll be back with you just after 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure thing. That's fine. All good, mate. Alrighty. I had another question. So, hey, LJ, do you think the dollar will keep going up as there was no rate cut? So, with the rate cut situation, we're definitely priced, to stay steady on rates. There's a small probability of rates going up, very small. Next meeting, go further out to June. We're pretty much locked in with the same rates. You've got 5% on both sides for a cut and a hike. And then same thing, July, we start to price in slightly higher probability of a cut. So that is with the information in mind that potentially the situation might have de-escalated and sort of calmed down by then. And if we can get everything back online. Now, the way things are going, that is looking less and less likely. So we were looking pretty on mark for about that 3 to 4 week sort of end to things, and then maybe 2 weeks of like fizzing out headlines and that kind of stuff. But now, since we had the Iran-Qatari fields getting attacked, and Iran's now going after the rest of the Gulf countries through there with their infrastructure, this might kick on a lot further. So overall, it's tough just yet to say. I mean, net, yes, you would see dollar going up through this. The main thing is primarily what those effects are going to have on the other majors as far as their energy complex. Now, Europe is definitely the most exposed out of everyone. So that's why we've seen, euro dollar now into the 114s pretty healthily, and we're getting stuck through here. Obviously, breaking that 114 will send us pretty quickly back down to 112. On top of that, there's dollar yen. So we're talking about dollar yen before, that 160 point is key. So if we start to see dollar yen push up towards that 160 and looking to break it, euro dollar probably similarly will start to move back down towards these lows, about 114.10 or so that we made. And if we see them both sitting there simultaneously, one headline or another, or some of the data coming out could push us through those levels. So yeah, net for the time being, definitely bullish dollar, because even if the other central banks start to look to hike, it's more of like a bearish hike. Like they're hiking for kind of the wrong reasons, not for good reasons due to growth and an accelerating economy. It's to try and beat down those inflation impacts, while at the same time, those exact inflation impacts and the energy shocks are going to start to crimp consumers, crimp jobs, and start to actually push the economy backwards. So hopefully we don't get massive rate hikes, because this is kind of every single crisis that we've had. It's always where we get the economy doing pretty well, get some kind of energy or commodity impact, and then central banks hike rates, and that basically kills the business cycle. So the business cycle doesn't tend to end on its own. It's once central banks sort of push the limit too far. But yeah, net, I'd be staying long dollar so long as this crisis is still going on. Outside of Brent, like looking at oil itself, the dollar is definitely my main barometer as to whether people are still trying to price that risk premium or if it's starting to fade. So then that goes back to that 160 level for dollar yen and the 114 kind of level for euro dollar. So if we start to get those as a bottom for euro dollar and a top for dollar yen, and traders are just unwilling to push it, that means that risk premium for the conflict is starting to recede from the market. Thanks for sharing the correlation matrix. Didn't know about them. I think they can help. Yeah, definitely. And so like you can go look at the FX ones, like I was saying as well, and you can see, you can also throw on some of the other tangential pairs, like you might have AUD yen, euro yen, pound yen, and see where that matches up. And then hopefully if you happen to be trading multiple pairs at once, you can understand how much cross exposure you might have. And there's often, you should be able to find some of them that'll have like the current correlation, like say for this day, this hour, the past 4 hours, and then you can go look back at how that's different to like a week ago or a month ago, etc. So yeah, definitely something important to know. Indeed. Did I close my oil trade? I did. So this was the one from October, way back when. Let's zoom further out.
Dude,
so, yeah,
if I may ask,
what
was your risk on this?
I didn't exactly price it in risk terms as far as percentage of the account, because I took it on a personal account, and then the idea was have it sit there to get the carry. So it was meant as a carry trade, and then we got the big pop off. Obviously, you get that big of a gain, yeah, you sort of take that out. So I don't know, it was 7 or 8%, I think, roughly. Obviously, that changes in terms of technically once you get the carry, you know, the swaps being paid, it changes the risk profile technically, yeah. But
was it negative swaps for you?
No, positive swaps.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I mean, still, great trade.
Yeah, so it's going to depend what broker you have, because not every broker will give the same kind of swaps. Yeah. Like I've got others that it's a slight negative carry, others it's net positive. So it depends what your account currency is as well.
Okay, yeah.
So like if you've got like a USD based account currency, or if it's like Aussie dollar, because then you're swapping the Aussies for the USD to then buy oil, etc., etc. But yeah. What else? What else did I miss? Do you guys think gold has reached the bottom for this week? I don't know, because this is basically where we had that gap, and you can see this is actually the level I had marked out from a little bit ago. And before we had this drop, what was that? Was that Monday? Was it Tuesday I was talking about it? Might have been Tuesday, I think. Either way, I was looking for, net gold sells regardless. I think we were still like up through here at that time.
Yeah.
And then that was the next key level, and then the bottom through here. and we're talking about this 100 moving average basically rising up through here. So that's what that is. And so basically seeing that as the base target to hit. So that's where we've got the candle closes here, and we had that slight gap that we created. Now, obviously, with that initial fall, we close that gap. The next level beyond there is basically 45.50. I would be hesitant in trying to buy up gold from here just yet. I think there might be a bit more in it.
Yeah.
So
I think if we break through 4655, which was the low swing of February 6th, so that one wick, basically very close to where we are now, another $30 or so on price. If we break through that, I think we can definitely potentially come to at least test 4621, and then after that 4574, and then we'll see where we stable out between 4574 and 4402. That's kind of like the area that I'm kind of like looking at. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, those would be my next two areas from here. So, I mean, near term, after this kind of a fall, obviously this is a pretty big drop. Yeah, we could get a pulse point from here. I just wouldn't call it like the absolute bottom. So if you're looking for an absolute bottom for us to start, building right the way back up and eventually back into 5K plus, I don't know if we're there yet. This area would definitely be the key area you're looking for, but just with the current situation going on, I'd be hesitant to pull the trigger just yet. This is obviously a very defined level, though, so you could lean on it, but just don't expect it to just run from here. You might tap through, get stopped out a couple of times before we eventually come higher.
4550 is an important level. It was the previous year high.
Yeah. It was just before we go.
Yeah, that's why I said for me that 4574, because I will always go slightly higher than a previous point. Like if it, like in this case it's a low point, support level, I'll always go slightly higher than the support level. And if it's a resistance point, I'll always go slightly lower than the resistance level.
Yeah.
Obviously you do feel like, it can probably sweep just below and then pick up, or it can just sweep above and start dropping off. But kind of like the idea being that if I'm going to look for something, I'm always going to look for that little bit less than what I know the market would be willing to give. I think it's more like a psychological thing rather than an actual mathematical, physical thing, let's rather say. It's just that bit of confidence that, okay, if it's going to reach, it's probably going to reach this point before it sweeps above, that kind of like thing.
Yeah, well, exactly. Depending on how much volume's getting pushed through, people, like, if you have one of these big kind of drops, you'll get players, wanting to make sure they get filled. They want to get in on that exit liquidity from shorts or people rebuying. So, yeah, you'll position just above those sort of levels to get filled.
Yeah, for me, it's the psychological idea of it. I agree. I don't think gold has reached the week low as yet. And I also don't think that we've even reached the low for this month. But it's purely based on how we've been moving and what I feel like is a potential resistance point even lower than where we are now. And I mean, we've showed very little want to try and push higher ever since we've had the escalation, basically.
I need to find another pivot point
indicator.
Yeah, for trading view, because this one's always slightly off. I think it depends on the closes for whatever TVC is. So maybe I'd just have to jump onto a different gold chart or something. But
try the Awanda one.
Yeah,
gold,
that's actually
USD Awanda. Yeah, let's just check this one and then see whether or not it's similar or different.
Yeah, it's the same.
It might just be the way that this pivot point calculates itself.
Yeah, it must be. Because my personal stuff and my MT5 and everything, 4672 exactly where we've just tapped into is one of the pivots for today. So that's the S2. So we got 4748, which is like right here. Which, let's go down to the 15. So right where that wick tapped, exactly on there. And then this level here is the other support point for today.
Yeah, I mean, right at that area. I think my level is 4655 is the support area.
Yeah. That's the base of there, yeah. So yeah, that's the pivot I've got in there anyway.
We'll see. We'll see how gold plays out. I mean, we still have quite a fair bit of news that's going to come out today. We still have... where are we? We still have the GBP official bank rate as well as the ECB official bank rate. So there's still a little bit. I don't know how much of that is going to be a driving force for gold. Unemployment claims from the dollar, I also don't think should be like much of a gold mover. I'm just wondering how little is the reaction going to be across the board. I mean, the policy rate for the Swiss National Bank was unchanged as well. The only one that's actually changed was AUD.
Yeah, because we're crazy.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Everybody else, dollar, CAD, JPY, they've all been, and in this case as well, Swiss, unchanged.
Yeah, it's because we had inflation in Australia come down to about that 3%, so into the target band, and now we're sitting up at 4 point something, I forget what it is now, 4.3 or 4.4 or whatnot. But the forward projections are like 4.8 over the next little while, so yeah, I don't know how much I agree with it though, because it's... yeah.
Okay, so Saya Paul, you're back. Please listen to me now, Paul. Saya Paul, I'm talking to you directly. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. If you had an issue with the account on Monday and it led to you losing an account, we've been saying the whole week from Monday through to today to go to help@fivers.com. Send them an email. Send them an email. Listen, stop typing and listen. Send them an email wherein you explain what happened to your account and provide them with screenshots. All right? And I guarantee you that your account will be replaced or you'll be recompensated for your losses. All right? That is the decision that came from the Fivers. But if you're going to keep coming here and spamming and asking the same question and asking if it's fair, I've already explained to you. You just don't want to listen. So listen carefully. Listen to what I've just said on repeat if you have to. Send an email to help@thefivers.com. They are currently helping everybody that has lost an account or lost capital from their accounts due to the glitch that happened on Monday, which was not a Fivers glitch. It was outside of the Fivers. The Fivers was impacted by it, though. Do you understand what I'm saying? So go ahead and do that. So here comes the last warning. If you're going to continue on spamming, I'm going to permanently ban you. You were already given a timeout because you're spamming and you're not listening after I've explained it multiple times. So if you're going to continue not to listen and continue spamming, I'm going to ban you. Warning's been given. Fair warning. So last time I'm bringing up your comments as well, Saya Paul. Carrying on. Alessio is saying, in my personal opinion, gold is heading to the opening of the year level, and from there, maybe a reaction or not. In terms of the long term, that would be around 43.26.
Yeah, that's really low base. So if I was looking for like long-term pickup, say if I had a long-term portfolio or something as well, that's sort of where I'd really want to be picking up gold. So as this 200-day moving average starts to rise, and eventually, you know, we get something like maybe a small little extra dip here, something like that, up here, and then into that area. You know, that's not going to happen anytime soon, but over the next couple of months or something.
Mate. First, Grant is saying, I love Rich's dad voice. And then Tinpot saying, Laughy's volume is on mute. He hasn't heard a word of what I just said. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so I would love to see gold down there.
Me too.
For a proper pickup, but yeah, it's not going to happen just yet. Going back to today-wise, because I'm keeping an eye on... I don't think this is a bad shout. There is like a slightly deeper level that I'd prefer to see this like sort of wick down through just a touch. But you can see we do have this sort of long extended rough trend line that sort of kept us through the upward momentum, right? This sort of band. It's like a band through there. So we are basically tapping into towards the base of that.
Have you been looking at Bitcoin at all?
Here and there, like I've had like a side eye on it, but it's kind of just doing like random stuff all the time. It keeps wanting to kick on. You know, with the risk headlines, we get a buy up, then we get something else from the Fed, and we see like the NASDAQ and stocks coming off. It gets whacked back down. But we are gradually starting to pick up. There's definitely something like you can see.
Yeah.
Higher lows, higher highs. You know.
Yeah, we have respected like an hourly channel and then broke through it yesterday though, which was it yesterday? Yeah, we did break through it yesterday, pushing lower again. So I'm just wondering whether or not this is just a shortfall, reactionary, and then continuation later. Or if it's going to be a push lower again down to 60, maybe around 55, and then potentially push up from there.
Yeah, so it's kind of, if I can actually delete these things. Get rid of... Nah, that one. Give me it. There we go. There we go. So similar to how we had the channel up through there. So Bitcoin does often like these channels. Where's my
they do.
Channel piece?
Yeah,
so,
there we go.
Something kind of like similar to that, where we eventually push the other side. This would be my ideal area for pickup, kind of 5,600 to 40k. Because the other thing is with some of this, like if I mean, if energy input price is going to be much higher, mining Bitcoin is going to become more expensive as well, right? Which has a weird effect because that'll cause it to drop because you're getting less circulation of activity, but at the same time, because it becomes more expensive, miners go offline, therefore you got a supply and demand issue for people trying to run the network. So that does start to put a floor in Bitcoin at the same time. I think it's kind of similar to gold. Like there's some levels just down from here that look really good. Same with like the NASDAQ. You know, if we get another deeper drop to like 23k, S&P, similar deal. Then you're starting to see some really nice prices to buy off long term. In between there, it's very much just play each side of the headlines at the moment, intraday.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know if I'm quite ready to buy and hold Bitcoin just yet. Because I do feel like there's still enough room to potentially keep going a little bit lower. or at least a retest of that like 660, that 66, 65, 64, that kind of like level on Bitcoin. Yeah, which is pretty much the bottom portion of your channel. Yeah, somewhere around there, like 66-ish. I do feel like that is still in the works. But once again, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Unbiased Trader saying that Bitcoin for him this year is up 21% on his personal account, and it's the most stable income for him. I mean, what was that? What's that saying? One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, it's like that tap in there that ended up being pretty good. So
yeah. So
if you timed it right, you did pretty well. If you got in towards the start of the year when we were up around 98, 100K.
Yeah.
Where was
you're crying right now?
Yeah, first
you're
of Jan.
Crying right now. Yeah, 88.
Yeah, like, oh damn.
Yeah.
So
yeah. We've got Tafs Forever saying, "Hi everyone, I'm typing from Zimbabwe. Good morning, our northern brothers. Well, I'm in South Africa, so just to the north."
Welcome.
Sharuka's asking, did AUD raise its rates? Yes, it did, from 3.85 to 4.1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yeah, so we did get rates going up. That was this day over here. You can see, so we had that small spike, and then we actually sold off after the rate increase. Now that was because we had it was like a pretty split decision, 5-4. So it was only marginally that they voted to hike rates. Now the entire board was in line with hiking rates. It was just when. So the other four thought we should wait a bit longer. And that comes down to the fact that oil prices and everything, energy input prices have gone up, which roughly equates to about 80% of a rate hike by itself. So you've kind of already got a rate hike in play, right? So they thought we should maybe wait, see how that goes, because essentially that's like a 50 basis point hike, which then at that point you start doing damage to the economy, more than the concerns of reducing inflation. Because Australia does have a dual mandate, just like the Fed. So it's inflation and employment. Yeah.
Inflate and employ. Inflate and employ.
So I have jumped in this. We're going to see how this goes because we are starting to hold up. This is the possible trade I was looking at. Going to be targeting about 76.5, so just under 80 here. So into the close of these candles. Yeah, 200 moving average on the 15-minute is. We did have the break of that high here. We're still struggling to get up. We've seen similar moves on the euro and the pound. The euro failed just below the prior highs from Asia. And then the main question is basically the same. So did the pound, pretty similar, almost identical movement to the euro. We do have the Bank of England in an hour and 20 minutes. So
yeah,
it's now 1 hour, 20 min. So that'll probably be the driver. It's really hard to forecast the central bank stuff right now, especially when we have them all this week. They're all going to be kind of saying the same thing, but then because they're all doing that, they kind of push and pull each other, and it kind of ends up net.
Yeah, it kind of like balances it out a little bit. Here's a question from Family Guy Edit saying, bro, does London and New York have more volatility compared to Asia? And he's referring to Bitcoin. We're asking about Bitcoin. So, asking specifically about Bitcoin, what you can do is you can literally go and have a look at each session. So in this case, I have a sessions indicator, pink being Tokyo, and then blue being London, and then this orange one being more for the New York session. You can go and have a look, and you'll see that sometimes there are areas where you get like flat price action, but it's flat across the board. And then you get some volume pushing price up higher. So the idea generally around volatility is market participants and willingness to buy and sell. And then on top of that, where you generally have news events or like geopolitical tweets and stuff like that coming out that could potentially cause the market to change. But in general, it's where the most participants are. That's generally going to be where the most volume and volatility may be. And that's going to depend on an asset-to-asset basis. Like for argument's sake, if I go to USD CHF, you're getting very little volume with the end of the New York session, roll over and going into the Tokyo session. And then you start getting a lot more volatility, a lot more volume towards the like London session. And then you get the most volume that you're going to get throughout the session right around the portion where both the London and the New York session is open. So they overlap a little bit. That's where you're going to have the most of your volatility and volume as well. So it just go and have a look at it on each one specifically, and then you should be able to see where the majority of the movements are.
Yeah, and often there can be a lot of volatility on the weekend, right? You know, you've got
Bitcoin,
less.
yeah.
So crypto market's still open, but all this sort of now that crypto has become a bit more commercialized, right? You got bigger institutions being involved and trading it as well. Those players are not at their desks on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So you don't have that same bid ask coming through. So it's slightly less liquid, which means you can actually get higher price movement. So the volatility increases even though the volume is lower because it's easier to push those prices. I did also see, I haven't read into it further, but I did see BlackRock has been dumping a bunch of their Bitcoin holdings as well. With everything going
Which was
on.
where it was like bought. They had like, I think it was not 2 weeks ago. They had bought up something again, like a few $1 million worth of Bitcoin, and they were like, "Oh no, wait, no. Let's get rid of that." Yeah, so it's probably why we're seeing a lot of this like dips down now as well. A lot more available for purchase.
Yeah.
And not quite acting like a safe haven or even a how can I put this? It seems as though there's more willingness to get back to being invested in the dollar.
Yeah,
right now.
It's still too attached to like the NASDAQ, so it has a high correlation with tech. There's a bunch of tech players that have Bitcoin treasuries and that kind of thing. So when they go down, obviously, Bitcoin comes with it. And it's not quite in that defensive phase yet. It goes back and forth between being a defensive type asset in terms of monetary debasement and then being a risk-on type asset with the tech players. So similar deal to, we're not quite in that part of the cycle as far as a crisis type thing, where we're concerned with monetary debasement. So the same reason we're not seeing gold go up. If somehow this then became a deeper crisis, central banks then have to jump in and restart QE, start to potentially jump in to protect some of the private credit issues that might emerge from that, from rates going higher, cost of capital increasing, investment dropping, employment going down as well, or unemployment going up, rather. Then you would have those effects come in. So then that's when you see gold go higher, you see Bitcoin go higher because of the monetary debasement type issue. But right now we're not changing that, but we are changing the cost of capital because rates are going up. Therefore, to hold non-interest bearing assets costs a lot. So
yeah, it makes sense.
I might, is it alright if I just jump up for 1 sec?
Yeah,
I'll come
no
back.
problem, mate. No problem. I'll have a little gander here for the chatty chat. What are my thoughts on gold? Daily closure below 4,700 for more downside. I mean, we've already dipped lower than 4.7. I did have this area where we slowed down heavily, but we have not shown any propensity to try and push price higher as of yet. So even though it's slowed down ever so slightly, we're still seeing this idea that we want to continue pushing lower. As for whether or not it's going to be on the day closure below 4.7, I don't know. I think if we're going to reach where this area down here is about 4.655, which if I go onto the hourly, you'll see it's just basically the low point of a swing that we had on the 6th of February. If we can come down and sweep this section completely and then try and retrace, I can see us going above 4,700. However, if we just pile through it and retest and not close above this point, then I can see us closing, potentially continuing lower and then staying below 4.7. The problem is that this area previously had strong reaction already. So you can think of this low that we had on the 2nd, which was Monday in February. This low was let's call it the absolute low of that month of February, all right? And when we had an opportunity to retest pushing down into this area to try and push price lower, we failed. So what happened was this was the last area where price really attempted to try and push lower. So this is where bulls started taking over, buying gold again, which was roughly at that point, which is where we are right now. Okay, so that's why I said I was expecting to see some sort of either slowdown or like a strong upward reaction from this point, because previously when we had a tap into the zone, we had a decent push up on gold. It didn't really go crazy, didn't go parabolic at first, but eventually we did start pushing higher levels. The thing is, since this is what the 2nd of March, the whole of March so far has been nothing but bearish price action. So on the day, I think this is now our 7th day in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Yeah, this is our 7th day in a row that we are printing bearishly in a row. So if I had to use confidence and say, are we going to close bearishly? Probably. We're probably going to close bearish on the day. How deep is that bearish push going to be? I don't want to see it break too far below this point. So the 2657 down to 2572. But what I want and what's going to happen is not the same thing. So in that regard, I would rather just wait for a lower time frame and on the hourly to start printing more of a base, slow down and attempt to push up and then potentially push lower again. I'll just wait for that. We do have some US news coming out a little bit later. Unemployment claims, which theoretically shouldn't be like the biggest impetus for gold to try and push it higher or lower. The biggest problem that you have right now is the volatility is coming from the war. Well, the US-Iran conflict. Let's put it like that. That's where the most of your volatility is coming from. And at the same time, that information that we're receiving from that current conflict is sporadic. And one moment it looks good, then the next moment it doesn't look good. And it's conflicting information, and then it is volatile information at strange times. And that's going to be the driver, majority for volatility right now. Not so much the news that's coming out from, for argument's sake, the US for its unemployment claims or stuff like that. So it's difficult to say, yes, we're going to definitely continue lower. Right now, it does look like we're definitely way more bearish. I mean, seventh day in a row of bearish pressure. Question is it going to be alleviated at some point? Is it going to be later in the month? Is it going to be later today? I doubt it's going to be later today. I think we're going to probably close bearish again. I think we're going to end up bearish for the week as well. I don't know if by Friday we're going to have definitely even lower pricing. But if we're going to carry on at the trend that we've been going, there is a good likelihood that we're going to end up testing all the way down here by the lows of February the 2nd, So in that regard, I would just say watch it play out and be careful when you participate. In general.
Yeah, you might have a possibility of like a bounce, sort of dead cat bounce type thing from here, intraday. But yeah, I think coming to New York, any bounce will probably get sold and we probably close somewhere around these lows later on. Like, the price action is pretty anemic. You would have wanted to see a bit more come through here. Obviously, we're also in that sort of in-between period where at this time of day, stuff sort of calms down a little.
Yeah. So it coincides with this little bit of like flat price action that we're seeing a little bit on gold. Even though you're seeing like volumetric candles prior to, right now you're seeing a lot more wicks. You're seeing a lot more smaller, more even candles across the board over the last few hours. Let's say for the last 2 hours or so, we've seen quite flat. But it doesn't mean that there isn't, enough in it to try and push lower. It's just like LJ, like you said now, we come to a little bit quieter section of the day. New York might be the, push. Definitely. This trade that I marked out on NASDAQ was most probably going to be a losing trade, but it's fine. I did not take it. I will mark it down, though. Because this is not entirely what I would have liked to take. We did not get a defined higher low. We got a lower low, which was then followed up by a defined higher high. You can literally see that we've gone higher there. So the idea probably would have been smarter to wait for price to come and test a little bit lower, or even this area over here, and then print a higher low instead of taking a trade like this. So I'm just going to write it down as a learning curve, even though no loss whatsoever. I think it would have been better if I had printed a higher low before deciding to potentially take a trade on it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd definitely be leaning downside overall. Same with indices right now.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Shane asking you guys, sorry.
I was just going to say, we've had Russian energy ministry now saying as well, fuel export bans might be introduced. So every country is sort of going that way. I think Australia was looking at that as well. So then that starts to stop the total flow globally. While everyone's trying to secure their own energy, which in that case, obviously the US has everything they need. So very dollar positive overall. But yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No. You were actually talking and I interrupted. Shane was asking, do you guys ever trade individual stocks or just stick mostly to the usual majors that you mentioned on the stream? So myself, I used to trade stocks in the past. I don't anymore. It's basically just the platform that we use in South Africa to trade stocks, I am not a fan of. So when it comes to stocks, I've generally kind of stepped away from stocks. However, I do feel like trading with Trade the Pool, if you're going to do stock trading with Trade the Pool, I think that is well worth it. My brother, he trades with Trade the Pool. He won an account during that 2026 giveaway that they had, the event that LJ spoke on. He won an account there, and he's been trading that, and it's been going well for him. So, but I myself, I've stepped away from stocks in general. And yourself, LJ, do you still trade stocks?
I used to invest in them more, less so trade. It depend on the exact stock, why I'm buying it. If there's a short term sort of reason, like back in the day, I used to trade a bunch stocks, but mostly an investment thing. Then I shifted that capital away to trade more actively. I was just making more returns from that. Like,
Yeah.
stocks takes a lot longer, and it's like, what's
Yeah.
the point? So, but yeah, back in the day, you used to have a bunch of, other plays, like there was like Amcor, Brambles, James Hardy back in the day. These are all Australian stocks, but this was when the Aussie dollar was up against, up above one to one with the US dollar, so we're above parity. Then all their earnings are in US dollars, and obviously if that's going to come down, they then bring all that money back here, so they get a very favorable differential, and then earnings go up. So plays like that occasionally, time and time again. PayPal recently, after some of the falls. There was Netflix a while ago, after COVID. What else? Yeah, a few other plays like that. Intel as well, when it was absolutely on the ground, like something's going to happen there. It's essential for the US, right? So yeah, I very selectively when there's something that really sticks its head out, but I don't trade them like actively. Normally, I'll just trade the index as like an expression of that. So
Yeah, what I used to do in the past was I used to look for IPOs. If there was an interesting one, especially in a field that had become a little bit like, let's say more, let's not call it fintech companies, but like more on the technology side, like for argument's sake, there was a company that does here in South Africa called Ozow, OZOW, that is like online banking basically. So I would look at companies like that and look for an IPO that made sense, and then I would take a portion to invest, and I would leave it for between 3 and 6 years to just let it like sit and see what happens after that time frame. And then after that 6 years, I would just de-invest completely, and then see whether some of those ended up being net positive, some of those ended up being net negatives, but overall it balanced out and it was a net positive overall. But I don't do the IPO trading I call it trading, but like invest and hold for a set period of time anymore. Same reason as yourself. The reward, the gain that you have over a time frame was pretty much equivalent to that of putting your money into a bank account and then getting interest built across it, Unfortunately, then you have de-investment costs, you have capital gain taxes and all of that stuff, and then eventually it becomes less lucrative. So sometimes you would get a stock that would really run, but then you'd be limited on your de-investment. You'd have a holding term. So
yeah, and then you got to decide, do you want to just liquidate it there, take the capital gains cost, or rah. So it's definitely I found it better actively trading, like FX and stuff was just a bit better.
Yeah.
I remember CSL back in the day was really good. It's the big Australian darling of the stock market. Domino's Pizza, when that took off, that was really good.
Oh, dude. I remember, man,
they're getting wrecked these days. But
yeah, they're destroyed at the moment. There was another pizza joint that also kicked off, and then I think it lasted maybe 2 years, and it also just defaulted. And I had a friend that invested in that pizza joint. I just can't remember the name of it. I'll remember later. Tav's asking, Rich, do you trade in USD ZAR? Only when I get paid, mate. The only time I do exchanges with the Rand and the USD is whenever I get paid, mate.
Yeah, that currency's crazy, man.
I mean, I'll show you now quickly. Where's my ZAR pairs? I'll show you now. So right now we're sitting close back to almost 17 Rand a dollar. So if I go on the daily, you'll see that we've had quite a downtrend. And if you're getting paid in dollar, this is still great, by the way. Like I'm not complaining. Like the exchange rate is really good between the Rand and the dollar. But you're always happier when you see this rather than this. So sometimes the idea of holding a payout for as long as you can to try and see if you can catch like just a little bit of a pickup. Yeah. So right now, if I were to get a payout now, I would want to get a payout right now, rather than see, let's say, a high point up over here just tagged, and then it starts like pushing lower, and then have to take a payout down here. Yeah. But no, I I don't trade USD. And I mean, if you go and look at the spreads on it, it is redonkulous. So so yeah, I mean, you can trade the Japanese yen, which arguably has a much worse exchange rate ratio compared to the USD ZAR, but it's way more liquid. So you're getting minimal, absolute minimal spread changes versus, for argument's sake, comparing it to the Rand and the USD ZAR. So I'd much rather go ahead and just trade UJ. Yeah.
And yeah, CSL is way down now these days. I jumped out, this was like ages ago, dude. I jumped out at like 180. But my average buying cost at that time was like 35. So it was quite a good trade back then. Then had like some Combank shares as well, which I think was roughly 45, and then jumped out just before that 100 level. But yeah, that's when I went and just liquidated everything, and then just went to active trading instead.
Will Rich be joining today? Yes. Richard Wells will be joining us. He will, however, be slightly late as well. He is just finishing up one or two things, urgent things that he needs to finish up today, but he is joining us today. Hopefully we can get him a little bit longer, you know? Even if he's going to be a little bit late, let's get him for the full length of his slot. And then we will also have Anastasia today as well, but I think Anastasia is also going to be slightly late. But until then, you have myself and LJ to keep you guys company. So, yeah, ask us as much. I see there's a bunch of questions about, like, for argument's sake, like TIGR was a killer beat for those that upgrades from December 4th for $14 on City upgrade to $17.50 on brokerage shares are cheap. So it's undervalued under the morning earnings from Recor's clients. Once again, I don't trade stocks anymore. And the thing is, like, I've never liked the idea of trading stocks. It was always buy and hold, like as an investment vehicle, because there's de-investment costs here in South Africa if you're trading stocks, and those de-investment costs can add up. So the platforms, I was talking about the platform earlier. I'm not going to name the platform, but the platforms that we used to use for stocks, I don't like, because they have like all kinds of different fees that is added to it, and by the end of the day, if you're going to try and like trade stocks, buy and then wait for a few days and sell it, it's just not worth it, because the movements are not enough, and the fees eat into your profits. So
yeah, definitely. Back when I was trading as well, brokerage fees were so much higher. Also,
yeah,
sort of like minimum like $50 in and out. Now you can get, obviously it depends on what size. Then it goes to a percentage. But nowadays, sort of $8. So much cheaper.
How much did it used to be?
Up to a certain size, and then it's point whatever percent of if you're trading larger volume. It used to be like 50, and then it sort of came down to 34.99, and then there was more competition, and it gradually come right down. So,
yeah, I would, if I were gonna do stock trading, I would definitely do it via a broker now. So I'd go to Trade the Pool, and I'll go and get one of their accounts and trade stocks. But stocks doesn't interest me anymore, in general.
So, LJ, do you now think oil is going to 200 and potentially above that level? Also, 1970s energy crisis possible? I mean, with the way things have now sort of switched up, some kind of energy crisis is actually now becoming, top of mind, right? And then the same thing with, there is background now pricing that the US might look to cut off the EU with their energy supplies as well that they get from the US, right? So in that case, then yeah, I think we'd be pretty quick smart. Obviously, that 150 level is the next spot, and then if we blow through that, it's very, very, very quick move to 200 to 250. That's definitely the area that people have in the back of their mind. We're not quite there yet, but we're definitely sliding further towards that kind of situation. It really depends on sort of, I mean, I would hate being a central banker right now. Like,
Yeah.
what do you do? Like, terrible situation. So, I don't know. It's hard because the thing is, when you start putting all this together, you have to think that every country is going to come together and say, like, look, this needs to stop.
Yeah.
The trouble is,
like,
yeah, the trouble is, do they do that before someone, you know, Iran blows up some of the Gulf sort of infrastructure and, you know, in a more critical manner? Because the thing is with, like, you can't just get that stuff back up online very quickly. So that has a huge, long-lasting effect. Now, with that, it's difficult because you might see those kind of spikes, and then eventually everyone's going to be like, okay, yep, we're going straight to recession and some kind of global crisis, and then you actually see energy and stuff come off because consumption will just plummet.
Yeah.
Right. But it's definitely more and more on the cards now. I struggle to give it like a percentage probability. Yeah. I'm feeling it's so hard because like come back in 8 hours and that number will change. But we're definitely sliding more towards there. So.
And the thing is, it's also just the impact's only going to be seen later when you're going to look at like commodities and whatnot. So right now you're seeing a reaction right now, but it's the reaction A, and then you need reaction B, C, D, and E, and it's those are the ones that kills. Those are the ones that really like hurts. It's the follow-up reactions. So yeah, interesting time. I mean, gold already down $130 on the day. Silver is down $4, almost $7 on price action already today. I see that rate DW or rated W is winner. Silver's going to fall 1,000 pips here. Watch. I mean, silver has been quite bearish as well, but I mean it's been following the same route as gold has, you know. Just less. Gold has been less volatile in terms of its top end to bottom end versus silver. Silver is losing 50% of its value that it gained, whereas gold is losing 21%. You know, so it's still, both of them are still losing, but like it's the how relative they are. But yeah, the same idea. They're running similarly, you know, right now. So gold's going to come down. Silver should be following it as well. Where it can test, I mean, it's the same ideology. I think that there's a potential to go down to $64. That's if we do break below this current point where we are right now, which is just an extension for like $70. So I mean, 1,000 pips, $10 on price action, or on price. That's quite a bit. That's quite a drop.
Yeah, I mean we're basically in that range. It's I mean the sort of range mapped out for silver to pretty much just go back and forth, trade in. We were talking about this a while ago. This has been that range. So, you know, we came up, we had that sort of triangle form through there, broke through, tested through that center cross point, and now we're trading on the underside of that. And then we got the wick lows there from the big falls at about 64.20 or so. Yeah, I think we more of the same. And then you've got some further bottoms about 55. But yeah. Same deal as gold. Obviously, silver has the Yeah, it has that production,
Cost.
industrial use with it as well. But I wouldn't want to be buying it, put it that way. I definitely lean on sells from tops.
Yeah. No,
as
I
well.
agree. Divine Equine is saying there's a potential for 58. Yeah. I'm just saying that's the next port of call, is that 60 zone, 64, 65-ish.
Yeah.
But it can always go lower. It's a band, obviously. It's like a whole area.
Yeah, that area ultimately would be the line of last resistance.
Rated W is saying 61 or 60 in my honest opinion, or in my opinion. Hopefully before USD news, then we can buy. Let's see. I don't know if we're going to see that before USD news, to be dead honest with you, my friend.
No.
I doubt it.
That'd be weeks.
And maybe not even, not weeks. Maybe, but not today. Maybe a week?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. Like, you got to get through that 64 floor first.
Yeah.
Right? And a bunch of the forward deliverables for like a year from now for futures around 72-ish, up to 77. So that's why we've sort of been anchored through there. But yeah, I think that 64 area would be tough to punch through. Like, we'd need gold also coming, breaking through into some of those deeper levels. Obviously, depending how the escalation continues, you could accelerate there very quickly, or we get a bit of a pause through here, it sort of waffles sideways, and then eventually maybe get a deeper dip. And that would be the weeks type scenario.
So, here's an interesting question. What is y'all's opinion on the US indices / metals US price correlation? So, I mean, if you consider the fact that a large portion of, for argument's sake, the NAS 100 is tech companies that are reliant on precious materials such as gold, taking into consideration Nvidia, taking into consideration some of the other like Meta and whatnot, like they have data centers and all this stuff that requires RAM requires gold, and so on and so forth. If the price of gold plummets, it becomes cheaper for them to purchase that stuff. But obviously, in the same case, we have oil prices that are picking up. So if oil prices are picking up, we're also seeing that the cost to deliver is picking up as well. So yes, it's cheaper to buy because gold price is coming down, but it's more expensive to have the price or to have that product be delivered and transported. So it kind of like balances off. So if you just take away the proponent of transportation and you just look at gold specifically, the price of gold versus, for argument's sake, the US like NASDAQ or whatever, there is some correlation, but it's only some of the stocks that are being taken into consideration for the NASDAQ, not all of them. So there's a bit of a correlation, but I think it's not as much. My opinion.
Sorry, I was just looking at something. Is that correct?
What the 10-year yield?
No, I was looking at something else. So, but yeah, so as far as the dollar component, so for one, yeah, commodities, US indices, etc., they're priced in dollars, of course. So you're going to have, it depends on the cross flow of what other, like where those inflows are coming from. So large players, they'll shift from European assets to Japanese to Korea to Australia to the UK. And depending on the current differentials, it might be poignant to buy foreign stocks at a certain time when the currency is X, based on your forward forecast of the currency being somewhere else down the line. So that's why, for instance, last year we saw European equities outperform quite heavily, particularly on like a currency adjusted basis.
Yeah.
So there is there's an effect, but it's more complex than just saying like, you can't just say, okay, dollar up, therefore, stocks down or commodities down. They are pricing that. The other portion you have is there's also a cost of carry, so through the dollars. So a lot of it moves more on that, basically the rates that you're getting on the yield, right? Because everything's sort of benchmarked to what we look at as the risk-free rate, which is typically the US 10-year. And so if rates go up, then that'll tend to drive the dollar up, and then those assets will go down. But that's more because of the cost of carry for the dollar rather than just because the dollar moved, right? It's sort of the dollar moved because rates went up and so forth. So yeah, it's a little bit more complex. You gotta put all
the way that I explained it was way more superficial, was like a very like simplistic way of saying, if you just compare metals to indices, there's, in layman's terms, there is correlation, but that correlation is very dependent on which asset is the driving force and which asset is like the one that's being viewed as the recipient in this case. So for the indices, only some of them is going to be connected to gold being volatile or moving around. But as a whole, they will all be affected because of the dollar price changes. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like LJ is definitely the more like in-depth macro guy, and I'm the if price reach point, it bullish. If price reach point, it bearish. Like I'm very much the like caveman version when it comes to economics and whatnot, where you're like the sophisticated, well, actually, and then you go and give graph and you give explanation, but it's just like, yeah, we said the same thing. We said, no, we didn't. Your explanation is way more in depth, man. Mine is just very simplistic.
Yeah, it's stuff you learn over time. You start to pick those things up and draw all the cross connections of the interplays and things. But in short, this is why banks or hedge funds and whatever pay people a lot of money to sit down and figure out all the really deep intricacies. Because it is very complex once you start to try and pull everything apart.
I mean, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's not an easy thing.
We got Bank of England now in 40 minutes.
Yes.
I ended up jumping out of that Aussie dollar trade I was in, by the way, because this wasn't kicking off through here.
Yeah, I noticed it wasn't really moving all that much.
So yeah, I checked before. That's why I was looking. I was like, hang on, I thought I jumped out. I did. I was confused. We saw euro dollar, pound dollar still holding up, but I was noticing the AUD yen has started coming off, and that seems to have dragged the Aussie dollar itself down as well.
So I mean, I was having a look at the yen pairs in general. They're all still very, very bearish. They had like a bearish push. They tried to reclaim it a little bit. They came back to the EMAs and then they started pushing lower again. So in general, across the board, it seems as though, like for argument's sake, the 200 EMA on like the 5 minute, as an example, is being respected throughout today. So AUD definitely respected it. CAD yen did not. CHF yen, euro yen, pound yen, they all respected the 200 EMA on the 5 so far.
Yeah, they have, yeah. And now we got dollar yen pretty much scraping along here. Tried to get up before, and then we saw the wick come back down on the 5 minute. So we'll see if this holds, if we get a pickup, or if this is going to fall back through. Pretty snoozy. I think everyone's just waiting for Bank of England now.
Yep.
At the moment.
Unbiased trader saying, annoying day today, need a Carling. Here in South Africa, we have Carling Black Label. That is the beer The most well-known beer in South Africa, I think, is Carling Black Label. Zamalek, we call it. And then Dunport Trader is saying, Carling, Stella. I drink Stella. I like Stella.
This was an interesting one, actually. So, but what do you think about oil companies, their profitability? Is there a lack, if there's a lack of supply, the price of oil might just keep going up, but if they have no supply, they don't make profit. So right now we have heaps of supply, we just can't ship it around anywhere. Right, there is some supply now being disrupted with some of the attacks in, you know, Iran and around the Gulf, and particularly with nat gas, which is quite interesting. We haven't seen nat gas actually pop off too much.
No.
Yeah, it's definitely up in percentage terms, but given how crazy oil has been going, nat gas is actually relatively calm. Now, this is definitely an interesting piece as far as there hasn't quite been re-ratings of the oil companies as far as that profitability going forward. So this is often a thing where you can get, like, say you've missed out the big jump in oil, you can actually look to buy some of those oil and gas companies, but once everyone starts they've sort of taking in the situation, people start to rewrite their profitability down the line, those numbers come through, stock price jumps. So we haven't quite seen that re-rating of profits come through just yet. So those oil and gas companies might actually be a decent play for those longer hold effects with the profits coming through. So everyone right now with the supply, some of the oil fields are actually coming offline because they've backed up supply. They've got nowhere else to fill barrels.
They have warehouses full of oil. So it's a storage issue because it's not going anywhere. So it's not from a lack of selling, it's from a lack of storage, pretty much.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you look at any petrochemical company, oil isn't the only product that they create. Oil in general has derivative products as well. You have plastics, you have like medical equipment and whatnot, everything that is made from it in the hydrocarbon chain from oils. And unfortunately, storage, logistics is one of the biggest bottlenecks for the profitability of a company. So it's not due to a lack of product, though that does play a big role. Because if you can't make product, obviously you can't sell product. But if you can't store product, or if you have stored product and you can't get rid of it, that's also going to impact profitability as well.
So yeah, that those price effects will like linger for some time. They don't immediately come back off as well. So for instance, I think Russian crude is sort of trading somewhere around $95 to $99 a barrel now, which prior to the escalation, it was sitting about 35, 36. So cheaper than where the spot prices are. That's obviously because of the sanctions sort of risk and that kind of thing from Russia and trying to get around that. But yeah, you can see even the Russian crude is trading quite high now. Yeah. So. Dude, Foster's. It's always so funny. People overseas always talk about Foster's as like an Australian beer. We don't even have it here. No one drinks it. You can. It's like one place you can randomly find it. You know, you have other people come here and they're like, "Oh yeah, you guys drink Foster's." We're like, "What? What is that?" No one drinks Foster's. And from what I've heard, it's pretty bad. So apparently it's pretty average. I've never tried it myself. But
no, nor have I.
It's always funny.
I don't think we even have Foster's. But I mean, in South Africa, we have a massive like craft brew, culture. Let's put it like that. Yeah. And you're spoiled for choice, mate. Like I don't know. There's like, we have a local craft brewery, like which one of our friends owns and operates, and I mean, the stuff that he crafts there is just as good, if not better, than, let's call it the internationally brewed or even like South African beers and whatnot. So it's a convenience thing, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like, they have like stouts and whatnot that's now on tap at the moment because of St. Paddy's Day, and Yeah, I'm not a stout drinker, so it's just like, eh. Why are you screaming at me, saying possible breakpoint?
There we go. Oh, I can see my I think my screen's kind of lagging on the stream.
A little bit, but it's not that bad, mate. Like your explanations have been pretty spot on, mate.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, for me using it, it looks fine, but I can see coming up on the stream, it's sort of jumping around. Yeah, no, we have heaps of microbreweries here everywhere as well. Very, very popular. So, is there snakes everywhere? Yes, there are. There are definitely snakes everywhere. In the city, you'll be fine. Like, it's rare, you know. There might be a random one in a park somewhere, or because they swim through the river and get to the other side. But yeah, as soon as you go slightly outside the city, like the just regular suburb, heaps. Go even further out, and they're everywhere. Yeah.
It's just a
red
typical
belly
thing.
blacks, brown snakes, everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, South Africa is the same. Like, here where I'm staying, we get a lot of rinkels, which is a cobra, a kind of cobra. Black body with white stripes across the underbelly, but closer to, like, the chest, let's put it. We obviously have, like, mambas, green and black mambas, but they're more towards the bushveld. They're, like, that kind of, like, areas. So it really depends on where you go. Like, you do get those city-dwelling snakes.
Yeah.
Or, like, let's say, less rural, more, like, industrial areas can have some snakes and whatnot, because there's industrial areas has more rats and mice, and then that's usually, like, a driving force to get like, snakes there to those areas. But generally, farmland and, like, bushveld and whatnot, crazy amounts of snakes. And then also, like, the sugarcane fields that we have in KwaZulu-Natal, which is like the eastern coast of South Africa, has a crap ton of snakes, because the sugarcane is very sought after by rodents, and more rodents, more snakes. So yeah. But the snakes is not the problem in Australia. It's the spiders.
Yeah, I mean, it's both. Like, it's both, right? Normally they kind of leave, they generally leave you alone if you leave them alone. But yeah, you will get, like, redbacks, especially if you have kids. You got to go sweep your outdoor areas all the time, because, it'll send you to hospital as an adult, but it'll kill a kid. You'll often get, like, a big carpet python or something. It'll just find its way into your house and just sit on the top of the dining room table or something. Just this giant snake there is just, just chilling. Especially when it gets a bit colder and they're looking for somewhere, like, warm.
Yeah, but I mean, like, in general, they're not, like, pythons are not venomous.
No, they're no. They're fine.
They're just big.
Yeah.
They don't know their own strength when they hug.
Yeah.
As Shane is saying, I wouldn't worry about the snakes. It's the drop bears I'm afraid of.
Dude, the drop bears are rabid. Just Google them. You'll see. They're crazy. They're sitting there having a nice picnic and...
Pooley asking, who deals with spiders in your house, Rich? My wife. Straight up, mate. It's my only fear. It's my only fear. I have arachnophobia. Myself and spiders, we do not get along at all. Yeah, nope. I was showing LJ a photo of a rain spider. It's a huntsman spider that I was busy taking the trash out. I think it was on Monday morning. Taking the trash out, and as I was about to grab the one side of the trash bag, there sat a nice, full-bodied, friendly, very docile spider. And yeah, I absolutely shat myself. My heart rate spiked. Like, my resting heart rate is like 57, 56, 57-ish. It spiked from there to 90 the second that I saw the spider. And I just go to my wife and I'm like, love, help. Help me, mate. Come on. Get rid of this thing. So, yeah. I'm fine with snakes. I'm fine with scorpions. I'm fine with all other manner of critters. Love praying mantis. I don't get along well with spiders. If I see one, I'm fine. It's when I don't see them anymore that there's a problem. And especially if they come towards me, then that's game over for me. That's game over, man. Dude, I should actually tell you a story while we're waiting for Anastasia to like pitch up. So we have in South Africa we have like, they're not theme parks, but they're like holiday parks. So hot water springs, and like you have like go-karts and stuff like that, and like slides and whatnot. So water parks in general. And we were visiting a water park. We were camping there for a few days, and one of the bars inside this water park has got like a thatched roof on the inside. All right, so it has a regular thatched roof, but it's also got like an inner thatched roof for vibes. All right. And my wife, myself, and a few of my friends, we were staying there, and we were busy playing pool, having a few beers, and I feel something on my back. All right? And what I do is I like just do that. Just kind of like nothing happens. And then I feel it higher up on my back. I was like, what the and I slap. And I feel something heavy against my hand, and I just slap it. Now, my wife was standing just to the left of me, and the solid thing hits her on her shoulder and then lands on the floor. And she thought I hit her because it was so heavy. And we looked down, and it's a freaking baboon spider, mate. Like, it's a type of tarantula. Like a solid boy, like a big boy that was just walking on my back. I freak out. And I yell at my wife, give me my pluckies, which is my flip-flops. Because I'm not going to walk outside knowing that this... I don't want to kill it. No, dude, I have a respect for them. Like, I don't want to be near it, though. Dude, I shat myself. Absolutely shat myself. I disappeared. And anyway, so I'm looking down at the spider, and it's walking like its body is suspended. And its legs are, like, up. Like, it goes up and then down. It's almost as if it's got like this tripod walking style. And it's just leisurely making its way outside again. Dude, the size of a small cat. Like, I kid you not, if I were to take my shoe and try and hit that spider, it would stop me and throw me over. Yeah, it would be.
It takes it and like hits you back.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and hit me with my own flip-flop, man. No, okay, obviously I'm exaggerating there, but like, dude, massive. And yeah, just no thank you. A gigantic no thank you.
Yeah, big no.
Dude.
Look, I like them. I like spiders.
Dude,
cool.
What is this? Like, hey fellas, anyone know a good realtor in Joburg? I'm relocating from the US to SA, and I could use a recommendation. Dude, why Joburg? Like, make it Cape Town, mate. Like, move to Cape Town. I'm pretty sure Wesley should be able to give you a good realtor because he's from the Cape. So, yeah, go to Cape Town. Screw Joburg, mate. Joburg is just a big city.
I have no idea about all the places. Like, I don't know what's good or... Like, I know of them, but I don't know what's good or not.
Dude, do you watch Netflix?
Yeah.
Do you watch One Piece?
Yeah, I haven't watched all of it though. But do you mean like the new what do you call it?
Live action.
Live action, yeah. It's
filmed in Cape Town. The whole of it, everything is filmed in Cape Town. Yeah, production company is South African. Yeah. So if you move here, you'll get to experience stuff like that. Go and be an extra, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen it. It seemed pretty popular.
Yeah.
From what I saw, people were saying like they did it pretty well.
As far as adaptation is going, it's been quite loyal.
Spiders are too damn sneaky. Dude, they are. Yeah, it's when like mostly here in the city, like, yeah, I've got like a bit of a foresty, whatever area just out the back here of the apartment, by the balcony and stuff. So we often get the big, basically what Rich was talking about, water spiders, which is like a huntsman, and they're literally that big, yeah. So I've got a window just here. It's normally closed, but sometimes when it's hot, and yeah, they'll come up across the wall, and I'll just see
in the corner.
Often I've had it before when I'm streaming, and there's just this massive, like as big as your hand, and he's just like sitting up there on the wall, and you're like, oh hey dude, you know.
Yeah, sorry, no, no, F off, no, no, thank you. My problem
like,
would be I'd see him sit up over here, and then I'll be chatting. I'll be like, oh, okay, there's a big boy over there, and I look here and I look in the camera and it's gone again. That's the problem, because that means he is now moving, and if he's moving towards me, because that's generally what happens. And I don't know what the hell is up with my cats. They're stupid when it comes to catching spiders. It's like Brooke is saying, they're too damn sneaky. So nah. Gold.
Ruby forex, Ruby forex, whatever. Yeah. So as far as gold, like we're pretty lackluster. We're not really bouncing too much off here. So I guess your two trades, at least intraday. If we do get some kind of a bounce, I wouldn't expect we get like a huge charge. It'll probably just be a small retracement. Right now, we're pretty much tackling with the 10 moving average on the 15 minute. So that's what I'd be looking for, us to actually get a candle close above that, and then probably push up to the bottom of that prior wick that we paused at, about 47.48. So just around that 47.50 sort of round number. So you'd either be looking at that, lean on the current bottoms we have, that or else look for some kind of short sell from there. Because once we do get there, we'll probably wander back down from that.
I am in a NASDAQ sell though. I did take a sell.
I do like the idea of that. I don't think indices are going anywhere anytime soon, especially after that attempt higher got capped pretty nicely and now pressing those bottoms.
Yeah. I am willing, however, to close this one should it bounce off of the lows of the day so far. But for now, I'm in it. I'm in at 24,339.68. 24,339.68. Stop is 40, so 24,379.68. Take profit is 24,259.68. So yeah, 40 and 80.
And then what was the TP? Sorry, 24.
80.
80.
Yeah. So yes.
Okay, so just a touch below where we are. Yeah.
No. 24,259.
259.
Yeah.
Oh,
$80 movement. Yeah, 800 points. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Miko asking, isn't there a lot of crime in South Africa? Yes, there is. South Africa has, unfortunately, like a lot of countries in the world, got quite a bit of crime. It is unfortunately one of those things. But we are a heavy tourist country, so we do have a lot of tourist attraction. We do have a lot of bushveld. We do have a lot of wild animals. We've got great beaches. It's just that crime, unfortunately, is one of those things. Unfortunate.
Yeah, blue-ringed octopus. There's a bunch of I mean the sea's pretty dangerous. Heaps of jellyfish and all sorts of stuff. And what are those other little blue dragon-looking dudes?
Like the box jellyfish.
Nah, these ones that look real cool. They look cute, like little Pokemon type things.
Yeah, that's cute.
And people pick them up, but they can just kill you. People go around picking them up and think it's fine as well, because they look cool, obviously. But yeah, they're anything with bright colors. Probably don't touch it.
Yeah, I was about to say look at frogs, mate, like in the Amazon. Like the more
Yeah.
brightly colored a frog is, like don't touch, don't touch.
Primal also had this question. Sorry, I saw this before. I was going to bring it up. I had one of my high stake accounts terminated in challenge after only losing 5% to drawdown stop loss instead of the full 10%. Do they get terminated for a day or permanent? So yeah, if it hits on the high stakes, if you hit the 5%, it will be permanent. The thing is, you have to
In
realize,
one
like,
day.
if you're in drawdown, yeah, in one day.
In one day, yeah.
So if you hit the 5% in one day, yeah, it will get terminated. Now the thing is that if you're already in drawdown that day, the 5% is not going to be a full 5K. So it might be like 4,700 and something, right?
Yeah. It's worked on the 12 o'clock equity of the account and then a percentage of that.
Yeah. So like if you've got let's see, so like a, let me bring this up. So say you got 95,000, say you're already down 5%, times by 0.95, 9,250 is going to be your stop out point. So you have $4,750, because that's 5% of that. But yeah, sometimes people don't quite realize that and think they've got a touch more, and so that's what can happen sometimes. Coming up, what do we know? 17 minutes away from Bank of England. I mean, everything's still pretty chill. We've just been in this kind of basically 10-point range now for what, a couple hours. On the euro, pound, dollar, same deal.
I'm just keeping an eye on this trade right now. I am, like I said, I am willing to close it for a like, let's say a 1-to-1. Should it not bounce lower and we start looking like we want to pick up, I am willing to cut it a little bit short. I have about 0.5% on this one, so if I can make 0.5%, I'm more than happy. Doesn't have to be 1%. So we'll
we gotta break those lows, of course.
That's kind of like what I'm waiting for. And then it also going to depend on how deep we close. Like if we just wick and then I might just close it early.
So yeah, gold buys. This is what we were looking at for gold. Sorry.
Bless you. Gold is coming off.
So we were talking earlier, if we get this sort of holding up and we got to press this sort of 10 moving average, actually get, proper closes, we're basically just riding that lower. And we were talking about here when we were considering buys from earlier, that I was looking to prefer another dip to this lower sort of 65, 4656, sorry, 56 kind of area, which we're now getting. So potentially I'd look at a buy from here. I just don't really like buying gold overall. You'd only be looking for like a short-term bounce. It could even just come back to the top.
Yeah,
of
like a very short-term little scalp.
So I think you need New York to really get the bigger push higher, and then even from there, I'd say you're probably going to cap out and look at sells, and coming into towards the end of New York, probably end up back around that 4690 type area, down by the lows. So the daily candle is pretty nasty today.
Yeah, I was about to say the daily candle has been like wicked since yesterday.
Yeah. So
we're starting to get a bit of a reaction right now on the 5 and the 15 on NAS. We haven't broken lower. It seems as though there is a potential for a bit of a retracement here. I am, if I get close to 24,300 and it looks like it wants to continue pushing up, I'm gonna consider cutting the trade short. But for now, just keeping an eye on it. Dude, my left leg is hopping. Like, you can't see it on screen, but my left leg is just like
antsy.
yeah. Like, and that's why I've got the chips in my hand, and I'm just constantly playing with them because I want to close this trade right now. So I'm trying not to.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I know what you're talking about. I think because we also have euro dollar here, so I think it's going to be whether we get some of those risk on flows coming in or not. You know, so NASDAQ, whether that's able to hold this level here, we get a bit of a reversal. Similar deal with euro dollar coming down through here. So either we get a push on with this coming lower from Bank of England, and we need to see pound to actually push some of those lows as well.
Yeah,
because you can see on the 5 minute we're starting to hold above the moving averages, firmly above the 200 now. The 50, the 100 are starting to climb. Same with euro dollar. So either you've got something like this and some kind of possible break of 114, that or else we might be getting a move higher,
potentially
back up to sort of 115.10, sort of near term.
Yeah.
I'd be doubtful of like any further push beyond that. Just with the current situation, like, you know, euro is definitely out of favor.
As of right now, yeah.
Yeah. And dollar yen's still trying to probe those kind of relative lows that we had.
Yeah, it's slowed down quite significantly. I mean, this is the portion of the day where we're in limbo. We're waiting. We're waiting to see the reaction from news first and foremost, and then secondly to see if once there's escalation within this conflict, whether or not there's going to be extra information from there. Because as of right now on the news, it's quite quiet. All of it's just waiting.
So yeah, you've definitely got some lean points though, where you could either be leaning on this low on, say, something like dollar yen, or else look for that to break and get the further continuation. So
yeah, I mean, we've got pound news coming out very, very soon. 15 minutes.
I'd be waiting for that first. Yeah.
And in general, we do see a little bit of a reaction on euro when pound is reacting. However, because we have the ECB not long after the pound news, we'll kind of like wait for that one. I think euro is going to wait for that reaction first and foremost. Abradolf Linkler asking, do you know Reunion Island? Rich, have you ever woken up stung by something and seen a scorpion on your pillow? I have not personally. However, one of my best friends have woken up in town, like where we're living right now, with a little scorpion, on a dead scorpion because he laid on it. A dead scorpion on his pillow, and he had like a, I can't remember where he was stung. I can't remember if it was the shoulder or the arm. Can't remember exactly, but it was like red, inflamed, and annoyed. Yeah. It wasn't a massive spider. It was like a scorpion. It's about this size. Maybe an inch. As of right now, I think I'm going to close this trade, mate. It is slowed down heavily. It's reacting. If you go down to the 5 minute, you'll see it. It's struggling. So I'm just going to go ahead and close it out.
I would say so, yeah. At least for now.
All right, it is closed at 30161. So slightly less than a 1-to-1 R, slightly.
Still, good pickup, you know?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm happy with it. I would have loved if it actually moved a little bit more, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think Dixie was like the Dixie kind of looks like it wants to come back off, back down to that drive cluster. So you get the all the way up, all the way down. So it's basically this level through here.
Yeah.
We need to hold.
Yeah.
If that can hold, we can
We'll
see if we get another push up, but.
Neutrino Capital is asking, how do indices correlate with the DXY?
So we sort of talked about this before. So it's kind of complex. So they don't quite correlate. People like to talk about currency going up, therefore indice does X, Y, Z. It depends why the currency is going up. So if you have, say, rates going up, right? So like the 10-year yield, therefore the dollar ends up rising because currencies go off yield differentials primarily and the cost of capital. That cost of capital can then hit like tech players, for instance. So the same deal when we had inflation running hot and rates having to come up, that hit tech stocks pretty hard because then they're all growth stocks. They're borrowing a bunch of money, and all things considered the same, the money that they're borrowing now costs more. So therefore, dollar going up means tech stocks come off. Other times, it can be dollar going up because the economy is running red hot and everything's going really well, so people want to buy that specific country because of their relative outperformance on a global stage. So there's not an exact like when one does this, the other does that. It's a bit more nuanced. Similar thing to gold being a safe haven, but we can see through this crisis right now, it's getting smashed, right? Because of the particulars right now, with interest rates and inflation potentially going higher, the cost of carry to hold gold becomes more expensive. So we're seeing it get whacked. So I can't give an exact, just like bog standard answer because it's one of those. It depends on the current situation or scenario overall. What do we got? 6 minutes for Bank of England. So yeah, we're starting to pick up now off this base. Same with the euro. Aussie dollars sort of paused through here as well. If that kicks on, and like I was saying, looking at the Dixie, this could push right through. You see that euro coming up to the 200, about 115.10 or so, up by that candle closure through here where we start to waterfall off. I always call that, hit the waterfall. And similar deal with the pound. But yeah, we got the announcement in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think pound is going to have a little bit more upside, and then a absolute tank off. I mean, that 200 EMA of yours is smack bang in a very nice area to potentially test. We did not get any follow through as yet to try and push price lower. So we'll see. We'll see. We do have a very lovely guy in the background. If he wants to join us, he is more than willing to just hop in whenever he wants. You've got the power.
How are we doing, Rich?
Oh, Rich.
Fresh
Look at
cut.
the slide path, mate. Clean. Jeez.
I said to the hairdresser, I said, look, do something different. She said, really? I said, go for whatever you want. I said, it'll grow back in 6 weeks. So this is what I ended up with. You tell me in chat, am I going to get roasted? Does it suit me? Who knows? But
Do you know what I want to say?
went with, so this time.
I want to say Sergeant Wells reporting for duty.
Wait, maybe I'll put it over.
We're just getting ready. It's very on theme.
Yep.
Waiting for deployment. No, I think it looks good, Rich. Again, it's good. I like it.
Yeah, it looks good.
I appreciate that. So I've just hopped in just in time to catch this comment. Talk about put the cat amongst the pigeons. So a question for both. I guess it's a question for three now that I've joined the stream. Which one among you, all who are a part of the fivers, is the best trader? Be honest, even if you think it's yourself. So how do we define best? Before we answer this question, and whilst we're waiting for the the red news to hit, how do we define best? Is it the trader that makes the most? But then surely you could just full port an account and suddenly go from last place to first place. Is it the trader that can follow their plan the most consistently? Is it the trader who's passed the most amount of challenges and got paid the most? Like, let us know in chat how you want us to answer this, because if not, you're just going to get a really simple, boring answer. And obviously we know it's Richard Butler, like the most modest guy in here who will just absolutely bat it away.
No way. There's no way I am the best trader. I'm probably the most handsome, but even right now, I think the two of you have got me beat on that as well.
Yeah, I think best trader is, again, it's one of those annoying answers. It depends on how you define it. Because I would say the best trader, or like a good trader, or anyone that is successful in life in general, like you can say what degree of success do you need to be? A billionaire, a multi-billionaire, decade-billionaire? Are we looking for $1 trillion now, or is like,
Dude,
what level
the
is...
The goal line keeps getting shifted, mate. It's going to keep getting shifted.
So I would say the best, or anyone successful, is simply setting out with a certain goal in mind and you achieving that goal, right? So if that for you for trading is like a supplementary income, you're achieving that goal, adds to your general employment income, helps out your family. You can go on some holidays, do some other stuff. I don't know, kids' schooling or education or whatever it might be. If it's for you to quit your job, live solely off trading, and you're doing that, you're successful. So setting whatever target you have for yourself and then achieving it, I would say, is success. So anyone that is doing that, you're doing it.
I'm gonna say, LJ, that's all nonsense. We all know it's you, mate. We all know that you're the best trader. You can take whatever freaking metric you want to use, and you're gonna slam that one. I just know it. I just know it for sure. No. I agree 100% with what you're saying. However, I think that it's always going to be subjective. It's very difficult to look at it objectively because there's so many differences. There's different styles. You're never comparing apples to apples, and it's really difficult to say with in like complete certainty. However, if I had to have a top 5 and say you can place any one of these 5 traders in any one position in the top 5, that's where I would kind of like look at, instead of saying there's this one definite better than everybody else trader. I think my top 5 would be yourself, LJ. I think you're a phenomenal trader. You have the macro, fundamental, technical, and good looks. You've got all of it. So I think top tier, mate, top tier. And then Victor. I think Victor
Hang on, mate. I'm gonna cut you off just for a second. So you're building out a fantasy, almost like trading team of the top 5 within like the ecosystem that you know of. So whilst you're reeling out your top 5, let's get chat behind this as well. If you had to build out a fantasy top 5 team of 5 traders within the Fivers ecosystem that traded your capital, let us know in chat who would be in those top 5, because I see Unbiased Trader said, I think it would be Victor that makes the most. So if you had to select 5 of, not necessarily your favorites, but 5 that you think would be the most responsible, get the best returns, control drawdown the best, and probably create quite a nice diversified approach. We'd love to hear it, and we want to see how this compares to Richard's answer. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So you've got I mean, first fair. Is LJ, second is Victor. Please carry on, mate.
No. They can be in any. They can be in any ranking. They're top 5. I'm not saying LJ is number 1 and Victor's number 2, but they're both top 5, and you can slot them in wherever you want to in the top 5. So LJ for reasons given. Victor, I think on a... Is that us, or is it just LJ?
I feel that we're still good, and LJ has taken a temporary break.
Yeah, I think it's LJ. Victor, I feel like when it comes to mechanical trading and the sheer consistency at which he follows his plan, top tier. Jonathan, I feel like Jonathan is superb in terms of his technical analysis and his ability to realize how to make changes, and when to make those changes. So Jonathan, absolute top rated in my mind as well, and that's my top 5.
Wait, that was not 5. I'm catching up and I'm reading through chat at the same time, but in my head I'm like, you've touched. Was it 2 or was it 3? Sorry.
No, that I only
you've got to go.
3. Okay,
You got to go 5.
all right. So LJ, Victor, Jonathan, Sol. I feel like the trading that I've seen from Sol, his risk management is spectacular. And then obviously because he's the CEO and I have to be nice to him because he's ultimately our boss. So putting Sol up there as well. And then when it comes to the psychology of trading, it's you, my friend. It's all the way down here when it comes to implementing, or let's rather say, in terms of creating a framework, testing a framework, following a framework, and then ultimately at the end of the day, seeing whether or not that a framework can be improved upon, it's you, like hands down. So that's the top 5 in my opinion. And in 6th place is myself.
There was a part of me inside that was like, you know what? If I don't make that cut, I'm going to go and revenge trade on my account and send him a screenshot of $5 profit and be like, dude, you should have picked me.
Just to screw with it. Ha, see? And it's just like, yeah, but you only did that because you really genuinely cared about my opinion.
So it's just a bit of fun. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be trading anyone's accounts for them anytime soon, or at least that I'm not aware of. So we got a lot of love for LJ, Samir, Victor. I can see some repeatable names coming through in chat. So the fantasy team chat definitely has a few favourites in that. But now that's in fantasy land. Now in real life, we have to trade our own accounts. And so comparing ourselves to others for Richard Butler to be able to say, hey, guess what? I got a stronger edge than you. Now that's one component, is how good is your technical edge? The other component is how well can you execute on that? There's a wonderful, handsome gentleman in the background, and when he's ready, he's going to hop on. And this guy, he might have the best edge of all of us, but if he can't execute it, the edge drops to the level that he's able to apply it. So this is something that we've got to be super, super mindful when it comes to trading. A trader is probably better with a moderately profitable edge and the ability to execute on that edge, as opposed to having something that's super fast but just can't drive. So it's all a kind of tortoise and hare. Would you rather someone, hey Will, we're just talking about would you rather an account where, sorry, not an account, would you rather like an investment vehicle that's say like a Ford? It's maybe not going to win a 0 to 60, but it's going to reliably do that journey that you're looking for. And knowing that you can execute on your edge, but maybe you don't have a super hot edge. Or do you want that edge that's like going to do 300 miles an hour, but there's a good chance that you're going to fly apart trying to execute on it. Now, the difference between these kind of trading conditions could be lower time frames where you have to make decisions really, really quickly. It could be that you're trying to scalp. It could be that you're in maybe a long position, and then you get this moment where you've got to flip to shorts, and you find that you can't quite pull the trigger because there's this gray area within your trading. So this is a really good opportunity for traders to recognize, I only need an edge that has a slight positive expectancy. And the more simple it is, the more likely I am to execute on it and receive exactly that result. So if you've got, say, a 0.2 expectancy, we're talking about something that's a 60% win rate at 1-to-1. Now, let's not be generic. A lot of traders I talk to will not trade a 60% win rate to 1-to-1 because they've been taught that they must have a 1-to-2, a 1-to-5, a 1-to-10. But if you just had a 60% win rate at 1-to-1 risk reward, that means after 100 trades you had won 60 and you had lost 40. So your net gain is 20R, or 20% if you're risking 1%. Now the idea with this as a trader is you now know that your average expectancy per trade is 0.2R expectancy. Now the higher that number, the more you make. But the higher that number, very often the edge becomes massively complicated. So I would always encourage traders to have a lower risk to reward system that's super simple, super rules based, and controls drawdown quite well because it has a 60% or higher 60% or higher win rate at 1-to-1. And then execute on that and bring a process into it where you can measure the gap between how well you executed and the result you should have got and the result you actually got. Because if you can't simplify your trading, but you've got an edge that's incredible, you're going to be caught in a loop of frustration saying, well, I know I've got something good, but you just can't drive it to the destination you're looking for. So is it better to have this massive, shiny object like a trading edge that you just can't do anything with? Or is it better to have a slow and steady, something that can finish the race and get you funded, get you payouts, build that personal account, and then do whatever it is you got into trading in the first place? I would always encourage that it's better for traders to build the first or the simple edge as a benchmark or a baseline, and then look to build on that a little bit later on. So if you hear us talking about slightly higher technical concepts or stuff that's a little bit more discretionary, it's based on the idea that we've all been trading for a long time. We've all got something simple, we've understood it, and then we've got a little bit more dialed in and nuance based with it. Hey Anastasia, how are you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yourself, Anastasia?
Good. I really love listening to Rich always, and masterminds on the psychology in our trading room. It's been really priceless. I really wish I had this when I was just starting.
Well, you missed the best bit. We were just asked to put together a Fantasy 5 trading team within the Fivers ecosystem. Like, who would be the best traders if traders had to trade their accounts? And we're just bursting the bubble and saying, unfortunately, you've got to trade your own accounts, and trying to sort of turn it full circle into that. But how are you doing, Will?
Good. Yeah, really good, man. Yeah, I was wondering what I was walking in on. I saw some of the comments from chat. I saw Peter saying, William can manage my demo accounts for free. And then unbiased trader, if I had to pick one and trade with on an island with a beer, it would be Will, hands down. Dude, that's an awesome comment, but I was wondering what this was in reference to. So
I mean, look at this.
Daily Facts, top 5 for me: Richard Butler, Sol for mindset, Will, Rich Wells, and Samir for higher time frame structure. Clean, no noise, just pure execution. What a comment, dude. I need to maybe scroll up and take a look at see what chat is saying, because like I said, joined in, I was wondering what was topic of conversation.
I just want to say this: Richard Wells has expertly avoided answering the question. Just so that you all know, he's dodged his top 5. I gave my top 5. I'm still waiting for Rich's. I mean,
okay. So I'll tell you what now. I was gonna say a fresh face is in. Let's go top 5 again. Rich, let's hear your top 5. Then Richard Wells, I want to hear your top 5. Anastasia, let's hear yours.
LJ, Victor, Jonathan, Rich.
That's
Sol.
a good. I rate that. Okay, now, Richard Wells, on the spot.
Okay,
The
all right.
spotlight's
So,
on you, friend.
okay, I'm a massive fan of negative risk to reward and higher frequency trading setups. So, absolutely, first pick is going to be Sol. I like the idea of how he manages trades, how he fixes trades. If you want a little bit more information on that, there's some really good videos within the Fivers library that shows Sol's trades and his breakdowns. I would say I trade similar. The very first time I saw Sol trade on stream, I was inspired by it, and I was like, oh, how can I have this high win rate and kind of fix trades when they go wrong? The problem was, as I tried to approach that, I entered into a chapter of refusing to fix trades when they went wrong and just closing my eyes and hoping that they were going to come back. So I had a whole kind of learning journey ahead of me when it comes to that kind of approach. But I would say Sol is going to be pick on that team. This is in no order whatsoever. And do you know what? The other four is going to be every person on this stream right now. It's going to be Richard Butler, it's going to be William Davis, it's going to be Anastasia, and it's going to be myself. And that's
what a cop-out.
He's a
Oh, what a...
That
He's a
is such a
politician. What a cop-out.
That is.
Can't
what about
trust
yourself
him anymore.
your,
What's
Sorry?
yours, Will?
Mine, I'd need a fundamentalist, so I think it would have to be LJ. I think LJ would have to be in there. Mindset, I again need to be Richard Wells. I need that person who can, like, you know, I've streamed with Rich. I know him well. He can speak to me on a perfectly relatable level. So I feel like that would keep me grounded. LJ for fundamentals. Obviously myself. Oh, who else? Who else? Rich. I feel like
yes,
Rich,
Sigma FX. You know it.
yeah. Richard Butler, 100%. I feel like you trade very similarly to me. Who else would I want? Yeah. That's 4 including me, is it? Or was that 5 including me? And myself. There you go, that's 5.
I
Okay,
think that was 4
Anastasia?
including you.
Is that 4 included me? Okay. Who else would I... Anastasia, I feel like you'd have that balance between fundamentals and technicals. So I think it would have to be you. Yeah, I think it would have to be you.
Okay.
I think that you'd
Anastasia?
have that bridge between.
Okay. So, Anastasia, who's your top 5? And let me just be specific here. You don't have to pick any one of us. I would not feel offended if you told me that I'm not in your top 5. So please give us your earnest, Richard Wells and William Davis, top
I think my
5.
top 5 is actually now on the stream.
But what were the conditions for choosing? What was that?
You can choose. You can use whatever metric you want to use, but you have to have a top 5 of who do you think is the Fivers' best traders from the live stream.
Well, I'm not gonna take Sol because I almost never see him trading, and you know, he's just a standalone trading business on his own. So let's not talk about Sol because he is just completely different level. Now, LJ, because of the fundamentals and the deep insights in the economy and statistics and everything, I'm fascinated by this. Richard for their psychology and the mindset, outstanding. Victor for his risk management techniques and emotional balance, how he trades. That's 3. Will, because I'm observing how you trade and as you trade on live streams. And I really like and appreciate how you how you can have a balance between taking the profit and not being greedy and saying, I'm done for today, I'm on a weekend. But at the same time, you're focused on it almost every single day, and you try to take what the market is giving you. So you have a sweet balance between taking the opportunity, but also staying away when you feel like you are done and the day is just not yours. So there are too many news and there is something that you don't like out of the market. I think this is what keeps you statistically profitable over time, so and this is what allows you to trade on the live streams as well, because it's not easy to trade live. It's completely different to trade live and to trade your own account. And I would say myself, because I obviously do like how I trade. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing that. So yeah, that would be the 5, I think. If I would get a trading team, I think that would be it.
See, well thought out, concise, and to the point. LJ, who's your top 5? You can use whatever metric you want to. It doesn't have to be any of us over here. It just has to be one of the live stream hosts. It can even be a guest. So you can choose whomever you want.
I am going to be political and veto myself from the whole thing and say bye. I just came back on to say bye to you guys. Computer completely crashed before, so I just came on to say bye, and I will leave that discussion up to you guys. I'm gonna be political and step out. So I will see you guys
Good call, mate.
In Discord. But yeah, enjoy. I'll be watching in the background, and I need to get some food to eat. So I'll see you guys later. Yeah. Peace out.
All right, LJ. I'm going to assume that you're going to say that from here, I'm the best, Richard Wells is second, Will is third, Anastasia is fourth, and yourself, you're fifth. That's my assumption. It's just because I know you that well.
I'll just pick Richard Butler times 5. There you go. There you go, Rich. See you guys.
Yeah. All right, LJ, have a good one, mate. I'm also going to hop out for a little bit. I'm going to take a bit of a break. Just going to go and grab myself some lunch, and I will see you guys soon. All right.
Sweet. Awesome stuff. Nice one. See you later, Reg.
Perfect. See you.
Well, hello. How are we doing, people? Rich, you are looking dashing, my friend. Hello, sir. Give us a quick 180 on the hair.
180, I'll fall off my chair, but I can turn a little bit, maybe like that.
Ooh la la. Hello.
It is cold. It is cold on the side of the head.
Are you cold? Does it feel cold?
Yeah, definitely. Now there's a reason. There's a reason that I had to go and do this, and it is because I have just finished recording the very last thing that was needed. If you've been following along in the Fivers and you're aware of what we are launching this month, it is our performance coaching course. Now this is something that we have been working on for almost a year, and I've seen the finished product, and I am super pleased with what we're going to be releasing. So if you are not registered as a Fivers trader, you can register as a Fivers trader. You can put your email down. You can get all the notifications and find out kind of what's happening within the Fivers, the latest that's going on. And this month you will get notified that we're going to be launching our performance coaching course. Now this covers everything from mindset to strategy to risk management. You've got feedback loops, you've got processes, you've got emotional playbooks, you've got brand new stuff that I never thought I would release publicly. I've put the whole lot in a course that's completely free to anyone who is a Fivers trader. So if you want to get access to that, please remember to, you can like the stream, you can subscribe to the stream, but you've got to register as a Fivers trader so that you get your email notifications as well. I'm not allowed to say the date, although I know the date, and I'm really excited for it. But this month, and we're running out of days this month, so it's going to be pretty much any day now, and really excited for what we've put together to help traders reach that next stage and that next level. So it's not going to be your magic pill that suddenly just gets you to the finish line, but it's going to be that aid, that walking stick, that's something that you can keep coming back to help you navigate these hurdles that we all experience in trading, regardless of how long you've been trading. So that's going to be a course that I'm going to sit down and go through very quietly myself. I keep having to go through it for different reasons, but I can't wait to go through it as a trader and actually make sure that all my ducks are in a row. And I'll be honest, there's a lot of stuff in there that I've forgotten about and probably should have had aligned as a part of my trading. So it was really good to create it. It took a long time to put all these ideas together. And hopefully it's done in a way that's simple enough that even if you're newer to trading, you can still understand and get an idea of really what helps separate those who are at the top of their game and those that are still building those steps as well. So any day that's going to be launched, and we are super excited to hear your feedback on that as well. If you can't wait, a little bit later on today in the Discord, we've got a coaching workshop, which is 3:45 UK time. Same again tomorrow. And then you've got LJ and Akram that are going to be doing their Discord call as well tomorrow. So if you are a Fivers trader and you're in the Fivers Discord, you've got a lot of opportunity to gain access to a lot of the team members at a more personal level and just connect to that kind of stuff in there. Today, we're going to be talking about how to not manage, but how to work with our emotions, that kind of emotions that causes the closing winning trades early, holding on to losses for way too long, all the kind of behavior that keeps traders typically stuck. We're going to be talking through emotions, we're going to be talking through processes and drills that help keep traders on that straight and narrow, and knowing how to refine your system and work out whether you did a good job and what you need to change on a weekly basis and a monthly basis. So we're going to be covering all that a little bit later on today. And anyone who's a Fivers trader is more than welcome to hop in and listen as we have these kind of conversations. Occasionally, Will hops in from time to time as well. Normally on a Friday.
Yeah. Usually on a Friday after, a couple of afternoon wines, and then I'm bored. So then I'll be like, I'm ready for bed now. And I thought, oh, my good buddy Rich is talking. So I'll usually listen to your voice to soothe me to sleep, my friend.
Yeah, the amount of times I get in trouble with that, I should normally they should last about an hour. Sometimes I'm in there for a couple of hours. It depends where the conversation takes us, and if we've got a lot of feedback, a lot of questions, stuff that we're talking through in detail. I like to give as much value as I can. So sometimes we extend the calls and we can be in there for a couple of hours. So it's nice saying that sort of chill environment where we just discuss.
Yeah, I was literally about to say they're so chill to just listen to, like, especially like coming as a profitable trader, I like to think quite a highly profitable trader, who feels that not maybe they don't necessarily need the actionable steps and advice, but more so enjoys the reminders to come on and listen. Even as a professional trader, it's refreshing to hear, because it's like, oh wow, I did that yesterday without realizing. That's a subconscious issue of mine. So like, even it doesn't matter where you are in your stage of trading, listening to this guy is just gold dust. It's absolutely fantastic. And dude, yeah, man, I love jumping in, listening to your sessions when I get a bit of free time on my hands. So unfortunately, being out in Asia, I do miss a lot of your sessions, being the fact that, like I said, usually they're the last thing I listen to before I put the phone down and get ready for bed. But nonetheless, it is fantastic. And usually on the Fridays, I do my poker night with some of the guys. So I'm usually up a little bit later, so I can participate a little bit better. But yeah, so guys, if you haven't already, or if you are a Fivers trader and you haven't considered it, or maybe you're not already in the Discord, best thing you're going to be able to do is get your ass in that Discord and just participate in what the guys have to chat about. There's all sorts of traders, from beginner traders to seasoned traders in there, as well as some fantastic people like Rich, LJ, Akram in there, Victor in there as well. So go over and get yourself in the Discord, guys, because you will not regret it.
Just quickly, we've got Friendly Face here. Big shout out to Ghetto Dragon. Easy, Rich. It's been a while, dude. It has been a minute. I hope you're keeping well. Will, you touched on something just quickly. You said that moment you become a professional trader, or as a professional trader, that the calls still offer value. You hit a little nerve when you said that, because there was this moment where I transitioned into, am I a professional trader now? Can I call myself a professional trader? And this is one of the things that we talk about in the calls, is that moment where you can say you've made it as a trader. That moment you can say you become a profitable trader. Is it your first payout? Is it when you've made more money than you've ever lost, and you've covered like all your lessons, all the courses, all the signals you might have brought, all the challenge accounts? Or is it when you can trade a personal account profitably for a period of time? So there's these little milestones that we see traders go through. One of the big ones is when they get funded for the first time. This is a huge milestone for traders. It is traders will typically get funded for the first time and they will just behave in a way that really doesn't help them. We see so many traders reach that milestone of, hey, I've just passed phase 1, I've just passed phase 2, and the time, the dedication, the risk management, the way they implement their strategy week in, week out, sadly, we see traders throw it away so quickly. And it's this identity crisis of, I've made it. I'm at the finish line. I'm now about to get paid. And you'd be surprised how we sabotage ourselves on such subtle levels and push away the very things that we feel that we want the most as well. So we cover a lot of that stuff in the course. So if you're struggling in your trading and you're finding that there are these roadblocks, sometimes they're a little bit more subtle. And we run through some quick tips and tricks that you can apply instantly that help change the way we feel about ourselves in a trade, reminds us to zoom out and just look at one trade amongst many. But in that moment, the old chimp brain's firing up and it's so easy to get caught in this next trade must win. If it doesn't, what does it say about me as a trader? You know, am I even profitable? And before we know it, we end up revenge trading and emotions take over. So if you want to come past that chapter in your trading, I would say the best way I experience moving through that is having processes, is to have a plan, and your job is just simply to follow it. And if we become emotionally compromised, it's too late. Not many people are going to follow a plan when they're full tilt. So if we can have a roadmap that keeps us grounded through each stage, we're talking about before we place a trade, during the trade, after the trade, during losing streaks, or even more damaging is during winning streaks. They're moments where you feel untouchable and like nothing can go wrong. They're equally as damaging for a trader. So to keep grounded in the process and just execute on your plan day in, day out, keeping it boring, typically has been the way that I've had the most success in trading. And that's what we teach and inspire other traders to do as well. And we're really seeing some traders change their states and change their results because they're able to keep closer to their plans as well. So more than welcome to hop in and join us a little bit later on for that.
Dude, that's awesome. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, what would this man, it's almost a controversial question, asking yourself, when have you made it as a trader? I don't think I could answer that question, like, in a direct way, you know. Like, there's so many different reasons I feel like I've made it as a trader. What about you? Like, Anastasia, what about you? Like is there a stage that you thought, yes, I've made it as a trader? Or like, for me, there's 101 different reasons. I could list like a top 5 reasons why I've made it as a trader and how I've made it as a trader, but at not one given point was it, this is the reason, you know. Like, even like beginning of this year, I also had that it's on my top 5 list of this is why I made it as a trader, you know. But I've been a full-time successful profitable trader for 4 years full-time now, 5 years full-time. Why is it only now, 3 months ago, did I have that top 5 moment of, yes, you've now made it as a trader, this is what successful trading is about? But yeah, Anastasia, I'm keen to get your opinion on your opinion on that whole topic.
To be really honest, I was just about to say exactly what you said, that there are many moments. Sorry, I was just managing my trade at the same time. So I was just about to say that there are many moments, you know. I don't think there is one point when you say, okay, I made it as a trader, and from that point on, you always feel like you're a successful trader, professional trader, you know, and you've made it. I think it's not one point of the breakthrough neither, which is needed to get to this stage. You know, many times people ask the questions, you know, give me one advice that's going to help me to become a professional trader, profitable trader. I don't think there is one bullet point. I don't think there is one breakthrough. I don't think there is one stage when you become one or you start feeling like one. For me, there were several, for sure. The first step was getting funded, obviously. And I was actually lucky enough to get, lucky or unlucky, depends how you see it, but I was, let's call it lucky enough to get funded and to get payouts immediately. I got $4,500 payouts from my first funded account. That being said, thank God I was smart enough to invest it into my education. So I didn't just, I withdrew it because right after this, I blew my account, of course. So I got 4.5K. I paid it for the course, and like I paid like 3 out of this for like a course in education. Thanks God, because obviously I get there only partially by knowledge and skills, and mostly by luck as well, and the good market conditions, because right after I lost the account. And but that was in any case first stage, and the first money, significant amount of money that I've made for myself at that point, saying, okay, you know what, I can actually do this because I had it in my hands. I knew how it feels and how it experiences. The next one, I would say, was getting the significant milestone of the payout that I was setting myself to. That also helped me, but mostly I would say that only recently I've started to feel like I've made it as a trader. And one of the biggest reasons for this is not getting funded, is not getting payouts, but to be able to say that trade, and this is something personal, I don't think it's necessary for everyone, I don't think it's everyone's checkpoint, but for me to say that majority of my funds per month, so my living, comes from trading, was the very big and significant thing. Because for many years I was like, okay, I'm trading, but I'm doing so many other things, and the other things are the bigger contribution for my income than trading. Now it shifted, I don't think it's necessary for everyone, and I don't think it's the most comfortable option, because obviously it's not stable, it depends, sometimes it's not the same result as you would expect. But for me, it was very important to feel myself that, okay, I'm actually doing what I want to be doing, And this was one of the biggest checkpoints that I was aiming to get, and I got towards, and it was a big contribution towards how I feel about my own trading journey.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I think that's the number one point, is having that acknowledgement in yourself. Okay, but what about the pro himself? What about the master himself, Rich? What's your opinion on the entire thing? Or are we going to gatekeep until later and say that they must be in the Discord to have the information?
I feel like if you reworded that, it would be more accurate. That you would be like, hey, what about the performance coach who come through the school of serious hard knocks? What were the kind of lessons that shaped you and knocked your rough edges off as a trader? So I had this idea that I could go into trading and replace my income entirely with a trading income. So I'm going to go from earning like a normal wage in a normal job, and then I'm going to give all that up, and I'm going to learn how to trade, and I'm going to go from zero to hero. I'm going to suddenly learn how to trade, and my whole income comes in from trading. Now, much like Anastasia shared, if I'm to look at it now through the experience I've gained, had I have said, look, I've got this income, and slowly over time, I'm going to try and build a bit more of an income via trading. So it might be like 90-10. 90% of my income comes from my job, but 10%, I mean, typically in the beginning, a trader is going to have 100% of an income through their job, and they're probably going to be giving some of that income to learning how to trade. They're probably not actually receiving an income. This is what we would call like an unprofitable trader, or a trader who's learning. Now, you reach a point where you go sort of like 90% of your income comes from your job and 10% comes from your trading. Now, that is an amazing milestone in itself, because it shows that you're starting to do things right. And then you get this duration where over time the scales start to flip, and it's not necessarily because you earn less from the other things you do, but you're now starting to earn more from trading, and it might now be 80-20. So Anastasia sharing that, those scales started to tip where these other things that she was doing, trading was producing a bit more than those things. Massive, massive congratulations, and a massive milestone. And I really do hope that all of us here, our biggest breakthroughs and milestones are still yet to come. because as traders and as students of the market, we're constantly just breaking down new barriers, new barriers, new barriers. The first payouts were a major milestone for me. My first ever payout was about, I think it was about $1,500. It was on a 100K account, so about 1.5%. I was funded for the very first time and I thought I've made it. My next payout after that, which was about 2 weeks later, was about $700. And I'm like, that's not as good as the first one. I'm a profitable trader. I should get more now. And then my next payout after that one was probably about $1,100. So my total payouts was about $3,000. And then that account just went down the drain. It was death by 1,000 cuts. The money had gone to my head and I put the profit before the process. So that was my number. $3,000 was enough to throw me right out of my trading plan and just to think, I've suddenly made it. So I started to hit these milestones and then I had these setbacks and I'm like, I don't get it. I'm profitable, so why am I now suddenly unprofitable? And it was the moment I started earning money. I spent 3 years not earning money from trading. 3 years of learning my craft. So when that day finally happened, I'd been grafting to it, but I wasn't mentally ready. I'd conditioned myself just to be a break-even trader, a trader that wasn't making money from the market. And as crazy as it sounds, that was my comfort zone. So when I started earning money, I didn't know what to do. Not because it was life-changing money, just simply because why should I be paid for this job I've been doing for 3 years when I'm used to doing it for nothing? And so that was a real milestone, was breaking through. You know what? I kind of expect to get paid for the work I do within the market, not on a trade by trade basis. So I had to work through these mental barriers. And the next level was I reached about a $5,000 payout. This is going back probably about 3.5, 4 years. It's with a company that had super low leverage and a 50-50 profit split. So I got $2,500 of that. And that took me 6 months to achieve that. So I see that we had a comment in chat, how long does it take traders to get funded? Well, for me, that first time took around about 4 months. The time after that took me about 6 months to get, because it was an instant funding model, to get about $2,500. So even in that stage, $2,500 in the UK wasn't going to keep me going for 6 months. So I was like, I'm turning a corner, but I can't support myself. And I put so much pressure and so much weight on trading because I didn't want to do anything else. I only wanted to be a trader. And I'm like, I should be earning 10 grand a month, and I will be, but I had to get through these periods of not earning enough. And the more I needed that money, the more it caused me to overtrade, the more it caused me to revenge trade, the more it caused me to not follow my risk management rules. So going back and looking at kind of like what would be the milestones I wish I would have kept some kind of stable income. And I wish over time I would have allowed that income to support me from trading and then slowly decrease that income as my trading increased. I would say that would be the blueprint that would have been the kinder. But had I done that, I wouldn't be the trader I am today. So would I swap the trader I am today for that? No, absolutely not. So those were my school of hard knocks. And I think there's this moment in Sliding Doors. I don't know if you guys have seen this film. It's maybe a little bit older. I don't think Will's seen it. There's this moment where the actress is running for her plane and the elevator door closes. And in one instance, a hand comes through and just catches the door and opens the door, and she catches her flight. And in the other side of the story, she misses the elevator and she misses her flight. And the story goes that there is two completely separate journeys that this person now goes on in life. And the kind of spoiler alert, but it basically brings this person to the same finish line, but through a totally different journey. And I love that story, to think that, is there this moment in trading where you can have these breakthroughs and it completely changes you as a trader? Or does your life have to be in the right stage to be able to learn these lessons? I brought 2 wonderful courses. Did they help me? Not as much as I thought, because of the chapter I was in as a trader. So I feel like and kind of a shout back to the course, it's whatever stage you're in in your trading at the moment, it's about recognizing, how do these tools fit me? If you're trying to walk a mile in someone else's shoes, it's just not going to work. I mean, I got pretty big old feet. Can you imagine me trying to walk a marathon in Anastasia's heels? It's going to be terrible for everyone. I'm going to break her heels. I'm going to hurt my feet. So I feel like with trading, it's finding what resonates with you, find what fits you, and then just seek out a little bit of guidance from other traders that have done that journey. How would you use this? Like, what do you feel like would help me move forward? If you hear everyone talking about using risk management, if you hear everyone saying having a profitable edge, if you hear everyone saying review your trades and doing a weekly review, maybe have a bit of accountability, they can't all be wrong. Now, probably over 80% of traders don't make money. Is it because they have the wrong belief system of the tools they should use, or is it because they don't use the tools correctly to suit them? I would argue that it's the later. And I feel that everyone in this stream and that will come on this stream has found their personal tools and toolkit that helps them to be the traders that they are today. It's not just wishful thinking and magically clicking buttons. It's following a process that resonates with that trader. Each one of us has a plan. Each one of us knows how to manage risk. Each one of us deliberately has a level of allocation that supports our experience and our skill set. And that's not something that we build overnight. That's something that gets built over years and years and years. But yeah, that's what I would be doing as a trader. I would be going back and I would be looking to say, how can I get the most brain dead job that I can literally not think about at all, work just the amount of hours I need to pay my bills, open up as much free time as I can, and then in that free time, how can I fill it with the right stuff, the right work, and rep out the right kind of, just grinding on that wheel to become the kind of trader I want to be. And if you're not measuring it, this is a wonderful phrase from Victor. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. If you're not measuring your trading performance, how do you know if you're doing a good thing? P&L, we've all earned money in here from trades that we probably shouldn't have taken at some point in our career. If we're using that as our main matrix, how do we ever know that we're moving forward? When the profit stops, doesn't mean to say you're doing something wrong. It might mean that your edge just isn't in line with the market and you need a bigger sample. So something to be a little bit mindful of if you're in your trading journey is just focusing on what is a high quality process and how can I rep this out day after day after day. Becoming consistent was my priority before becoming profitable. I'm only profitable as a byproduct of being consistent. If I drop the consistency, my profitability will drop to near break even, maybe even unprofitable. And I should imagine that's probably true for most traders as well.
Yeah, dude, that... yeah, what can you add back to that, man? However, I have got a question for you. It's not building, and it's not... I suppose it's slightly related, but it's not building off of what you've just put out there. But there's nothing we can come back to that with. That was just an absolute bomb of value, and it just absorbed that information like a sponge to anyone out there who needs that. And even if you don't need it right now, it doesn't mean you don't need it at any point during your career and during your future in the markets. So definitely just absorb absolutely everything Rich has just said. But Rich, question out there to you. You mentioned about actually needing that as a trader. What you needed, what stage you were at, where and how you are progressing as a trader. Now, when it comes to progression as a trader, do you think maturity in trading comes through maturity in the person? And what I mean by that is me being a young lad in trading. I started trading at 16 or 17, something like that. And I didn't find true trading maturity. And what I mean by true trading maturity is a mix between experience and ability. So the true ability to trade, fundamentals, technicals, reading the markets, and maturity is in time spent and experience in the markets. Now, I didn't find that I gained any of that until I truly understood who, and this is going to sound really cringy, of course, but it has to, because it's we got the psychology coach, so why not dive into the cringe of psychology? I didn't truly understand that until I understood who I was and what my overall goal was as Will Davis, as a person. Now, what's your opinion around the correlation between who you are as a person and who you're going to be in the markets? And who do you think needs to come first? Like, who do you think you need to find first to be a profitable trader?
So chicken or the egg? Chicken or the egg? So, okay, if you took, and I love this as a discussion point. Now, if you took a bunch of 3-year-olds and you put them in a room together and they never ever saw anyone older than a 3-year-old and they just spent the rest of their lives together, would they grow up or would they stay the same? So if we think about maturity, often it's a byproduct of a environment. Like very, very often, it can be a mentor, it could be a coach, it could be a parent, it could be a friend. But if you stay in the same circle and you get the same feedbacks, then we have less of a reason to change. Now, I would say that the markets was one of the most identity challenging environments that I've ever experienced as a human. So the market definitely matured me because what I wanted to do to the market didn't work. So the market it moves how it moves, and I had to learn to either bend or break. So the market was that feedback loop for me. Now, I think we can get that through just about anything in life, but trading specifically has taught me to be more open-minded than any other experience that I can consciously recall in life, simply because of the harsh feedback nature. We're all trying to earn money and it doesn't come. And then you've got this frustration, these emotions. How do I deal with this? And I feel that through my 8-year journey as a trader, what I've done is I've met people on that same path that have been a lot of the people that drop out early on. They're those that come into the markets, they refuse to bend with it, they break, and it's a scam or it's a bad experience. They come away from it and say, I don't want nothing to do with that. You can't win. But when you stick in it for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, you start to meet people that are of that same kind of conditioning, so that same kind of feedback. They've been through the same cycles where they've had to work on themselves at a level that's way deeper than just a conscious level. And I would say that the trading markets gives you more feedback and more reason to change than anything else I've experienced in life. You can get that absolutely external to the markets, but if it was that common, wouldn't most people come in as amazing traders and start making money and much, much quicker? So my kind of experience and what I observe is if people aren't willing to address and we'll call it maturity just for the sake of putting a label on it, but if people aren't willing to kind of address these deeper issues, kind of how they feel about themselves, the fear, that chimp brain, the emotions, if they're not willing to do that kind of work, then typically I don't speak to many of them who have been trading for several years. I just want to quickly touch on this and then I'm going to fly off. Raphael mentioned this comment in chat and said, I've been learning how to trade for the past 3 to 4 years. I went through hell and only now started making some income. I've managed to get 6 payouts, but I still think something is missing. You know what could be missing? It could simply just be the expectations that you think once you get a payout, you should get loads of payouts every couple of weeks, never go through drawdown. So, Raphael, if you have a chance a little bit later on, in about 3 hours from now, we've got a coaching workshop inside the Discord. If you come in with this specific comment, we will break it down and we will talk about it in massive detail. And I will give you some processes that I personally use that will help you figure out genuinely, is something missing, or is it just that you've got to accept that the results you are getting is the normal journey of a profitable trader. Many times we're just pushing for better and better and better, thinking that something's missing in our journey. You'd be surprised how many times that nothing's missing apart from a poorly aligned expectation. We think Will's knocking out 30, 40, 50% return a month. Therefore, I need to be knocking that out. Well, for the record, I try and do 2 to 3% return a month. Now, I don't stop at 2 to 3, but I trade with a level of risk that if I can do 5R a month, at 0.5% risk, I'm 2.5% return a month. You align that with a big enough allocation and the fivers go all the way up to 4 million, you can do very, very well within trading. So I've given up the ghost of, I'm going to do 20R a month. I'm going to do 30R a month. I'm going to do 50. I don't want them expectations hanging over my shoulder. I want to execute on my plan consistently. I want to have a feedback loop that tells me when I'm slipping away from my process. And I want to be able to say, at the end of the month, I made 3R because that's what my strategy should have produced. And then maybe next month I'll do 10R. Now I've got my average 6 or 5R a month. And if I go through a period of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months where it's negative 2R, negative 1R, negative 5R, then I'm going to have to adjust my edge within the market conditions because it's not playing through. So I want to remove all that randomness of behavior, and I just want to say I want to execute my edge. And the best roadmap I have is when I've backtested this simple rules-based mechanical system, what did it produce in the past? That's my kind of compass, and I'm going to do my best to aim towards that as I live trade it, and I'm going to journal and document everything. So if there's a gap, I'll find it, I'll fix it, and I'll get myself back to the straight and narrow as quick as possible. It's been a pleasure, Anastasia. Will, thanks for having us on. I'm going to have to fly, and I will catch up with you soon. Thanks, everyone.
George, thank you so much.
Pleasure, man. Pleasure. It's
Thank you.
all ours, my friend. Guys, like Rich said, get yourselves in the Discord later, and in about in a couple hours time, you'll be able to catch what he is talking about live and ask him all sorts of questions. I believe it is open mic as well, so he will potentially, if you're up for it, he can potentially look at inviting you on, where you can unmute yourself and then discuss with him, and then have, or it's almost borderline one-to-one, and everyone else in the room can listen and observe and actually take on and absorb that advice as well. But Anastasia, same question goes to you, my friend. You have now been put in the spotlight. Don't worry as well, guys. I will also answer the question in my opinion, but more importantly, Anastasia, what about yourself when it comes to trading maturity? And the reason I say maturity, I don't mean growing up. I mean maturity as in like a fine wine, you know, how you age through the market, like your experience, your ability. What do you think came first? Did the markets mature you, or did you mature and therefore increase your probabilities in the markets?
No, definitely the market matured me, unfortunately. You know, we all know what to do, but there is a difference between knowing what to do and what to not do and actually doing it as a trader. You know, and there is always, when we come in the market, most of us are traders, we come in with their own expectations in the first place, both about ourselves, but also both about the market too. And if you are, you know, like also when you come into the market quite young, I feel like you still have this feeling of untouchability. You know, nothing can touch you. You can achieve everything you set your mind to, and most of the time, you know, it's easier to believe that if you're gonna just work hard enough and long enough, you're gonna get everything that you want. Now, with some time, you've learned that it's not just this, you know, and sometimes things are not gonna depend on you. You learn how to adapt your expectations towards yourself, you know, and towards the results that you are getting. And for me, it was quite challenging to accept that the results I want are not always going to be there. And sometimes and let go of control. There are two things about this, you know, to let go of control and to accept that sometimes the results are not going to be the ones that I expect. And they go hand in hand together. Because first of all, it takes a lot, and it took me a lot to be able to distinguish my feeling of self-worth as a person, as a trader, from results that I'm getting at the moment. You know, and being able to see the bigger picture, being able to see the different perspective, being able to evaluate the progress, not only in the financial gains from the market, but also in different ways. You know, and it was quite a journey, to be honest with you. And I can definitely say that market matured me in this case, because of course, if not for this, I wouldn't get to this point, you know, because for me, it was very difficult to not feel certain feelings about myself when the results were not up to my expectation. I mean, like, okay, you've spent years in the market, so why am I not getting the results I want? You know, this feeling that am I doing something wrong? Maybe I'm just, you know, what is wrong with me if I'm so many years here and I'm still not 100% where you are? But the feeling of where you want to be always moves. That's also something that you can never get to this point a lot of the times. You know, we forget that if I'm here, it means that 3 years ago I was dreaming of being here, but being here, I want to be here already, you know? So I forget, and I feel like a lot of us, we forget how far we've come already. And this like this finish line always keeps moving, which is also a good thing, but it's a bad thing. It's always good to have goals, but it's always important to be able to look back and see, okay, this is how far I've come, this is the result, this is the progress. And something that you need, like, that builds up the confidence in you, the feeling of self-worth, the feeling of self-value, and a base to keep moving forward, you know. But second thing, and this is something else, is just letting go of control, because it's an illusion of control that you have when they teach us, you know, when you come in for the first time into the market, a lot of the mentors say, okay, if you're gonna get this strategy, you're always gonna get 70% of the win rate, 1 to 2 risk or word, you know. You get this flipping, you get the percentage of flipping account, the numbers look amazing, you know, when you calculate this. And you try to control it, but the thing about it is that sometimes it doesn't depend on you. Sometimes the weeks are going to be bad. Sometimes the market is not going to be favorable conditions. Sometimes something is going to happen, and not everything is up to our control. And it's you need to be able to let go of this fear of not getting where you want to be on time, because I found out through experience that the less I concentrate on the final result, the faster I'm gonna get it. Because if I'm gonna get I'm gonna concentrate that by this time I want to have X amount of result, then I'm gonna be sabotaging myself, and the likelihood of me getting there is gonna be lower than if I'm gonna focus on process. And this is what Richard said before, you know, you shouldn't be forgetting to focus on process and not the outcome. And this is a paradox, you know, that letting it go, we're gonna achieve what we want faster usually than if I'm gonna be every single day focusing on where I want to get. You know, and being like frustrated that maybe today the market is bad and I'm not getting the trades, and I need to find the trade, because if I don't, then I'm not pushing forward towards the end goal that I have. You know, which is not true, but you know, your mind plays tricks with you, of course.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. I love how you mentioned, you know, when Rich was talking about the process and understanding, you know, don't focus on the outcome, focus on the process. You also mentioned about having that goal that you'll never achieve, and you're always trying to reach, you know, you're here, your goals are here. You get to here, your goals are here. You get to here, your goals are here. And you're always playing tag with your tail. You know, you're always you've seen a dog run around trying to chase its tail, but it never catches it. You know, you're always trying to catch something. You know, you go to the racehorses, you know, the dog races. You know, they got that bunny. You know, they chase the rabbit. You know, they never catch that rabbit. That's the whole purpose. They got to chase, and your goals are very much like that rabbit. They're always going to be just ever so slightly in front of you. And however, when you're focusing on the process, you're in the now. You're currently in what you are, the present of your journey. But you've also got that goal. You've also got that slight focus on what you need, what you want to achieve, that dream lifestyle, whatever that may be. However, you mentioned earlier about being able to stop and look back, and that is my biggest sort of achievement when it comes to psychology. I have now learned how to sit in a place and look back. Everyone tells you, don't look back, don't ever look back. There's a saying out there, what's the saying? If a rocket doesn't stop halfway to look back on where it's coming from before continuing off into space. That's not necessarily true. You're not a rocket. You know, it's as simple as that. You cannot compare a fish to a monkey. You know, a monkey climbs a tree, a fish swims. A fish is going to swim faster and better than a monkey can, and I've never seen a fish climb a tree. We're all in different outcomes. We're all in different journeys. The best thing you can do is stop and look back and pat the you from 3 years ago on the back, or pat the you from now on the back on behalf of you from 3 years ago. Because I have looked at myself several times and thought, well, you know what? You are living the life of luxury. But then I've also thought to myself, Will, you're not living up enough. Like, Will, you could be doing so much better. You should be doing more. You should be here. You should be there. You should have this. You should have that. However, if I spoke to the 17, 18-year-old Will, they would just fry. You know, their brain would frazzle at the idea of how much that I have achieved, because it's significantly more than what I ever dreamed of. And the reason it's significantly more than I've ever dreamed of is because I didn't cap myself. You know, if you are chasing a ridiculously, like, overly ambitious dream and you don't quite reach it, your little bit less could be someone's ambitious dream. Your realistic goal could be something super, super out of this world and unrealistic for most others. I have told
I think we lost Will.
some people.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we are losing Will, but guys, can you let me know in the chat if you can hear me? Is this my camera? Is this my connection? Or is this Will, you're back? I was wondering if it's my connection or your connection.
It may be mine. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, now, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Am I all good?
You're back, you're back.
Awesome stuff. That was strange. Yeah, I think may have had Wi-Fi issues. Yeah, so Anastasia, I love, basically just summarizing everything up. I loved your thought process when it comes to just stopping, halting, and looking back at your progress that you have achieved.
I think we are losing you. Yeah, I think the connection is quite bad on Will's side as well. Guys, but basically, you know, what Will was saying, and what I was saying before, is that trader is extremely important to be able to realize how far you've come, and we get used to very quickly to evaluate our performance and our progress only in 4 points of pips and R to R and withdrawals from the funded account and how many funded accounts you get and so on and so forth. But realistically, you need to realize that, you know, it's what you are doing here is extremely difficult. I was just looking at the statistics yesterday, and I had this conversation with someone that in certain derivatives market, the failure rate is 99%, guys, 99%. So majority of the markets have the failure rate at 80 to 95%, which means 80 to 95 out of every 100 people lose money in trading over a longer period of time. What you are trying to do here, what you are doing here is extremely difficult. Give yourself some credibility, because the path you stepped in and the work you are doing is something that majority of the people in the world will never even get towards trying first, not giving even themselves a chance to give it a go, to give it a try, because they're going to be too scared of the uncertainty, they're going to be too scared of the amount of work and time it actually requires to be able to achieve any kind of success here. So give yourself credibility, because maybe a couple of months ago, a couple of years ago, you didn't know what trading is. What is it? You didn't know the position, you didn't know any system for trading, you didn't know that you can get funded, you didn't get funded. So whatever you did up until now, even if it doesn't match the financial result that you are looking for yet, you already done a massive progress in a massive amount of work. So you need to be able to give yourself this credibility, because this builds up the feeling about yourself that you can do it, that you've done, you know, lots of work already, that you are progressing forward, and that's going to give you strength to continue as well. And as we said before, the less you focus on the outcome and the more you focus on progress, the faster you're going to get to outcome. And it's not easy, because your mind is going to play games with you, but you need to be able to get yourself back on track with the right focus in mind. Will, I think we have you back.
Yeah. I think so. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Amazing. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. My Wi-Fi decided it didn't want to play ball for that 2 to 5 minutes.
Someone in the chat is saying, guys in the chat are saying that they are losing me as well, but on my side connection seems pretty stable. Maybe it's also the studio. It's also possible.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully, I've just seen some of the guys. Will is back. Will is cooking. Wesley, Will, the Wi-Fi did Will dirty. Man was on fire. Yeah, sorry guys. I do sincerely apologise for that talk, but hopefully we're back now, so it's all good. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Sorry?
I said sorry. I interrupted you. You were saying?
No, I actually finished. I finished talking what I was saying.
Perfect.
I was picking up on what you were saying before your internet started to act up. Hey, Pedro.
Pedro,
already.
what's good, man? How you doing?
I was checking one thing. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending where you are.
How's it going? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night.
Exactly.
Oh,
What's going on? What are you guys looking at?
We'll talk slow, the internet. Hello, Ghetto Dragon. Ooh, I just saw my Wi-Fi lag then. That was quite slow.
I was looking for this gold short since last week already.
You said earlier that you were managing a trade. What trade were you looking at? What trade were you in?
I was shorting gold since 2 days ago, and yesterday it got finally out of consolidation. Now that being said, today I had several levels where the price, I was expecting the price to react. So I had this zone here where we get closer to this, and I was closing the trade. I was closing another trade earlier here. So I had the several zones because the further it drops, the more careful I am. Obviously, the reverse usually dropping this higher the lower it's going to be pulling back. So I was managing my shorts, closing them when the price was reaching my zones, of potential pullbacks, and then reopening another trade when the price was falling through, and I saw more volume coming in. So I was checking the reaction and the response towards the zones on the smaller time frame, on the 5 minute and on like a range XY charts here as well. So when I saw that the price is failing to go further up, here I was trying to buy it. I closed it on break even, it fell through. I opened another short. I closed the short when the price started to pull back. And then now I opened a long because the price went lower. It did not reach, it actually almost reached my level. Another level of the pullback, so right here, it had a couple of ticks until the next zone where I was expecting the price to reverse, and we had lots of volume coming in, so I opened long, but literally just here on 45.12. So I have a long position running now on gold. Let's see if it's gonna reverse now or not. I'm not adding up to this. Eventually, if the price continues and we break through this zone at 46.05, which is the futures quote, which is about $50 higher than the current level, then I'm going to add to the longs. So I was managing shorts piece by piece, part by part. As the price was dropping, I was closing it, dropping below my level, more volume coming in. I was opening another one because I was trying to capitalize as much as I can on the shorts, while not overholding I was overholding and adding up to this, and then the price started to reverse sharply. So I prefer to be a little bit more safe right now at this point.
It's proper advanced convention.
Yeah, nice.
And the ability, just the ability even to go from short to long term, also that's on itself. Not many people can. I do struggle to do that. I can just swap completely as soon as price reaches the level and reverse the position.
You mean to flip from short to long?
Yeah, you've been short, you've been managing your trade short, and now you just you can looking for a few ticks up, and you're looking for wonks like that ability. I don't really have that. I'll need for price actually to take some time before even thinking about reversing the position straight away.
Yeah, I'm at some levels, and it usually does give us a reaction to this. The question is only if it's gonna reverse or is it gonna eventually give a reaction and continue, like it did with the previous levels here. Because it's volume, it's most of the times, 9 out of 10 times, it does give some kind of reaction. Now the trick here is to see and manage it like in the correct way to see that if it breaks through this, to not hope that the price is still gonna, go back above the level and continue, but to close it. Like I would prefer to take a smaller loss, for example, than hoping that it's gonna eventually reverse when the price keeps tanking. But it never comes from the good experience. It is what it is. It's a learning curve. So now I'm more careful with that than in the past, of course. So I have this level from which the price is reacting now. This is where we got the volume. If not, if it's gonna keep my break even out because I have quite a good entry point on this one, and it continues lower, then there is in this zone, and then there is this zone right here. So eventually I'm looking for the price of gold to get a reversal from one of these zones, but let's see from where exactly.
All right, is New York they're sounding robotic? To be honest, when I started hearing Will and the very bit anesthesia, it looked like a bit robotic. I don't know if you guys listen to me as well the same way. If that's the case, then it's definitely a software issue.
Yeah, I was literally just thinking that. I think perhaps it's a sort of software issue on the back end.
Yeah. Now looking at gold, I do like where gold is reacting right now as well. To be honest, I think it reached basically retested really close to those lows on the 2nd of February. And with that, you may see a little bit of some buying pressure, especially also after such a big sell-off. We have been mentioning even Tuesday when I was here on the live stream as well that most likely you'll be looking for price to continue to move lower, and price was stuck within this range. So whoever managed to get an opportunity to sell that, perfect. But initially we were even looking for around here. I think it was with Mike that he mentioned that level price did reacted from it, but not much. Then just continue, kept respecting the next structure, and then just continue selling off completely. And after that, basically just feel all this compression, and now is approaching these lows. So for me personally, it will be more of a wait and see if actually price has any capability to hold, and the buyers actually trying to push price up again, or eventually the sellers will just end up taking also this low. Looking at it and looking at this potential double here, I may even consider that price end up taking this low eventually. But now we're basically within this range. The same way that price just sell off quite aggressively could also maybe just recover on the same way. But for now, it will be more of a wait and see. Even on 1 minute time frame, we haven't had just yet any break of structure. So price has been just moving in one direction. So maybe if you start breaking some of these tops, maybe they start showing some signs of reversal. Maybe the buyers are happy to start buying from here. 1 second, because for some reason, I don't think my monitor can be seen on the live stream.
Yeah, we can see, of course.
We can see on the software, but on YouTube, I don't think it's visible anything.
Let me
I think it's just weird. Not even you and Anesthesia, not even you and myself are.
Oh, is it just me? Oh, it is. Yeah, fair. It is just me. What's going on here?
Not saying anything else. Good. Yep.
Yeah.
Let me just bring you up again and maybe try to.
I was gonna say, can you hear the guys? Like, so, can you guys hear Anastasia and Pedro, or have I just been completely silent by myself? Now it's not showing my screen.
Weird.
YouTube's just showing me on my own. It's not even showing my page.
myself, bring myself up. The rest of them can do the same.
Okay, we can hear Pedro, not Anastasia.
And now, can you guys hear me?
Oh, hang on, my screen has popped up on the YouTube. No, it's not, it's disappeared.
No.
Never mind. Okay, I'm fine, but I'm good. Okay, so you guys can see me. Hello. There you go, my screen's up now. Let me know if, so we can hear all, Pedro and Anastasia, camera off, voice robotic. Okay, so they can hear you guys okay? But they can't see.
They cannot see neither our camera, neither our...
If you've ever been told you have a voice for radio, now is a fine example of that.
Will, Pedro, can you hear me?
I can hear you, I don't hear you, I can hear you
Okay.
normally.
I don't need to jump off anyway, so if you can hear me and the audience can hear me, I will have to say goodbye and I will see you.
Best timing.
This is where it's also for the viewers that are on the stream. Guys, thank you so much, Will. Always a pleasure.
Pleasure is all mine, Anastasia. Thank you very much for joining. Have a great day. Take care.
1 second, I'm going to just remove myself again.
Yeah, no worries, Pedro. That's absolutely fine. I'll tell you what, if you guys can see my screen, okay?
Yeah, they can see. I'm going to restart my...
Yeah, that's fine. What I'll do, I'll break down Euro.
Yeah, be right
Okay,
back.
so yeah, you guys can see me and hear me, and you can see my screen. If there's any issues, then drop it in chat, and I'll press pause. But I'll just break down what's happened with the Euro over the course of today, while we wait for Pedro to join back. So guys, there we go now. Oh, in fact, we've got a very handsome gentleman in. Can you guys? Oh, you can see him, Richard Butler. We can see you okay by the sounds of it.
I'm testing. I'm making sure that the YouTube is working. Okay, so if Pedro comes in, he should be able to jump back onto screen, and it should. Let's see.
Hello.
There we go. Perfect. Perfect.
I'm here.
You
It
are
works.
here
It
indeed.
works.
Okay, awesome. That's fine.
All right, cool.
Thank you, Richard. Now, can they see my monitor? My screen. Let's just test it.
Yeah, I believe. Let me just reload the YouTube. Yeah. I believe so. You seem like you're okay now.
Now it's working. Now it's working. Okay. What was I saying about gold? Yeah, sorry about this, guys. This is, again, live stream. Anything that is live, issues can happen, stress can happen. Yeah, just try to go them as they occur. All right, back to the analysis. Gold is approaching now this low that was created on the 2nd of Feb. So most likely there will be some maybe fight of the buyers that are to hold this structure. Also looking back, we had also some other reactions in the past, exactly at around this level. It's also a round number, 4,500. Okay, so basically price in a blink of an eye went from 5k to 4,500. Okay, just dropped 500 points since yesterday evening until today. Now, NSA was already looking for one, so she was already kind of getting some buys in here, which looking left, it can be a good level. But when I was looking at towards time frame at this point, there's still no break of proper structure at this point. At least this high needed to be broken. Now we are basically about to break this inside structure, but maybe this is one actually that created this last low, and we still even have also this supply in here that can still hold price as well. So there you go. If price actually starts showing some signs of reverse, which means price starting to break some of these levels, maybe that can be an interesting zone to maybe look for some longs. We'll see. But also, what I mentioned more into higher time frame, because we cannot have a reasonable being created. The top reactor from that level, we may even have a potential continuation to the downside, which means that we may even have eventually this level being tested in the future. For today or for now, I think we are maybe around this range. Whatever happens can be tradable within this level. Just the same way that price just dropped quite aggressively to the downside, it may also potentially correct quite quickly up as well. And while we were speaking, actually, and while we are having the issues, the ECB just announced their interest rate, which remained the same, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 2.15, and then later on, in half an hour, we are going to have, in this case, 25 minutes, we are going to have the press conference. So I'm not really sure what Euro did. I think Euro is actually moving a little bit to the upside after the announcement. Yeah. What about you? You're about to mention the euro dollar, correct? We're about to make it. Now you are muted. You are muted. No, now you are off stream, and now you are back.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear. Okay.
Awesome stuff. Right now. Oh god! Now my trading view isn't working. No, yeah, it is. Okay, sweet. So now that my Wi-Fi seems to be working, please tell me if there's any issues, guys, so I can press pause before reconnecting. However, so we were looking at euro dollar, and I sort of, like I said, I wasn't going to trade today. I'm no interest in actually trading this. So what I did want to do, however, was forward test it. I wanted to forward test it, see how it goes, and see if it would have played out even if I was to live trade it. This is going to go into my journal as planned, but it will not go into my actual trade journal that goes into my P&L. So as we can see, I broke this down a little bit earlier. We came down. I wanted it to hold around this level here. It didn't. It came down a little bit lower, which is fine because it did end up consolidating at that point. And then we had a follow-up move here, which was absolutely beautiful because it broke and closed above this consolidation high, or consolidation low, sorry. We did pull back perfectly into this zone, which was a break and retest. It was also imbalanced, or a fair value gap, and it was also a fib retracement move. So it was a 3 confluence stacking, which we got would have been tapped into just down here. Targeting a 1 to 2 risk reward ratio. Low hanging fruit would have been this area here, so that's my TP1. I could have targeted this area here, but it's right in the middle. I don't like that as much. TP2 would have been the Asia highs, and then TP3 would have been this overall high just up here on the 1 hourly, I believe that was, which we ended up tapping into, so we could have had that TP3. However, price, as I said, we were around about here when I left stream. We came down to here, and then we had this move just here. Now that we had that move there put in, I would have taken out of price had I have been in this trade just around this point here. And the reason I would have taken out of this trade is, as you can see, we had this high which wicked. Look at the size of our wick, and then we pulled back. We put in a higher low, and then what happened? We actually came up, retested this high, and failed to break and close higher. That failure to break and close higher was an indication to me that price wasn't going to respect it. So therefore, I would have waited 1 or 2 candles to show low volume, and then I would have ended up taking it out. So I would have taken out around this level here. And I would have taken out the trade for about a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio, give or take. Now I have theoretically been taken out of this trade. What would have happened? We came down, put in another technical higher low, or equal low, depends on how you want to see it, whether it's technical points or areas. And then again, we put in another equal high, swept the lows, before then continuing higher, taking the Asia highs and tapping into TP3. So, in theory, we had a full TP on this trade. However, due to my discretionary strategy, I would have taken out around this high here, because that would be the indication to me that volume is dropping, price is consolidating, and price could do either one thing: breaking close above for a continuation, or breaking close below for a reversal to the downside. That lack of confidence, that ambiguity in trade continuation / reversal would have been enough for me to say, you know what, I'm happy to take out here. Markets are slowing down. I don't want to be waiting through all this consolidation just for an extra $1,000. Had I risked $1,000 per trade, or 1%, depending.
You are lagging again. Yeah, he left. At least I think he got to the conclusion. At least really close to, really close to the explanation of the euro dollar, and good explanation. Indeed, I'm also looking at the euro. So here we are. Okay, I'm actually going to look at the dollar index first, because again, since Tuesday when I was here with LJ, we talked about the scenario where the dollar could move a bit more to the downside, and it moved. I think it was Tuesday, somewhere around here. So dollar moved a little bit more to the downside, but my level of interest has been always where actually I had this marking here. Basically, the fair value gap that was left behind in between basically this high and the supply itself that I like to look for trades. Okay, so basically there we go. Price reacted from it yesterday during the after the FOMC. I created even a double top 8 a.m. in the morning today, and it started moving a bit to the downside. Now we need to continue to see price starting to break this level. We did manage to break already below kind of this low in here, but we do need to see this level being broken. And if this starts developing, then we may have a potential move to the downside, and this becomes actually the new top on the dollar for now, at least the way I'm looking at it, and even retesting from a little bit these left shoulders. So maybe there's even a chance that price could spike one more time at around this level. We will see. We'll see if price does want to take the liquidity above this about top or not before anything. So yeah, that's an interesting one that was left behind. So there you go. Price respecting all this demand zone. So this initial target for anyone, okay, for anyone that was even interested in trying to sell. Again, no one trades dollar index directly, but if anyone wanted to trade kind of this pair in here, this needed to be one of the targets. Okay, so around here, this structure needed to be one of the targets. So price already moved from here to one of the targets. Now it's time to decide to see if price actually wants to hold this zone and continue to move. Okay, so this one broke this top. Trying to see if price actually now wants to continue, or actually is going to just basically ignore it and start moving lower. And in that case, then I think definitely these walls are going to be a target on the dollar index, and price will eventually tighten and continue to push lower. And by lower, I mean price actually can finally come closer to this 98 something. Now, flipping the coin and looking at the euro dollar. Okay, so it's quite similar. What did you have? We had exactly the same space available in there, and now we actually are reacting from exactly the same supply, the same way that dollar index is reacting from the demand zone in here. A little bit different is that the euro didn't left any double top. Actually, euro right now it actually may have left a Quasimodo. I don't know if our friend Victor, he may be almost joining us on this session, and we can ask him if this actually is for him a Quasimodo level on the pattern on this 15 minutes time frame. But this is where actually the euro is reacting. Okay, euro is also reacting from that level on the left side, so we did manage to take liquidity from these lows, but we are still reacting from this demand zone around here. So we did mention that there was a good level potentially to find buying pressure, which we found it on Monday. Price continue, and now price retested it here on today basically, or yesterday night. Something that I like about the euro dollar is the fact that we actually managed to slightly before the sell-off. Okay, so this was the analysis that we did kind of somewhere on Tuesday, so I can already delete this. Something that I liked about this level is that price was holding, tried to go down, but before actually went down, it just spiked up a little bit. And usually these spikes in here tend to be a little bit more of a future confirmation or indication that price may actually wants to go higher before moving down. So basically this triggers me a little bit more of a trigger that price wants to go higher, but before that just comes off the bound in here. When it comes correct, is this demand zone temporary gap, whatever, and maybe ready to continue. We'll see, right? We are about in 15 minutes. The ECB press conference is going to start. Most likely, we are going to see more volatility being added into the euro pairs and the euro dollar. Looking at the euro index, which is also something that we like. Euro index also managed to break slightly this top. Basically, that was the prediction as well. At this point, sorry, it was the prediction, and price actually went a little bit deeper into this walls, but still holding it. And so we will see also what's going to happen around here. The price actually managed to hold a little bit more of this structure, or eventually continues to move forward. Now, overall, bigger picture, I'm still expecting, and I said that I'm still expecting the euro pairs to move forward, the dollar to eventually move higher. Bigger picture, that's my bias. After the dollar took this top, I'm expecting it to go higher. But in the short term, I think price could bounce a little bit down before joining, or before resuming the move to the upside. If price wants to do that already from here, okay, let it go. And then we'll see when eventually we are going to have some kind of retracement to move to the downside, and then eventually we are going to be looking maybe for price to already start getting a little bit closer to the next structure on the left side. Yes, just to finalize with the dollar yen, because dollar yen also looks amazing, and this is the yen index. Okay, we had a BOG also this morning, overnight. Beautiful move from here. Great Quasimodo pattern as well. And price now looks like it's ready to go higher. And with that, the dollar yen is an amazing opportunity. We just fake out the top yesterday. We have definitely these double lows in here to come and collect that liquidity. Unfortunately for me, I was looking for price to retrace a little bit back into here, and I still like this level. Whenever price comes back into this level, I want to short it. I am not short yet. Unfortunately, I was not at my PC at this time, and I'm looking for price to come back into this structure here to eventually sell it. And again, bigger picture, this can end up, to be more precise, can also end up becoming a potential even Quasimodo as well. Just as long as price takes this above bottom. But this bottom in here, this structure, it really looks like a great reversal pattern about to happen on the yen. And the yen index holding these levels, that's a great indication. Now can maybe go all the way to fill this level. So there's much more space for these yen pairs to move towards to. And the yen and the pound yen and euro yen can also follow that same direction. Okay, that's basically me in terms of the main pairs that I'm looking at. Then eventually I'll talk about the US indices, which they may get really close to finally break this key level of structure that we have been waiting. And this can mean much more selling opportunities on the US indices. All right. Anyone else? Any questions, guys? If you guys are not paying for internet, I don't want to use it and not use it. Yeah, internet actually, to be honest, is quite good. In the UK, sometimes there are some issues, but the one I'm using right now, at least since I moved into this house, has been good. I'm happy because we do need good internet.
I seem to be having some Wi-Fi issues today, which is quite frustrating. But oh well. Let's hope it's a bit better on Monday. I'll tell you what, guys. I'm gonna call it a day on that. I'm gonna jump out now and try and reset my whole Wi-Fi situation. So, guys, just before I do cut off completely and just Wi-Fi crash, I'm gonna say my goodbyes. So, guys, thank you very, very much for a fantastic week. In the stream. Thank you very much for joining every single day. Guys, thank you for your participation. You're absolute legends, each and every single one of you. You've been a pleasure to stream in front of, and please make sure you stick around and make sure that you give some positive vibes to some very handsome guys coming through and some very fantastic traders with some awesome value. So ask away, ask any questions to Pedro, and Samir will be coming in shortly, so make sure you ask him any questions as well. Guys, thank you very much for joining, and I shall speak to you all Monday morning. Have a great weekend, and for now, peace.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everything. Cheers. Have a great weekend. All right, guys. And now we are going about B2. Whenever my good friend is ready to join, here we are.
Here he is. Hello, guys. Hey, Pedro, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you doing, Samir?
I'm amazing, thank you. So,
So yeah, how the week has been trading wise for you?
Yeah, it's good. Finally, the market is showing some signs of reversal. Exactly the signs that I like to look at, especially on the dollar. And with the dollar, euro dollar, the dollar yen, the pound dollar, and so on. So these are a little bit of the structures I like to trade and be involved with. So I'm looking to see how price may react from around these levels. Setting up some pending orders now. For example, dollar yen, I already have that pending order. Whenever price goes there, I want to be involved in. Yeah, the euro on the pound also monitoring. There was a few trade actually making two good setups. Actually, it was on the house pairs, and I think it was you who asked me how do I approach many of these assets that I look at on my trading view, and maybe it was 2 weeks ago or something like that. And I usually said that I tend to look at the majors, and if the majors are kind of okay, then I go and look a little bit at the miners to see if there was a better opportunity within the miners. And there was actually on the pound Aussie and euro Aussie. Okay, why? Because the dollar price was reacting. So euro Aussie had just came all the way to respect now this support level that it held in the past. That also a little bit of this of the structure somewhere around there, and we just fake out these lows, and there was a small fresh level in there. And then in terms of price action key, we actually managed to break this. But unfortunately, I was not really here when the moment the price broke. This was today, right? Yeah, this was today. Yeah, but this could have been a great setup. So there you go. We have a higher time frame level where price is reacting on the left side. You have price dropping for many weeks now in a row. Okay, so basically, but since the beginning of the year, price has been just in one direction, dropping, basically reaching now this structure. And then you have the confirmation, even on the 4-hour time frame or 1-hour time frame, you see a clear break of structure at around this level. What you have a clear, fresh demand zone as well, even potentially for some kind of fair value gap in there. And then you have an approach of price compressing, even with the trend line. I know that you like to trade trend lines as well. So most likely this could have been some kind of trigger somewhere around there after the break of the trend line to go along. The potential of this trade, one of the targets would be just to test this level, basically where price is approaching right now. But there's even the potential to go even higher. For example, this for me is even a better opportunity than what we could see on the Aussie dollar, which is kind of the measure. So euro Aussie perfect, and the pound Aussie quite similar as well, to be honest. Again, approaching a really interesting level on the left side. Okay, so we took these lows, really good demand at around this
major support.
Sorry?
In my eyes, or the way I will see it, I will consider that as a major support or that type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is on GBP AUD. So yes, I do think that maybe we can get some kind of reaction. We are already getting the reaction, as I can see.
Yeah,
So yeah,
we have definitely this range that you can trade, and I think price can go again. Similar approach, price broke the structure, slowly came into the zone, and then it broke today, and now it's flying. So yeah, these two really interesting setups that actually happened between yesterday and today. Again, higher time frame analysis, prices dropping for many weeks in a row. Eventually, buyers will jump into it again, and the best way to look for those opportunities when price then approaches a really interesting level of support. This is on a higher time frame. Wait for confirmations on the lower time frame. This is not even lower again. This is 1 hour or 4-hour time frame. Then just wait whenever price confirms it. Yeah, nice attempt. This was
just my side. I'm just waiting for US 30 buy. I have a level right here. Once I get to that level, I will show.
Yeah. I know you are using the futures platform, correct?
Yeah, Dave introduced me to this platform, so I'm using this for live stream purposes. So every time if I see any trade, I just punch it here with our lovely viewers. So I still don't know how to use this platform, to be honest. I just use it to punch the trades. So on the back, on the back side, I'm using the trading view. So I want the price to let me go to the smaller time frame, maybe 5 minute time frame. Okay, I want the price to come around this area, and I will explain you guys why I want the price to come around this area on trading view. Or maybe I can try it here. Okay, so let me draw a trend line here. If you see this trend line, I want the price. Actually, it has already tapped on the future platform. It hasn't tapped on the trading view platform. So, but this is a very decent support on the 4 hour time frame. So that's why I want the price to come around this area so that I can get a better entry. But as I can see, price is already tapping that area on the futures platform. So yeah, this I think we can continue the upside. We can take these highs, but as I analyzed this thing based on the trading view, so I do want the price to tap that area, which is just a little bit below this, which is around this area. So if that is getting tapped, then I'm gonna take a buy here, and I will explain you everything why I'm this entering a buy here. Let the price come here, or maybe even just break this wick, then I will enter the trade, because I am sacrificing some risk to reward here if I decide to enter right here. So let me actually switch my screen to the trading view screen so that I can show you in a better way. I can just I'm just gonna reshare the screen. Just wait. Okay. Okay, now you can put my screen back so that I can share on the trading view. Okay, so let's go to the 4 hour time frame. If you see this area, it is a very decent support and resistance area. Yeah, this it is very clean. I don't even have to explain why I have this level. It is very decent area. So price is tapping that area. Actually, it just bounced without tapping that area, just little points, probably like 2-3 points away from that area. So that's why I wanted to get involved around this area. And if you see this trend line, it is also tapping that trend line. And one concept I do have, when price is way too above or below the 15-minute EMA, price tries to get at least 50% of that area. So this is overextended market according to me. So I have two type of market condition: either it is trendy, either it is overextended. I don't like to take any trades in sideways market. So that is it. Even if I try to enter here, I have to put a very large stop loss, like 400 point stop loss, because it is a trend line, so it can break this trend line. So that is also valid actually, because we have this EMA. But if I try to place it 300 points, I'm afraid if price tries to tap this. So let's just wait, let's just not get impatient here. Here I can get a little bit better entry, and my stop loss will also be decent. So of course, if we break this trend line, there is a chance we can continue bullish, but I don't want that entry, because I'm afraid, what if price liquidate this area and tries to come back? If I enter here, I will take a very wide stop loss, and my target is not making sense because we have this barrier here. So these kind of logics you have to use when you are analyzing the charts. So I will like to enter around this area, as I mentioned. Let the price just tap this. You will see the action here. Will place my trade here. So that is it from US 30. Just waiting here. So let's analyze other pairs. Are you having any interesting opportunity for today, or you are just as you mentioned,
Yeah,
GBP AUD?
I was just looking at your chart, because aside from that trend line, I have to admit I don't really understand where you are catching that first touch on your trend line.
Here, let me.
Why did you choose that low?
This.
Yeah. Is it on the 30-minute time frame? Okay, 30-minute time frame.
Yeah, it is on the 30-minute time frame, and it is the only available low that we have. If I draw my trend line right from here, it is not making that much sense. So if I draw it from here, it is making sense, and it is also according to the level. Actually, it is already tapped. If I just see the futures chart, but I would like if price comes around this area. So let's see. We are just 14 minutes in for the New York session, so we
Mhm.
still have a lot of time. We don't have to rush the trades. And yesterday I took a win. Day before yesterday also was a winning day. Monday actually it was a losing day. So this week I'm up like 1 hour. I think it is okay. So let's see what we get today.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. But yes, I was looking at the Dow as well, and on the left side, I like the level of support where price is reacting.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting one. Where you also mentioned that specific level as well. So yeah, maybe can find some buying pressure from here. And your target is good as well in the sense that it's still within the range. So
It
that's
is
a
a
nice
very
one.
decent trend line, to be honest. I'm just kind of debating with myself. Should I get involved in this trade? Stop loss will be like 400 points. Let's see if TP is making sense. If you go to the bigger time frame, 4 hour. Let's go to the daily. Okay, this is the daily high, and this is the daily level. And we have already, liquidity this low. If you go to 30-minute, I think let's just wait. It's okay if we didn't get the trade.
Okay.
I'll just let it run. I can do the same thing tomorrow. So yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. Looking at
Let's look at other pair actually. Let's see what gold is trying to do.
yeah, someone was asking
Okay.
about gold as well.
Okay, I was having this trend line, the support and resistance area. Let's throw some more areas. Okay, we have this area. It is decent area. We have this area. Price is tapping this area. So 200 EMA is already bullish on the daily time frame. So I will not consider this a downtrend. We can also retest this area, but we have liquidity this trend line. So I do think we can bounce from here because gold likes to do these type of things. It breaks the area, taps the other area, and completely reverse. So let's see what we are seeing on the smaller time frame. Let's go to the 5 minute. Actually we are having a very decent head and shoulder here. So I think if we can break this area, we can get a buying pressure here. Wow, stop loss is like 100 points, probably like 10,000 pips if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
massive now.
yeah, 10,000 pips, guys, stop loss. So if you take like 0.01, I think your loss is gonna be um I'm sorry, I don't know what your loss is gonna be. Probably like $100. Yeah, on
Maybe.
0.01.
I always bet
Correct,
to
correct me
calculate
if I'm
with
wrong,
the
guys. I don't trade gold.
yeah.
So
In terms of proper deciding of how much risk and comparing with pips and or points, I literally just let the application do the math for me. I don't spend my cell brains anymore trying to do that calculation. But yes, gold after yesterday's move. There you go. Now each small move it looks like massive, and I agree with you. I think if price maybe starts breaking those tops, maybe there's a
I'm
potential.
not gonna lie, I took a shot here yesterday,
Uh-huh.
breaking these lows. So I did took some profits. Although I don't trade gold, but it was FOMC, and price was way too clean. And if you go to the 1 minute time frame, I do trade patterns. And if you see this, it was a triangle pattern. So I was like, let's give this a shot. So it was a kind of a triangle pattern. We broke this area, put it the stop loss here, and I targeted 1 to 1. I was just aiming for some kind of wick fill here. So it really played well. Normally I don't trade gold, but as I'm a trader, my job is to spot the opportunity. If the confidence is there, if the confluence is there, my job is to take some risk on, actually take some calculated risk on those opportunities. So I did that, secured some wins. And let's take a look at US 30. I think it was coming to that area. Okay, it is not coming to that area. So let's wait for like 10 minutes and let's see if we break this or we tap this area. We don't have to be patience less. I don't know if impatience, actually impatient, I'm sorry guys. So we don't have to be impatient here. Let's wait for this area as per my strategy. So yeah.
Christina Lagarde has started to speak already.
Yeah, this gold breakout is also is looking decent because we are showing some kind of loss of momentum on the 15-minute, 5-minute, 3-minute, even on the 1-minute. So I do think if we break this inverted head and shoulder, we can continue bullish. But guys, the stop loss is like 100 points. I've never used $100 stop loss on gold. I think the max, I don't even remember because I trade this pair very less unless I see very clean setup. Let's find more confluence if this trade makes sense. Yeah, there is a level. Okay, there is a trend line liquidity. Okay, let's go to the daily. Okay, we are overextended. Let's go to the 15-minute. EMA is way too, above in this particular price action in this particular session. So I do think it makes sense. Let's see the target. Okay, 4 hour, we do have a fair value gap, which maybe price can tap. Okay, and yeah, it makes sense, definitely. The problem is that I don't even know how to calculate the lot size on the futures platform. I do know how to calculate on the forex platform, so I will not take this trade on my futures account. Oh, we are breaking the trend line on the US 30. I think this is it. We are gonna see some momentum here. Let's take a trade here. I do like this candle that we have closed. I will put my stop loss. Okay, let me punch a trade here. We will take let's take 3 contracts here. Where is buy? Okay, so I just bought here, and my stop loss is gonna be okay. I'll be listing I $500 for $500 as I'm already in like profits on my futures account, so I can risk my profits a little bit from my drawdown. So I'm okay with $500 risk. In some time I will share my what sometime I'll be sharing like in 10 seconds. Let me explain you this trade first. Okay, we broke this trend line. We was already on the support level. If we go to the 15-minute, we are overextended. And let me just do this thing. Okay, so this is my trade. I'm going for 1-to-1, something like this. My target is making sense. We are these some kind of fair value gap that we have, which was untested. So I do think this trade makes sense. We already bounced from this trend line. Actually, we have tapped this trend line on the futures platform. So yeah, let's see what this trade does. This 3-minute candle was looking way too good. So yeah, guys, let's see if what is today is Thursday. Let's see if Thursday is my day or not. But I will stick to one trade a day. So let's see what price does here. Let me go to my futures platform now. Maybe you can switch to your screen so that I can, have to pause and reshare the screen.
I was just looking at Novari, and Novari is melting, okay, because the dollar is also moving to the downside and the euro is moving higher. But mostly the dollar yen today, in combination again with the yen index, as you can see, it's a unique 24 hours, the ones that we are having right now, because basically all the major central bankers just announced their interest rates from the Fed, BOG, Switzerland, UK, and now Eurozone. So it's not that often that all of it happens in even less than 24 hours. So there are definitely big movers in here, and the market is adjusting to what's going on based off those meetings. So we actually can see a lot of strength on the end pairs. The Marian is definitely one that is melting because also melt down on the dollar.
Okay. I took a trade on my futures platform. Let's see what this trend line, will this trend line breakout survive, or will this trend line breakout will get the price to the upside? Now it's a moment of waiting game. Actually, I was not gonna take a trend line breakout, but the strength was there actually. If you observe these candles. So look at this, one big bullish candle, another big bullish candle. So I think the strength is there. this breakout may can sustain, and we also closed above the 200 EMA on the 1 minute time frame, which is a plus point for me. So I do think we can hold this trend line. We remember we are tapping the support area, we are tapping the 30-minute trend line, and EMA is overextended. And what other thing we have now? We have trend line breakout also. So these are the things that I am seeing right now. So these are my confluences. So let's see, guys, what do we get today. I'm already in the trade right now. I'm on the account. I'm up like $300. We need $3,000 to pass this account. So as I make more profits, so I will be risking those profits. Let's see where we get. Will I pass this challenge live on the stream or not? Let's see. By the way, all these trades that I took on this account particularly, it has shared here only on the Fiverr's live stream. So yeah, let's see.
That's great. That's really great. Aside from the Dow and gold, are you looking at anything else? Like, are you looking for something else or not?
No, probably like majority, like NYSE I trade US 30 only, which is MYM on the futures side, and gold I trade like probably like once bi-weekly if I see very clean setup. Other than that, I don't touch forex nowadays. Back in the days, I used to trade forex, but now I don't trade it because the most amount of consistency or consistent payouts I have received by trading US 30 only. So that's why I'm sticking to US 30. So
Yeah.
okay, let's see, guys, if this breakout sustain or not. Going to the smaller time frame, let's go to the, can we go to the 3-minute time frame? Okay, we can, yeah. Okay, this was the 3-minute time frame. So let's see how what the price does here. Now it is just a waiting game.
Yeah, I'm listening a little bit to what Christina Lagarde is saying. That he's trying.
Oh, we have.
But yeah, we can see. You can definitely see that
gold really did.
Broke.
Let me go to the GC. I think it is MGC. It is gonna be micros. Yeah. So guys, that inverted head and shoulder has been broken to the upside. This inverted head and shoulder that we was talking about, I do think there is a high chance that we can tap that area which I was talking about, which is I think these fair value gaps and this resistance area, we definitely can touch that area. But let's take a look at MYM, what it is trying to do. Okay, we are trying to come under this trend line, which I'm not liking, to be honest. So should we close this trade and manage the risk today, or should we see if we rejects from here? Okay, let's see, guys, what the price does. Going to the 5-minute time frame. Okay, we have 3 minutes left for this 5-minute candle to close. Let's see how it is gonna close, and then we can decide what we are gonna do. We have this order block also, which is our last hope if price test from this area. Nope. Okay, we have this order block that you have. This is the last hope for me. If we didn't reject from here, I can close the trade a little bit early. Let's see. Okay, gold. Yeah, it is decent push to the upside. Yeah. Let's take a look at trading view. Okay, I'm seeing some new viewers today, and thank you, guys. We have daily facts, we have primal light, we have news. Do we have any news?
We had regarding to euro.
Okay.
We had interest rate. Now we have Christina Lagarde speaking. We had unemployment claims, but not really much.
Okay. So yeah.
yeah, price is just not moving in one direction.
Yeah, it is. Uh, trading is trading is fun. You make profit, you lose some, and then you have to manage the trades. Yeah, I think once you are used to the or once you get comfortable with the loss, or you are okay with your trades, even if it's your stop loss or whatever, I think that can be the game changer thing for you. For me, it is not really bothering me that much because I have like risked $500. Psychologically, I can handle that amount. If I would have risked like $50,000, then I would be sweating, my hands would be sweating, and all these things. So I think you should find your sweet spot where your heart rate is not rising, where you don't need that kind of heart monitor thing. I think that is the amount you should risk in trading.
That's a great advice, to be honest. And that sometimes it's one of the difficult things or hard things, especially now with prop firms, because
Yeah,
there is the ability or
I
the
don't know why.
possibility to just jump into 100k or 200k accounts, and all of a sudden people are not used to lose $1,000 in a trade, or to spend even $1,000 in their own life.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
then mentally they struggle to do that.
All right, we have Rich here. Hello, hello, Rich. How are
Hello.
you?
What's
I'm
up?
good. How are you guys?
Good,
I'm
good,
good,
good.
thank you.
Yes, we don't have Victor today. Victor has asked for a personal day, so I am Victor today.
Yes. Where
Without
is your
mask
mask?
though.
Oh, I knew I forgot something. Where is my mask?
It's okay. We have here Abrado Pinkler saying that his heart starts palpitating at
Yes.
$20 on a demo account, right?
No, you are lying. You are playing with us right now. I know you are a old trader. I think I remember you from Instagram. Let me know if you are the same guy.
I think you're remembering Abradolf Linkler for a different reason, Samir.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so Abradolf Linkler is a character in a TV show called Rick and Morty, and yes, it's a mixture between a certain German dictator
Okay.
and a previous U.S. president.
Okay. So we are in this trade, and yeah, we rejected from this trend line, which is still it is 50-50. Let's see what this price does. So yeah,
If you were,
yeah,
go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say if I win this trade, I'm gonna risk my whole profits tomorrow or in Wednesday, because Fridays and Wednesdays are good for me.
Okay. So I was about
Wait,
to ask
so
you,
Yeah.
if you were not on the live stream, would you still kind of check candle by candle, kind of to see what the market is doing, or you kind of would just switch off and go do something else, and then whatever price does either hit your target or
Um,
hit your stop loss?
I haven't really found that much disattachment, if that is the word. Right now, I do check my trades, but I don't sit on the PC. Let's say if I took the trade and if price is not doing anything for like 20-30 minutes, then I can close my PC and I can, switch to my phone. But every like 15-20 minutes, I do take a look at my phone once, but I'm not like,
Mm-hmm.
glued to the charts like, oh, what is doing candle by candle. But every 15-20 minutes I do like to take a look at charts. Can be from phone if I am outside, or can be from PC.
Yep. Good.
But let's take a look at gold. Yeah, we had a really decent push here, but my if I was about to enter here, still 1 to 1 wouldn't have been smashed. Right now we are at I mean entry would have been at around 4600, so we need 4700, I think. No, we I don't know, guys. Let me see it. I don't know how to measure this thing. Okay, somewhere around this area. Yeah, we do need 47. Yeah, we far from the TP. Okay, we rejected from this area. So yeah, again waiting game. Cannot really do anything. Took a trend line break, and that is it.
Is this on the futures platform?
Yeah, I am using this as a live trade. So yeah.
Nice. Did you have to twist Dave's arm to get the access to this platform?
Yeah, I told him to give me the access. I want to try futures, and here I am.
Nice. I should talk to Dave.
Use your network as well.
Yes. Just like reach out a little bit and get the feedback. Just want to find out how's. Anyway, so how is this platform, Samir? How have you been finding it?
To be honest, I just know how to place buy and sell, and I don't really know anything else. It looks clean to me, but I do the normal analysis on TradingView. I just came to know about how to place the order, and you can set the 250 point stop loss. I have it by default, so I just do some calculation in my mind. If I take this lot size, how much I'm gonna lose. So to be honest, I just know about some tools and buy and sell order. That is it.
So that bracket that you have, the 250 points, that's your stop loss. Do you have to work out the lot size by yourself, or is there a visual representation prior to you taking the trade?
It is just a visual representation. As you know, in forex we can take 0.01 or according to the stop loss, but here we have to take 1 or 2 or 3 contract size. We cannot really take the contract size in points, or let's say 3.5 lot size or contract size. So I have to find a sweet spot, where which lot size is decent in that particular case. Here I made around I'm up around $300 on this futures account. So in the back of the mind, I was like, let's risk 300, and on top of that, which my normal risk is, which is 200. So if I lost this trade, I will assume that okay, this is a fresh account and I lost the trade. So that's kind of a psychological trick I'm playing with myself.
You're back to $200 underneath
Yeah.
the start. Yeah, it makes sense. Do you intend on only risking a set amount every trade, or like I heard you said earlier, you are going to trade, or at least let's say risk, whatever you win today, tomorrow, or next week? Can you explain that a little bit? Like, what's your thought process around that?
The thought process behind it is because I'm following my 1-to-1 risk to reward system, and the market don't have to move a lot to hit my 1-to-1 risk to reward system. If I was targeting more, the chances of me hitting that target would have decreased, and I know my win rate is decent, so I can practice this thing on this particular account, which is I can risk my profits because I know there is a high chance I may can win a trade if I follow my plan or if I see a clean setup. So this trendline breakout is clean, but the only thing which is not there, we just rejected from this support area. So I don't know if we're gonna retest this area. So yeah, let's see. But this is a clean trendline break to me. Let's go to the 1 minute. Where is the 1 minute? Okay. Okay, we are forming another pattern here. So if he breaks, I think that will be a good thing. Let me draw it for you guys. Something like this.
In terms of trend line, I'm looking at NASDAQ and I'm seeing that the 50 EMA and the 100 EMA pretty much we on NASDAQ we pushed lower further down and then eventually we came back to it and we just jumped in between the 50 and the 100 EMA and it seems as though we are slightly rejecting off of it right now. So I don't know if that means that we're going to have a continuation to try and push lower. And
let's take a look at MNQ.
Yeah, if NASDAQ is doing that, I'm just assuming that US 30 is going to kind of like follow suit because there is a bit of correlation between them, even though it's not like 100% correlated. But so the whole of today so far, this orange line is the 100, and this is the, I can also switch on the 200 as well. We've been trading lower than the 200 since yesterday afternoon, around 2 o'clock my time, so that's 12 o'clock GMT, and the whole day today, every time we've come back to the 100 EMA, we've kind of just tapped above it and started pushing lower, whereas now it did look like it was rejecting ever so slightly.
Yeah,
and now it seems like it's busy picking up a little bit of orders though.
actually, if you see this NASDAQ on the higher time frame, it is ranging like crazy. Yeah, it is not in a decent trend, you know. Like normally indices move in a decent trend. So I think this particular market condition is a little bit sideways. If we see this is a sideways market, it is on the support right now. So maybe there is a chance we can move to the upside. I'm talking about NAS 100 or NQ. I don't trade NAS 100. Again, why? Because I was having some win rate issues. My win rate was a little bit more on US 30. Back in the days, I used to trade both of these indices. But now, seeing my data, I have optimized this thing. If I just trade US 30, I may can get better results. And I am getting better results actually. Yeah.
I thought that we were going to come down. I thought we were going to come down to try and test to 2400. Well, 24,000 flat. But yeah, we did not come close to that. We came down to 24,100, so about $100 on price away from the area where I thought we were going to have a reaction. On the hourly, we are now doing a little bit of a retracement. So lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. And now we're retracing ever so slightly. I want to see what happens in this hour and then potentially the 4-hour candle as well. 4-hour candle had a very nice big wick that could be a rejection. But let's see whether or not we reject the high of the 4-hour candle or whether or not we come back down to test the 4-hour candle wick. That will be interesting as well. Because I mean, even on the 4-hour from yesterday, we had a very nice sell-off on the, like a proper sell-off, creating a new low. But it is struggling to follow suit, to carry on pushing lower. I really do want to see us try and test down here to try and sweep these lows from Monday. So last week Monday, not this week Monday, last week Monday. But if we don't get there, the assumption is that obviously we need to break above this consolidation that we had during the rollover and the Tokyo session. So over here. However, if that gets bypassed, then we will most probably try and come up here to yesterday's, let's say, rollover from Wednesday, kind of the pivot point, to try and push price lower.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking more or less at the same thing. On 1 hour time frame, just jump into the 1 hour time frame. For some, this may have been already maybe a fair value gap where price kind of reacted from this low to this structure. and price is already kind of bouncing from it. But when you do start going into the lower time frames, the fair value gap that the separation that I was actually looking for, it would be more into here. I'm going to actually into the 5 minutes. Yeah, it was actually between these two structures that I was looking for. Price is still above these lows, so price is reacting from something still within here. And it hasn't really touched this level, which actually it would be a little bit more of the level that I was looking for. It similar to you, kind of maybe 24,100 or 24,000. A little bit more to the downside, so you can see prices above that line that I'm marking there. It hasn't really managed to come out with into which I'm actually going to set up what in there. I think that can be tagged. Again, and bigger picture is a different story. Bigger picture I've been saying all the time. Just waiting definitely for all this basically to be taken for price actually to open the door to go way further down. I think eventually that could be the trajectory on US indices. So looking at what we have, basically price now we're testing kind of close to this structure, and the question mark is what's going to happen somewhere around here. We should break this high again, and maybe that there's a shift in here, or price will somehow try to pressure and try to test this lows one more time.
Yeah.
That would be more of what I'm looking at.
Yeah. I see that your US30 trade at the moment, Samir, seems to have pulled back ever so slightly.
Yeah. I was having that last 5 minute order block type of thing. If you respect this, it is good. If it didn't, then I think I have to accept that today, not my day, and I have to take a loss. What I can do,
Yeah, that's unfortunately one of those things. Not every day is going to be a winning day.
Yeah.
It seems to be gathering a little bit more steam now to try and push lower. Okay, obviously you're on the futures chart, so there's going to be a difference between the CFD and the futures chart. But in this case, the low that we had at the open, that wick, so your green candle, yeah, that one there, we'll have to see whether or not we're going to sweep that. And if we do sweep that, and then potentially start picking up. However, my problem is still the fact that we reacted between the 100 and the 50 EMA, which is something that it's been respecting decently throughout today, as well as the 200 EMA, which I spoke about a little bit earlier on NASDAQ. But right now, it does seem as though there is a potential to want to try and push lower, respecting the higher.
We can sweep this low, and then who knows if we continue, or maybe we can shift the structure.
Yes.
So yeah, as you mentioned, this is the last point, which if it respects, then good. If it didn't, then of course, it is gonna go lower. Let me go to the 1 minute time frame to see it in more detail. Okay, so this is the last low. We took out the liquidity. So yeah, let's see. Let me delete this thing. Okay.
I know this is going to sound silly, but it's because I don't know. Are you allowed to take multiple orders at the same time on this futures platform?
Yes, you are allowed, unless you are not breaching the daily loss, which I think here is, I think it is 3%. I think, yeah, we have 3% drawdown only actually. Unless you are not breaking the drawdown, you can take as many trades as you want, or as you know, if your setup is there.
I still want to go and figure out how the how this platform works, the new one. I'm interested to see how it works.
It is easier than those, traditional platforms like I think it is Trader Weight, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, It is better than that. This platform, I have found that. I've used it once. I was not even able to understand how to put a stop loss in that thing.
Oh no.
So I just never use that again. This is I can drag and drop like, if I can do this thing.
I have zero experience with this new platform. And I would like to obviously go and experience the futures platform and futures trading, but I'm not yet eligible. Let's put it like that. I've not yet been bumped up in the queue. Sometimes working for the fivers doesn't always mean that you're going to get preference. You have to be in the queue just like everybody else.
That's true. It's true.
I see the VIX has dropped down, come back down to this 200, not 200, to this 100 EMA as well. And it looked like it wanted to reject, however, not yet. Still slowly. So volatility itself has died down ever so slightly. US 30 looks like it's either rejecting or it is just, retracing ever so slightly to try and push down lower.
Yeah. Let's see.
NASDAQ seems to be rejecting so far nicely. Gold, what's gold doing? What is gold doing? Oh, very interesting. Let me bring my screen up. I want to show you something. So earlier on, we had these two levels. I'll go onto the hourly, then you should be able to see it. So we had the low of the 6th of February that I wanted to break, and then we had a base during the 2nd of February that I would have wanted to see tested as well, because this was the establishment and then this was the reaction, the very first really strong reaction out of it. And then we have the lowest point, which was just a little bit of a wider banded area on gold. Anyway, so what we had was we eventually had the break. If I go down to the 15, and you'll see it nicely. We consolidated ever so slightly around this area. We slowed down, and then eventually we started picking up some proper selling pressure. We came into this area down here, which is the top band of that larger section. Obviously, we broke past and closed lower than the time frame that we had on the 6th and as well as on the 2nd. And then we've come back now to retest that box. And it looks as though it wants to potentially reject off of it. However, it's still too early to say. This is on the 15-minute. On the 5-minute, it does look like it's slowed down nicely to maybe potentially try and push a little bit lower again, maybe try and sweep the lows that it had already taken earlier. So on this one, interesting. I want to see how gold is going to react in this area. So that trend line is no longer an area of interest to me. This breakpoint, if we were to start pushing up, is still going to be in play. This base is also still in play, and this area is also still in play because we've only had a singular reaction off of it as yet, and it's not confirmed yet. It's not done yet. NASDAQ starting to push down a little bit, respecting this 50 EMA that we had down on the 5-minute. So that area over there, looking good, not looking horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's going to take the lows or not, or it's going to hold that level and start moving upwards. We have Raphael that is $40 away from passing one more. Raphael, I don't even know how many 10K accounts you already passed, but I think he's... And when are you starting to jump to 20K accounts or maybe 50K accounts? When are you doing that step up on your journey? But good luck. Okay, just basically half a trade, maybe away from getting your another account passed, basically. So good luck with that. And then you have our friend again. Any news from Gil Ben-Hur? He learned a lot from him. By the way, where did you learn from him? Was it from the content that we have on our YouTube channel or even on the dashboard? Because I think he had kind of a big series of compressions, market structure, I think even maybe Quasimodo sessions that he recorded and he shared with us on our YouTube, the Fivers, and also in the within the dashboard. But yes, he is the founder of the Fivers. He is indeed the founder of the Fivers, and as you can imagine, he's a bit busier now. Instead of just joining us to create content.
He's still there. He's still very active. Just not in the content creation sphere. Let's put it like this.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of work in the background. But Sol has basically, as the CEO, kind of like taken over the idea of doing the live trading and maybe doing some more content. And then that, of course, is like carried on moving on to the next person as they get more responsibilities and more work and so on. So he's still there. I saw him the other day. And Aberdolf Linkler, if you watched the 10-year anniversary event, you would have seen Gil Ben-Hur. He was giving a speech during his section of the event, and he's still alive and kicking.
Okay, so you learned our content, because to be honest, and the reason that is because actually the first time I heard from Gil was back in the days. There was a forum where he actually was sharing content on it was actually the Forex Faction, if not mistaken, but then I think he created his own blog. Back in the days, I mean, like 2015s, 14s, when there was no much content online or sites. It was actually within the Forex Factory. There is a big section of people sharing their thoughts, and that's where I heard from him the first time that when I started to transition into market structure and price action, naked chart and whatever, even Quasimodos as well. I think in the concept of compression, it was a little bit from him. It was another guy as well. Then each one went their own ways, their own paths. But actually, that was the first time I heard from him, from Gil. I did read his whole studies that he shared online on my searching periods of trying to find out my strategy. In trading.
Gil is he's been in the industry for like 30 odd years.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, long time.
Yeah, it's like somewhere out there. He's been in the industry for longer than most people have been alive. He's a legend, I think, in my opinion. Your US 30 trade, Samir.
Yeah,
what
it is almost about to hit a stop loss. So yeah, today, Thursday, this week has been. Monday was a losing day. Tuesday, Wednesday was a winning day. So today's Thursday, so I took a loss. So this week, 0 R I made. But this futures account, I'll be down like $200. So yeah, I'll try to follow my plan tomorrow, which is Friday. So yeah, we'll do the same thing, and I'm sure the results are gonna be in my favor.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt, mate. Like, your ability to trade is second to none. So you'll bounce back, mate. This is but a temporary setback. Temporary.
Yeah.
Gold did indeed reject off of that area of interest that I had. I would like to see break these lows and break it with conviction, and then potentially start coming closer to this 4,400 zone. That would be quite nice. However, with gold, you never know. You know, gold, you'd never know what can be the the sudden move. I mean, we do have a little area over here that we could potentially just wick back onto and then try again to push up. So interesting to see where it's going to go if it decides to carry on going.
Yeah, in general, we are bouncing back a little bit. The dollar is also moving a little bit to the upside after testing a little bit of the lows. As a consequence, the pound is also bouncing a little bit back. So dollar came all the way to test now the structure in here. EU is also kind of bouncing a little bit more. Pound also, after basically retesting these tops, is also finding a little bit. So gold as well, the US indices as well. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this is just a small retrace before continuation, same thing on gold, or if he's actually kind of trying to retest again these morning structures. That's basically the next step that you need to pay attention. Yeah, somewhere around here. Yeah, even NASDAQ as well, S&P as well, kind of retesting a little bit. Yeah, Dow actually managed to break the low yet. The other one says it didn't yet.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even though the news that came out was pretty much as expected across every single last asset that we could have, we just did not get the reactions that I thought we would. I mean, even when the ECB information came out, it was as expected. We kept the refinancing rate the same. The pound refinancing rate was the same, and yet it was viewed as positive for EU and GU. And yet at the same time, it became quite negative for UJ as well. UJ pushing lower, and all of the yen pairs had already been, like, let's say, prepping to start pushing lower as well, because all of them, CAT JPY, Hong Kong JPY, every single one of them pushed lower today, which is interesting.
Yeah, the yen index was reacting from a great level. I think again, the expectation was not based on, or the movement wouldn't be because of their decision to keep the rates the same. Yeah. It's definitely towards the future, right? I think that was the main point, is try to understand how actually each one of these, basically the most important people that deals with the monetary policy on the biggest countries in the world or regions in the world, how are they seeing the risk of this war that's going on in the Middle East, and then of course how the market is also adjusting. It was actually a bit odd yesterday during the Fed press conference, where it was actually still focused or talking about the tariffs. Like, tariffs, yes, may still have some repercussions on the inflation in general, but that's kind of a little bit of kind of old story, and it didn't really talk too much about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. It was even because yesterday was also the projections of the Fed members, and basically the only thing that changed in that was actually just a slightly expectation of the inflation to be slightly higher at the end of this year, maybe from 2.4 to, or 2.2 to 2.4, 2.5, something like that. But aside from that, everything stayed the same. Even they actually predicted GDP would be higher by the end of the year based on the previous projection in December. They share all those graphs in there. But the reality is that when you start looking at the expectation from the investors, basically this is the probability of the future rate cuts, is that for the first time we actually start having, even if it is a really small percentage, the reality is that the market is even pricing in a 5% rate of probability of a rate hike. Okay, this was absolutely impossible last week or 1 month ago, and I'm talking about in this case, for example, October. Even in June as well, this was absolutely impossible. Like, the trajectory expected, it was to have more rate cuts, and it was expected to be already in June or July maximum, because it's actually when the new Fed member, the new Fed president joins or starts his term. At this point, literally, there's a big delay. There is no more expectations of a rate cut at this point, all the way until basically the end of the year. Of course, everything can change quite quickly, but this is the real fear of the market. If actually the war continues, the price of oil continues to be around 100. That's the real risk. India. So this is how it's being reflected. It's actually maybe based on future risks than actually what they're going to decide right now. For example, even for the Bank of England, like that, there's been quite a lot of disagreement, or it was really tight in terms of the decision between of the members to cut or to stay, and all of a sudden today was a complete 100% decision.
Yeah, everybody was in agreement.
Yeah. This is all like this is not what we have seen recently. So everyone is on the same page on that aspect. Like the risks are real, and eventually they if especially if it continues, that's going to be reflected. Then there you go. Most likely U.S. indices again. Those risks on assets they may continue to fall, and we'll see what will happen in that.
It's interesting. Tomorrow we do have a Japanese holiday. It's going to be the equinox, the vernal equinox day. So JPY pairs is going to be less volatile, could be more volatile, but it's going to be less traded during the Tokyo session specifically. But all trading during the Tokyo session will have slightly less volume. You still have big players, like for argument's sake, Australia, New Zealand, China, Russia, like all of them still having their trading that they do, but the yen banks are going to be closed.
Yeah. And I think this actually all this information, because again it was invested in 24 hours where we had absolutely every single one of the central bankers to announce their interest rate. I think this actually maybe more of positioning. And if there's any kind of new cycle starting, this is kind of with today's price action, yesterday's price action. I think maybe into next week, we'll see if it actually potentially dollar to downside, gold maybe continues. We'll see. I think this is kind of maybe the beginning of something that can change a little bit the next
shift.
Yeah. So because if there is a time of the month to do this, is actually around interest rate decisions, these Fed meetings, or eventually some NFP data or something like that. Now you can actually time it. Just put your chart in front of you, check where the news are, and usually have those swings happening at around that time.
I mean, obviously in this case, like you said, it was pretty much already priced in, all of the decisions. So the moves that we're seeing right now is not really because of the current data, it's more of projection forward data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gold is bouncing. I was looking at the chart as well.
Yeah.
Gold is actually bouncing a little bit. Very good. There's a level to bounce to beat this one. So we'll see.
Low, higher low. This high, pretty much higher high. So we're starting to print a new upward bullish, could be short term on the lower time frame, bullish price action. We are hopping between this low point over here as well as the high point over there. Just kind of stuck here at the moment. We'll see whether or not we do have a breakout. Now it's still a range of $73. So it's quite a range that we're hopping in at the moment. However, overall, the opening range, if you were doing opening range breakout strategy as an example, then you probably would be in a buy right now on gold, taking the opening range, the first first hour or so. I don't know if it's the first half an hour or what. I think it's the first half an hour. Oh no, then it's not a breakout. But yeah, anyway, the people doing the opening range breakout may be taking one of these sections over here and then waiting for a break and then a retest and then trying to buy out of it. Not entirely sure if that is what's happening at the moment, but it's currently struggling at the moment. I see Samir has disconnected.
Yes, I think it's texting actually. Yeah. Okay.
Alvin is saying if it can go deeper, it might hit 4170, but might not be that tidy. Yeah. 4170 is quite low though. 4170 is all the way down here. Based on today's movement, what was our daily loss already? Let's have a look here. Daily percentage. Yeah, already 7.5% down on the day. So it's quite a bit. Going all the way down to 170, let's say 175-ish or whatever, that's going to be twice today's range, which is quite a bit. Doubt we'll get it today. I don't know what you think, Pedro, on gold, whether or not we can reach
417.
Yeah, 417. I mean, we're already 7.5% down on today. To get down to 417, it's going to be double that. It's going to be 14% down on today. So
Yeah, not today. No, today is not going to move that low. Now, if there is a possibility of price potentially going there, I think I'll be looking even at around 4,350s before that. Where is my chart? I think I'll be looking maybe somewhere around here. There's still something that could hold
Sorry,
price.
guys. Power went off.
No problem, friend. So yeah, somewhere around here, maybe price could still go now all the way down to 4,100. I think that's that would maybe take a few weeks for price to get there. But the first barrier, of course, is price needs to break this low from February. Because this can hold. Okay, the same way that this top managed to hold this level, this low could still also hold that structure as well. Now, where price reacted today was really good, even on this 4-hour time frame. Yeah, great. This kind of I love these weeks, and this basically where price actually ended up reacting. And yeah, basically to the pip there. So yeah, we'll see. For now, personally, as I mentioned already in the beginning of the live stream when I joined, I think we can maybe trading within this range. Okay, so the same way, on the same velocity that price actually went down, it could also eventually go up. But I want to see how this mid-range structure works.
Yeah, I mean,
that will be my take.
We're already on our 7th day of bearish price action on gold. Yes, we've had 2 days where it was sideways, but still, we started basically going bearish on the 11th. So 11th, 12th, 13th was quite bearish. Then we had the 16th and the 17th, Monday and Tuesday. That was slightly sideways. Makes sense. It's a Monday. And then Wednesday, yesterday, and today being quite bearish.
Yeah. And UCB again, price will not just move in one direction forever, right? So we are going to have these bounces, and actually those are some of the opportunities that I try to look for. If price is just moving in one direction for many days in a row, maybe even 2 weeks, that starts screaming that it's about to have a bounce. So that's actually kind of what I want to start seeing, some weakness. To then potentially join again, as I mentioned in the beginning of the live stream as well. When I joined pound Aussie and euro Aussie, a great example of that. We had VTV just price has been just dropping for almost 3 months, and now it's approaching maybe strong level of support in the past, good demand zone, and on the war time frame. By war, I mean even 4 hours. Price starts showing that price action of reversal price action around here. So that's actually something that I like to look for. So again, euro dollar is something that I'm also paying attention. Let's see what kind of block we're going to have in here, and if eventually go higher. I'll bet higher. at this point. Although I already got really close to it. Even maybe if I check to the people, maybe it already even took the top. But I think I'll bet higher on the dollar. I'll bet lower, to be honest.
Even though we've had a little bit of sell-off right now on the DXY.
Yeah, I think it could. I think it could go. I think it could take this double bottom decision after respecting that top today or yesterday night. Today we tested it, and I think it could. This could end up working on the double top. Sorry, nice for test from previous high as well that we just break out 110 in here. Two highs break out. That's a structure, and it could push. It could push a bit more to the downside. This one is the one that unfortunately I didn't really manage to catch anything. The dollar yen, I still like the idea of potential sells if price comes back in here, and I'll be looking at it. But so far, great move to the downside.
Yeah, very, very strong. And we were discussing dollar yen earlier. We had a long-term bullish channel, which eventually did get broken and retested, basically. So we broke it on Tuesday, and on Wednesday we were trying to push back into it. On Wednesday we broke back into it, and then now this morning, just before or just after Tokyo session, just before London session, we broke out volumetrically, and it seems as though it wants to carry on pushing lower. Looks good. I like it.
Yeah, I think it was during the press conference. So we had again the BOG today, but then I think it was actually during the press conference when kind of this move started to occur, and the step up happened kind of maybe around 7 a.m. UK time.
Yes.
Or something like that. To be honest, yeah, this was even overall on the paddle. I've been playing paddle in the morning, 7 a.m. to 8 something, and kind of I don't regret it today because I think today was actually maybe one of the best games I've played. But looking at the market, those were actually great levels to enter at around between 8 and 9 a.m. in the morning, both on pound, on euro, and even the dollar yen a little bit. That's why I didn't manage to catch anything. I was not at the chart at that time.
You see, that's now the thing about getting addicted to a sport. It's you start neglecting your day job, just so you can do this paddle.
Yeah, it was a pity. But it is what it is. Price may I'll find new opportunities in general. But the price action actually occurred around that time, both on the euro, on the pound, and actually dollar yen. I wouldn't catch it because I wouldn't be here at 6 a.m. in the morning. I was awake.
No.
6 a.m. I was awake at 6 a.m. to go play paddle, but I didn't turn on my PC. I don't look at my PC at that time.
Yeah, I'm awake to go to the gym. I get up at 6 o'clock my time, which is 4 o'clock GMT. So, yeah, I was awake, up and ready. Wasn't at the chart, though. So, Same boat. We're in the same boat, my friend.
Yeah, exactly.
My sleep schedule is really messed up.
Say again, Samir?
My sleep schedule is really messed up. You wake up at 6, I think I sleeps around 6 to 7 a.m.
So
I have to fix it.
I'm a creature of habit. I really do enjoy having a set time that I go to bed and a set time to wake up. So my bedtime is 10 o'clock GMT plus 2, so South African Standard Time, 10 o'clock, which is then 8 o'clock GMT. And then I wake up at 4 o'clock GMT, which is 6 o'clock South African Standard Time, which is GMT plus 2. So, yeah, then I get up, I get dressed.
This thing from you.
Okay, but here's the question: why are you awake so late? What is keeping you awake?
I was making a YouTube video I was making. Then I got up in editing and all. I forgot the track of time, and I saw it's 8 a.m. Then I just slept for 3-4 hours. Got to the gym and did some work, and here I'm at stream now.
It's because you left that YouTube video until the last minute.
Yeah.
You should have started with that video last week already.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the same thing. I was also doing a content video the other night, and I just decided, you know what? Let's just get it over and done with. Just do it. And then my wife helped me edit the video because she is an absolute savant when it comes to editing. And I was like, okay, cool. She's helping with that, but that took 2 hours still. So not the editing, the whole thing
takes time actually. People just see the video or anything. Actually, it takes a lot of time, you know.
Takes a lot of time, especially for someone that like doesn't do it regularly or as a profession. So it takes a lot of
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
Just cut and go, and then the loading, and then the software running everything, and yeah, that's really demanding. That's why there are editors, and that's why kind of we can maybe give them some work, pay them to do that. Because to be honest, if you actually start counting the time you spend doing that, and kind of if you kind of start to measure your time by value, it may not be the best ROI of your time to actually spend time editing.
Yes, that is true.
Upon creating the content, just send them, and then they do it. Everyone gets happy, and then they don't get so frustrated. Just do it. Spend 2 hours to do a 10-minute script. It's madness.
That's the crazy thing. To do the script, to write the script is quick.
Yeah.
Like you can get a few topics, you write down a few things, you can always use certain software to assist you with that kind of like stuff, but the general gist is like writing a script is very quick. Videotaping yourself, doing the script, you know, that depends on, or the time it takes depends on how many errors you have and how many times you curse because you keep saying the wrong thing. And then you have to download it, and then you have to put it into an editing software. You edit it. That takes time. But then you like afterwards you look at it and you're like, this is crap. Try again. So
Yeah,
we're not
I
even
did that thing
talking about like redoing everything. Just once. Yeah.
And you're forgetting one thing, like that you in that process you're just listening to your voice on repeat. Right? You just keep on listening to your own voice, which is kind of what kind of egocentric is this? That you just
I
keep
have
on
quite a
listening to us.
nasalness to my voice. Jeez, listen to that. It's just, hello, my name is. It's like, ugh, that's horrible. I just saw this from Aberdolf saying, I missed every single opportunity this week. My morale is very low. Why did you miss every opportunity this week? And was it an opportunity in hindsight? Meaning you only saw the move after the fact and then you thought to yourself, I should have been in that? Or did you miss opportunities that you were supposed to be taking based on your strategy that then eventually played out to either a win or a loss? Tell us that first, Just let's look at that first, because depending on which one it is going to really depend on what advice we should be giving you. If it is the idea that you've looked at it in hindsight, then it just means that it wasn't your trade. You're trading in hindsight. You're looking at events that have already transpired and you're saying, I should have gotten in, or I would have gotten in on this, which is not how you're supposed to approach trading. If it is in terms of you saw an opportunity that was completely in line with your strategy, but you decided not to take it, what you can do is you can step back and kind of think of, why did I not take it when it presented itself? Was I fearful? Was there outside factors that were impacting my decision? I didn't want to trade during news, or I'm a little bit tired. I don't want to trade while I'm tired. So like whatever reasoning you attribute to not taking the trade. That's if you did not take the trade based on strategy that aligned in the moment. So it's difficult. Pedro, I know that we've spoken about this in the past quite a bit. What are your thoughts? What can you tell Aberdolf Linkler to bump his morale?
Yeah, your initial comment was really good in terms of this is something that you saw it after it happened, or it was before it happened. Actually, kind of it was part of your strategy. Because again, making that distinction is really important. But I think in addition to that, I think it comes into a journey. Okay, so you mentioned before that he was learning from the videos of Gil, right, on our YouTube channel. So you may still be in a phase where he's still maybe new to trading, can kind of starting his own journey, maybe developing his own strategy. And Geo, the way it trades is also based a lot in patterns. For example, Quasimodo pattern, a compression pattern, like stuff like that. And to trade that, usually there is a journey that the trader or who wants to trade specific patterns needs to go through. Okay, what is the first phase? The first phase is that you don't even know the pattern itself, kind of that you are looking at, and you need to kind of rewatch it many times to understand. Okay, yeah, this is AB. Okay, this is where BC goes, and whatever it may be. And then eventually gets to a phase where you already start to understand a little bit the pattern that you're trading. However, you cannot see it live in the market. Okay, you can only see it after it happens. You can kind of go past in history. You can see, okay, yeah, this is a pattern that I would like to trade. This is exactly the pattern I want. But as it's happening in a moment, it's impossible for you to see it because, again, your brain maybe still is not developed enough or trained enough to see that pattern happening live. So maybe the A, B, C, D, and the D is for each pointer. You are maybe just thinking about A, B, and you don't really see the rest. But as soon as then the price moves and it actually kind of, there you go, the pattern is there now. And you didn't trade it, and maybe there's a little bit of frustration because you didn't see it in the moment. But that's normal. That's part of the process as well. That's part of your own growth and eventually developing your own strategy. And then there is a next step, which is, okay, now you actually can see the pattern happening in the moment. Okay, maybe there's still a little bit of second guessing and a little bit of doubt if it is or it isn't. Maybe then you are going to maybe miss a few, take some others, and maybe make a few mistakes, maybe think that was a pattern that it isn't. But now you actually be able to see it and execute it. And that's great. Okay, that's the moment that we are going to also start being comfortable trading it. And then there is the extra step, which is a bit more of the advanced pattern, okay, which is actually you are going to start being able to predict it before it happens, or as the way AB is happening. I'm just saying AB just to give an example. As the way AB is happening, you're already predicting where the CNT is going to happen as well. So we're actually already, instead of being just in the moment, kind of living with what the price is doing right now, you're actually be able to be 2 steps ahead of what the market is going to do. And now it gives you space for preparation, or actually start creating different scenarios of what price may do. And in this case, you're going to be much prepared and ready to now start taking trades and stop missing those opportunities because you're 1 or 2 steps ahead of the market. And there's no way to get to the last stage without kind of going through the process of the previous ones. And you need to build your confidence and kind of repetition. That's where the brain kind of maybe backtesting or even no backtesting, but just go back to the charts and try to see where is maybe that pattern that you want to trade, go into the 1 hour time frame, whatever, and just keep on repeating, keep on training your brain to see exactly the pattern that you want to trade as more often as possible. That's going to help you. And then that is exactly what you mentioned. Just to finalize, that's what you mentioned, which is sometimes, yes, we do get frustrated if you don't really take the trades. Again, can be different reasons. For example, for me today, I was not at my chart. I'm not upset because it was a decision that I made. It's not because I overslept and I'm not here. No, I was actually not home when I made the decision that I was going to play paddle way before today's session. So I'm not upset with it. Okay, of course I miss it. I'm not happy that I missed kind of great opportunities like on the dollar, yen, pound, and euro. All of them would indeed take profit. But I'm not upset with it. There's going to be more opportunities, as someone else also commented. There's going to be more opportunities. But that is, so was that your trade? Yes or no? Because again, if there is not even your trade, then again, you don't even need to be upset with it as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree with everything that you've said. The idea that pattern recognition is improved by repetition. So the more you see something and the more you look at each stage of that pattern as it develops, like you said, A, B, C, D, and E, if that's your 5-step pattern, you want to, okay, I see A, I see B, I'm struggling to see C and D in the moment. Then go back and do back testing, or not testing, like play with the replay on the chart, and you see, okay, here is A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, I noticed A and I noticed B. I struggled to see C, D, and E. Go back with the replay. Go to the point where the A and the B is developing, and you say, okay, I see this. look for C. Okay, C is starting to do something like this, or it's starting to present like this. What is all of my indicators, if I have indicators, what are they showing? What is my volume showing? What is my candle showing? The candle characteristics, the pattern that each candle itself creates. And then you move on from there. So I agree 100% with what Pedro just said. Now, I think that that is the correct way of going through. If in the moment you're struggling to see a specific thing, you have to train your eye to see it in the moment, not just in hindsight. So, and like you said, the confidence level will slowly but surely start increasing the more you recognize it in the moment. Now, remember, that's without acting on it. You're not acting on the pattern that you're seeing. You're just recognizing it. And then you tell yourself, I'm recognizing the whole pattern, or I'm recognizing portions of the pattern, or something like that. You'll start seeing progress slow at first, and then eventually get to the point where you can say, okay, I like what I'm seeing. I can see it in the moment. I've backtested. I know that this works. Now I need to start executing. And then that is a whole different ball game in of itself. That's a different mountain to climb. But if you have the confidence of knowing, I can see it in the moment, you're gaining that confidence, the next step is going to have the same familiarity to it. Start small, build your way up, recognize in the moment when you should be taking a trade, when you shouldn't be taking a trade, how you should be taking it, your risk, how long you're going to hold, all of those factors. So I love that, Pedro. That was very insightful.
Yeah. Because I know that we're about to finish, but that's actually one of the main struggles that anyone that is kind of developing their own strategy, creating something, because usually also they are running from someone, and that someone, then there is always that sensation that, that someone that I'm learning from is always managing to catch winning trades, and anytime I'm trying to trade a specific thing, I don't get it. Because again, they are making mistakes and not sometimes recognizing the pattern itself. Maybe they are taking a specific trade that maybe the other person that already mastered it, maybe is not trading it in that specific level. Because then, of course, there are different characteristics of levels where you should be taking trade. It's not just saying A, B, C, D happening. Now you need to understand where that A, B, C should happen to take trade. And so that's a little bit of frustration in that moment. That's something that many traders, all of us, went through it. Like any trade that this guy takes following this pattern is basically 80% is the winning trade. My winning ratio is like 20%. What's going on here? Why my trades are always wrong? I should start feeling like that. But that's a normal process. And again, it's a lot of repetition. It's backtesting. There are many softwares nowadays where you can actually kind of do simulating trading. I would definitely recommend to use those softwares because it accelerates even more your decision making, and you can take trades in there, but that's just a simulation. So yeah, just do it. Just go for it. And again, just to finalize, literally, don't feel. What was his comment?
Low. His morale was low.
Yeah, it was low. Yeah, but don't. Actually, just watch a video. The most important part is actually the learning process that you're doing on a daily basis. Like if you do miss a trade, don't waste the day with those missing opportunities. What I mean is, don't
allow that one day to completely ruin days worth of work that you've had.
But on that way as well, like don't finish the week or at least that day. If not that day, at least the week, without actually you studying completely those opportunities that you just missed. Like get to the reasons why you missed it, and kind of try to make sure that you don't repeat the same mistake twice. That's actually the best way to do it, because again, opportunities are going to be many opportunities every single week in the market. So feeling frustrated or sad is not going to really help you. This is again, whatever. Even if you made money today, you need to be prepared already for the opportunities of tomorrow. So even if you didn't make money today, at least you didn't lose money today because you didn't even trade them. So we are still actually better than most people that actually lost money today. Just be ready for tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much for that very insightful information, Pedro. Samir, anything from you before we log off?
From my side, the trade has respected that stop loss by just 1 point. So now let's see what this particular session holds for me for today, basically. And yes, you guys have mentioned a very good point, and I would like to add one thing. I think it is a part of the process, you know, missing the trades, recognizing the patterns, building the confidence. I think slowly you will not miss the trades. You will take the action as you have seen that pattern.
Sorry. 1 second, because
Yeah,
you are actually off screen. Now, could you say it again? Sorry. Missing the threads. For some
I
reason,
check
you are
on
not
three.
included in here.
What?
Can you hear? Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is it. Just slowly you will build the pattern recognition, and you will not miss the trades, and then you will automatically identify a pattern, and then you will take the action. So you just need a little bit of time and experience, of course, and yeah, and don't forget to follow your trading plan. That is my closing word. And we are here at the end of the stream, but here you guys can see it just checked right from here. So yeah, let's see now. Now I'm seeing some
That
hopes.
looks
I
pretty good.
lost the hope here. Yeah. So yeah, guys, let's go. See you on Monday, same time, and yeah.
All right, everybody that has been with us throughout the whole stream, thank you very much. We do apologize for the technical difficulties that we had during the day. It goes with live trading, unfortunately. If you haven't already, drop us a like. If you haven't already, please subscribe, ring that bell, and then also, guys, trade your plan, and we'll see you all next week, Monday, for another fresh week with the fibers. Cheers, guys.
Yes, guys. High five.